A pleasant good morning and welcome to the Queen's Back Oval. It's match number 10, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes versus the Guyana Harpy Eagles. To my left is the match referee, Kyle Tuckett. Kyle Felix.
Tails.
Tails is the call.
Yes, tail.
Tail. So you're gonna have a bat. What's the reason? What's the thinking behind batting first this morning, Azari?
The surface looks a bit dry. Not sure it's gonna hold up all 100 overs, so it should get a bit slow in the second innings and a bit more difficult to bat.
So basically, what you're saying is that you're trying to cash in with the best conditions at the top of the innings.
Yes.
I want to wish you well. Okay, best of luck in today's encounter. Mr. Having the toss, going against you, what would you have done had you won the toss?
Probably would have done the same thing, but first, but having said that, give us the opportunity to go out and restrict them as low as possible.
On the ground, the saying is that during the middle overs, the ball tends to get soft. What impact does it have when it comes to as a batting unit?
Well, as a batting unit, I think at the same time we've got to look to rotate the strike in the middle, and once you rotate the strike in the middle, eventually you can end up to a good total batting for it. But bowling, I think we're looking to restrict them as in the middle there, cut down on the boundary ball and even the singles in the middle.
Any total that, having looked at assess the surface, any total that you feel that you will be able to overhaul?
Well, we're trying to limit them as low as possible until the fourth ball bowling we can assess the condition and what total we look.
Alright, so I wish you well in the game and may the best team win on the day.
Yeah, thanks.
So Kofi James will have to come good today at the end of the first over. 5 runs coming from it. And unfortunately for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they've lost their main man in Kieran Powell. He's gone for 4. So Kofi James, who hasn't had the greatest of starts either, getting 12 in the first game and 3 in the second, with the loss of Powell, the Hurricanes would want him to at least anchor the innings a little bit and stay around with Carty, if Carty gets going as well.
Yeah, it is. It's now they find themselves in a little bit of a pickle, but I suppose when you plan, you make allowances for an early wicket, but you try to keep the genesis of the plan going, in the sense that if the idea was to try to get to that 60-run threshold, you would feel that these two would want to continue that way. I know Powell would have been the focus for that, but he's gone now, so do you look at Casey Carty as the one to carry the load, so to speak, and allow Kofi James to just anchor the innings? But I having seen Kofi James as well, I think he too might feel that the onus might now be on him instead of Carty, and he allow Carty to just play his natural game, as his natural elegant game, as we say, and together they could try to build something here. But it's going to be interesting because now we have Ransford Beaton coming into the attack.
Yeah, Ransford Beaton, one of the 3 changes made. Beaton, Anderson, who was dropped for the game against the Red Force, is back in the team. And Savary, who I understand is a wicket keeper, but he's not keeping. Imlak is doing the keeping for the Harpy Eagles. And of course, Ransford Beaton has had some problems with his action and was out of the game for a little while. So it's good to see him back. I remember as a youngster, Ruskin, there was a lot of hope for this guy. He was quick. He's a good tall figure, well built, and but had some problems with his action, and that has been rectified. And he's back in the game.
Remember Jermaine Lawson?
Yeah.
A similar thing. Came up and looked like he was ready to fit into that mold.
Remember seeing Lawson in Antigua picking up, I think 7 against the Australians, and everybody was talking about him. And unfortunately, the ICC had a look at his action, and he had to modify it and was never the same bowler after that.
But that is, I always wonder how challenging that is for a bowler, especially a young bowler, to have to deal with something like that, and correct your actions. It means you're changing so much.
Yeah, it must be very difficult because you've basically the formative years. You're bowling one way, your run up, your delivery stride, everything is and then all of a sudden someone comes to you and say, hey, no, you got to change this, and you lose it. You lose your entire all your training, what you've been building up to, your point of delivery, how you when you deliver whole body action. So Carty's going to pick up another single, just guiding that ball down to third man. Shepherd is down there, so he's just going to pick up a single.
It's a spare thought for Sunil Narayan.
Well,
Sunil go through that about 3 separate occasions now.
But credit to Sunil. I tell you, I remember seeing him. I can't remember the guy who came from England.
Small, was it?
No, not Small, but I can't remember the guy's name. He
came.
In England, and he came to work with Sunil Narayan, and I remember Sunil Narayan for hours and hours in the Queen's Park nets, working with this guy in the indoor facility. And credit to Sunil Narayan. He realized, look, I've got to do something, and he's come back pretty good. I mean, when you think Kofi James still can't get off the mark, when you think of Sunil Narayan that had to remodel his action on about 2 occasions, but is still considered one of the best bowlers in the world today. Difficult to get away, picking up wickets, and really and truly the bowler you turn to when you're looking to pick up a wicket. So He's done, but I remember it was a coach. I think his name was Carl something. I can't remember the something. Kofi James still can't get off the mark. Yeah, I think his first name was Carl, but he worked with Sunil Narine for ages. So the end of the second over, at the end of it, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, having won the toss and opting to take first strike, they are 6 for 1.
Well, a pretty good over in the general sense from Ralsford Beaton. I thought his line was pretty good. He generated a fair amount of pace. I don't think he's at express pace just yet, but he certainly Carl Crow.
Carl Crow. I think that's it. Carl Crow.
Yeah. That's the name we were looking for there. But Beaton has bowled a pretty good over, and he seems fairly comfortable with it. I suppose the big test for any bowler like that is when he's put under pressure, does he stay with it? That's a beauty. Just touching down and leaving him outside the off stump and just kind of sort of airy-fairy putting the bat out there. And luckily he didn't get a touch there, Kofi James. Or rather Casey Carty, I should say.
Yeah. I think he's trying to settle in at the moment and just looking to work the ball around, guiding it down to third man. It's always difficult when you're looking to open the face of the bat, especially if you have a slip on a gully. But Carty needs to just play that ball straight in front of him. Can't do very much when a ball is pitched up and leaves you at the end. When it hits the seam and deviates away from the outside edge, you're just hoping that it doesn't catch the outside edge.
And Romario Shepherd does have the ability to bring the ball back into the right-hander.
Correct. That's a great shot, but didn't find the gap. Pitched up to him, and Carty likes to play that cover drive. I think he tried to get it more towards extra cover, but in the end, it was hit straight to Chanda Paul at cover.
Yeah, he has a fairly nice spread where he has the 2 men, almost 3 men behind the bat because the backward point is slightly behind, and then he has the cover and the mid-off and the offside plus a third man. So the batsman is there are gaps, but you're gonna have to find those gaps.
That's right. But it's been a good start from both Beaton and Shepherd. They haven't given away very much. When you think of the runs that have been scored, the 6 runs, 2 of them, Carty just opening the face of the bat, and then that audacious shot from Powell with the second delivery when he came down the track and whipped it through the onside off of Shepherd. So it's been steady, except for that delivery now. Shepherd losing his line a little bit, going more to the leg side. So Carty very content at the moment to work the ball around, pick up his singles and wait for the bad ball. But as I said, he hasn't had many of those. No,
both bowlers have done a pretty good job of maintaining a line on or about the off stump just outside. And they've kept the team, the batsmen, pretty quiet so far, not giving them much to work with.
That's a good delivery, as you said. Sometimes he brings that ball back into the right-hander, and that one stifled Kofi James. Couldn't do very much with it but defend. So the end of the third over, at the end of it, James is yet to get off the mark. Carty is on 3, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, having opted to take first strike, they're 7 for 1.
And it's slow going, a very cautious start from the Leeward Islands. Remember, they won the toss and opted to bat first, and no doubt they now have to justify that decision by putting on a big score. They're off to a slow start. It doesn't mean that it is the be-all and end-all of the innings. What they have to do, though, is figure out ways to just rotate strike a little bit better than they're doing at the moment.
Well, here's Beaton starting his second over and looking for a little bit of extra pace, but in so doing, lost his line. And Basarat signaling a wide. because James was just trying to get inside of it and work it to the leg side. But as I said, it was a quicker delivery from Beaton. You could see him looking for that extra pace. And sometimes when you do that, you lose your line, and that's what happened to Beaton on that occasion.
Certainly, and again, that when you look at him, that has to be all the stuff working in his mind. He wants to pull the choke.
Easy single again for Beaton. Delivery just maybe angled into the right-hander. And there's nobody at that backward square leg. There is a mid-wicket in Rutherford, but he is almost a squarish mid-wicket. One has to say maybe a forward square leg. And that ball was played more backward square leg. Of course, he's there for that delivery that comes into the right-hander, making some height, and they're just fending it off the body. Again, a bad delivery. Suppose commentators skirt. We were talking how well they were bowling Ruskin the first 3 overs, and all of a sudden Beaton in this his second over, the 4th of the innings, it's bowled 2 wides in the first 3 deliveries.
Because I think he's probably feeling good now. He's getting.
It's warmed up.
He's warmed up now, and he wants to try to probably bowl a little bit quicker. And if you notice, the 2 deliveries that were offline are probably the 2 fastest deliveries that he's bowled. So he's probably still trying to get the radar right.
Well, that's a good delivery, but may have just done a little too much. But wonder if he got maybe a little bit of an inside edge as well.
He might have, because there's a pretty good delivery, touching down on the stumps and cutting back in to the right-hander. He's trying to go with the tide here, and luckily not able to do it.
Very interesting result yesterday. We'll get back to that. The CCC beating the Windward Volcanoes off the last delivery, chasing 267, I believe. They ended up with 271 for 8, winning by Shane Dorridge, 102 not out. It's good to see the experience of a Shane Dorridge with the CCC, because they need that guidance. He failed in the first game, but certainly came good in the second game against the Volcanoes.
There's so much to like about some of the initiatives and some of the steps taken by the West Indies Cricket Board in targeting this tournament, but they're also targeting the future of the game in the region with some of the decisions that they've taken. And you talk about somebody like an experienced Shane Dorridge handling the CCC outfit, that had to be a strategic move. Some of the spectators who were in here.
That's my disappointment in terms of wish I saw more spectators in looking at the games.
Especially some of the schools
come
and take advantage. It's free to the public here at the Oval and at the University of the West Indies. The only venue that I think they may have to pay is at the
Barnlara Academy. Yeah, but I would like to see a little bit more spectators, just giving the players the encouragement, because outside of Puran and Jason Holder, all the teams got their respective players involved. There's the dugout, the as they say, the Derek Murray Players Gallery, where the 2 teams are situated. So James finally getting off the mark and guiding this one down towards fine leg, where Chandapol is down there doing the fielding. So the end of the over finally comes to an end. It's 11 for 1, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, after 4 overs.
And again, Beaton just straying in his line here just a little bit, but it suggests that he's striving for a little extra pace right now, just not getting it absolutely right at the moment. And I'm sure it's something that he'll be working on mentally as he walks away into the distance there down to fine leg. where he will be positioned for another over from Romario Shepherd. But a fairly cautious start from the Leeward Islands. But give credit to the bowlers. I think they've done an excellent job backed up in the field as well.
Well, shortish delivery. And James looking to play his shots. He's a little bit more loose, should I say, than Carty. I think Carty, having lost that first wicket with Powell, he's going to be a little bit more circumspect and pushing the ball around, waiting for the bad ball. Kofi James, he's a different different player. He's going to try to get after the bowling. He's going to look to play his shots. But in so doing, he's got to be very, very careful.
Another well-lined delivery from Romario Shepherd. He's done well, Romario Shepherd. He has the wicket, and but his line, he's not trying to bowl too fast. He's just putting the ball down and trying to get a little bit of movement out of the surface. And as we've been hearing so much, Colin, when the ball gets a little bit older, it gets softer.
Yeah.
And so now is the time for him to really settle into a rhythm here and see if he could bite the edge a couple times.
That's a good shot. It's probably not going to get into the boundary. Well, that's good bit of fielding down at third man. Is it Moti down there? It looks like Moti, who had to run a good distance, a fair distance to his right, just was able to and was lucky that that ball didn't go into the ropes, and he saved a run because the batsmen have crossed for 3. So, 14 for 1 now, and James joins Carty on 4.
That's a good shot. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He just stroked it, got it into the gap. But I think that was the main thing, is to find the gap. They found the fielders previously.
Well, again, this time, Carty opening the face. He's played that shot. He's been looking for it. Once it's just outside the line of the off stump, he's just opening the face of the bat. Once he gets it beyond the man at point, it's going to go down towards third man. And on that occasion, he did. So he picks up another single. And you're right. In terms of the scoring rate, Ruskin, I think the early loss of Powell has created this for them. Another good single here as it's played to the left of Versamy Pomal. And there's that picture of that building. I'm not too sure where that is, Ruskin. Is that the flour mills? Okay. Well, I know you're a man.
All those Christmas cakes that you're so looking for.
No, Ruskin, I have to be very careful with the amount of these sweet things. They always say when you're sweet, you don't need to have too many sweet things, you know. When you're sweet, you don't need all those sweet things. So, you know, I'll pass on things like that. That's a good shot again from Carty. He's going to pick up some runs. It's not going to go into the boundary, as they're going to come back for the third. He's got to hurry. That's good running in the end, because there was Anderson giving chase, and they were able to pick up 3 runs. So a pretty good over here for the Leeward Islands. It's 19 now for 1 at the end of over number 5. Romario Shepherd suddenly has got 1 for 14 from those 3 overs. 8 runs coming in the over. So a good over and no real risk-taking shots as well, Ruskin. Good cricket in shots.
Yeah, the most expensive over so far of the innings. And we're looking at the hills behind us here. Certainly...
Next thing you're going to ask me if I want to live on one of those. So I don't like hills, Ruskin.
You don't?
No, I don't like hills.
All right.
I'm not going to. You're not going to see me living somewhere up there.
But consider the view, Colin. Consider the view that.
Well, I can visit.
Yeah.
Let's call it a day. I'll visit and say, oh, this is a wonderful view. And then I get into my car, if I can, and drive back down as quickly as possible. I'm not into mountains.
So you've never been up to Fort George?
Yeah, I've been. Yeah, you know, that's
For a
what I'm
minute.
visiting. That's a good shot. That's going to run away for 4. I don't think Chandapol is going to get it wrong. No, he will not. That's good. It was too short. And Carty getting into position nicely. Hit it beautifully behind square for 4 runs. That's a very good shot.
So once you place that ball to the right of the umpire there, you're safe, even though it was in the air for a while, and it brings us back to the shot
Yeah.
that Powell played. He got a similar delivery. He tried to ride with it, picked up the man at that short square leg position, or short fine leg.
It's a good run. Well run. So they're going to pick up an easy single. So Carty is looking good, I must say. He's was beaten by 1 delivery from Shepherd, but outside of that, most of the deliveries have come off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, Ransford Beaton here has to be careful. He, you know, when you give up a boundary early in the over, you want to tighten up. That's a natural thing to do. So you want to get back to what was keeping the batsmen quiet. But these 2 batsmen now are settling in quite nicely, and they're starting to rotate the strike a lot better.
So much better from Beaton. Ball angled into him, not giving him the room in which to play an expansive drive. So all Kofi James could have done was defend. But that's a much better delivery from Ransford Beaton. But yeah, these 2 batsmen now settling. I think they've got the pace, they've got the bounce of the pitch. And the pitch at the moment, holding no terrors. Ball is coming onto the bat nicely.
Good sunshine at the
Yeah,
over
nice day today. Especially after yesterday, there was some rain about, lots of rain. But I think the gods have decided that the cricketing gods have decided that, you know, normally when you put down 6 stumps, it rains. But they've decided
And it has been
on the
raining.
rest day, it's going to rain. You guys, when we're having a rest day, we're going to rain. And then, you know, you can play your cricket.
But that's why I was happy yesterday, Colin, that the game actually got completed.
Yeah.
Because
Yes, that's
the
right.
amount of
Amount of
rain
yeah.
down on this side, I was worried. I was worried that game up at
UE, yeah.
was going to be affected.
Yeah.
But
But it wasn't, was it?
Yep. They were able to and you know, you really have to tip your hats to the ground staff and these 3 venues, you know, because this is going to be a challenge for them to get these wickets ready. Every other day there's a game, it seems. So it's a constant, you know, it's work. It's
Yeah. Well, what they're using here at the Queen's Park Oval, as we look at the Brown Lara Pavilion. Yeah, what they've done here at the Queen's Park Oval, they have 2 wickets they're preparing at the end of the over from Beaton. It's 24 for 1, Shepherd 1 for 14, Beaton none for 10, both having bowled 3 overs apiece. But after 6 overs, 24 for 1, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, remember, they won the toss and elected to bat. Yeah, what they've done here basically is they have decided to use the alternate wickets. So they're using this one, which is closer to the eastern side of the ground. And the next game, they're going to use the other wicket closer to the western side. So they've
2
literally,
strips,
2 strips. So literally, Ruskin, they've got to prepare both of them more or less at the same time. That's a good delivery from Shepherd. Getting a little bit more bounce. And Carty was getting on top of it and having to withdraw that bottom hand. But was able to push it out on the offside.
I think he either his foot stuck in the wicket there, and again, that is part of the, I suppose that's to be expected, because these wickets are getting a fair amount of use, so there might be a little bit of the ground, there may be some dirt put in there to roll into the wicket to do some repairs.
That's right.
And so when you're heavy as Romario Shepherd is, and the amount of force he puts in when he plants, that could be removed fairly quickly. Sinclair there at mid-wicket doing the fielding. But it's good to see that we have this brilliant sunshine this morning, because we played we were here last on Saturday, and it was overcast for most of the day. We didn't get any rain, but we had this sort of cloud cover just hovering over the ground, and the sun was in a battle there with the clouds. None of that today. Is brilliant sunshine here at the Queen's Park.
Yeah, well, let's hope, Ruskin, we get through today with no rain, or if it does, a minimum amount of rain. Let's hope we have a nice sunny day for the majority, and that we're able to get a full game in.
Yeah.
Not that I'm thinking rain, but
right, I know what you mean.
yeah.
Remember Saturday when we were here, we were talking about the passing of Sir Bobby Charlton.
Yeah.
Today, of course, we have the news of the passing of...
Yeah, Bishan Beatty.
Yep.
Oh, that came off the outside edge. It's going to pick just a single because Moti is quick in the outfield. But there was Carty looking to go for the drive. It seemed to have peeled off a thickish outside edge.
Yeah, he wasn't in total control of that one. But that's good bowling again from Shepherd. Although he seemed to, when he slipped that last time, or he jammed the leg into that little hole, he just seemed to, I don't know if he did his ankle or what it is, but he's not totally happy. It's a little discomfort. But
Well, he's going to be bowling to Kofi James now, who is on 5. Yeah, it's unfortunate the passing of Bisheng Singh Bedi, because one of the greats of left-arm orthodox bowling. Of course, Rafiq Jumadeen, our own Rafiq Jumadeen, passed earlier in the year.
yeah.
And now Bisheng Singh Bedi. So the left-arm spinners making their way up to heaven.
You know,
So
you were calling to see wrist spinners, left-arm wrist spinners.
That's right.
Back in the game here in the Caribbean. We saw one this morning against Pakistan,
Yeah.
and
Noor.
and he seemed to have for Afghanistan, and he had quite a number of batsmen in some difficulty.
Yeah, they're very rare. There was one playing this year for TKR, Salah Mikhail. I think that was his. Can't recall the exact pronunciation of the name, but I'm close. But he wasn't bad. Wakar Salah Mikhail, I think, was the name. But at the end of the over from Shepherd, so over number 7 has been completed, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are now 26 for 1.
And again, it's good going by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Their bowlers are doing a very good job keeping everything, keeping things in control. They're not allowing the batsmen to get off to a flyer. Speaking about flyer, the flags are trying to flutter. Colin, is it the Queen's Park flag is a lighter flag? How your flag is flying so much better than the Trinidad and the Guyana?
Class, Ruskin, class. That's when you have a classy flag. That's a good question, Ruskin. I really can't answer. There's the Hasely Crawford Stadium down in going to the west. Yes, but there's the Ghana flag and the Trinidad and Tobago flag.
But I find the Queen's
Where's
Park
the
flag
Where's
is
the
really-
Leeward Islands? I'm not sure where the Leeward Islands. But you find the Queen's Park flag is
fluttering more
yeah, it's
than
fluttering
others.
more.
Yeah.
Maybe the breeze there, Ruskin, is heavier than the breeze
I
and
don't
and
know, I
the.
don't know. Is it that you guys have a fan there or something?
Oh my word!
Just blowing.
Ruskin, leave the Queen's Park flag alone, please. Leave the Queen's Park flag alone. But Beaton is going to continue here. And Kofi James, he's looked pretty steady, hasn't he? He's not just 6 off of 19 deliveries. He would have wanted maybe to be at least in double figures. Facing 19 balls, he would probably be a little bit concerned just having 6 runs. But he hasn't looked in discomfort. He's looked pretty comfortable on top of the deliveries, getting nicely behind the line. Just needs to find the gaps, and maybe they always say, Ruskin, when you can't get the boundaries, you need to pick up the singles.
And that has to be the thinking when bowling is as tidy as it is here.
Yeah, but again, he's found Rutherford there at that forward square leg position.
And he'd probably be better advised just dropping that ball at his feet and running instead of trying to push it off his body. Just drop it and run. You might be able to pick up a quick single there. Some concern. It's hot outside. Let's see Romario Shepherd getting some added water.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that was meant to go there, but he's going to pick up some runs. May have come off the inner part of the bat, but there he was looking to play that. I think he's getting a little bit impatient now. He's got to be careful. You don't want to give it away, but he was looking to play that ball more through extra cover. Peeled off a little bit of an inner part of the bat, came back at him, and he found the gap between that forward square leg and mid-on and picked up 2 runs, but certainly not where he intended. And that's the other thing he's got to be very wary of. You know, when you're not scoring, Ruskin, you tend to play shots to deliveries that are not there.
Because you're trying to get on with the scoring, and that's almost the worst thing a batsman can do. You know, when you're in difficulty or you're having difficulty scoring, to then try to invent shots, chances are you get out. So it's like you compound the situation. One, you use up a lot of dot balls because he 8 from 23 now.
Yeah.
You know, you already use up the dot balls, and then you get out on top of that now. So you put your team in further strife. And that should have been a single.
Yeah, I thought that was a single because not only that, Ruskin was going to Moti's right. He is left-handed. And if you're looking for the singles, that should have been a single.
And I saw this before. Remember when Muti had to run around and he did the little football play? And I was saying, why do they have Muti at long on and not put a fielder who is right-handed, who is more natural, going to his right there? And it's the same thing here. Muti could come to that short mid-wicket where he could swoop on the ball going to his left, and the man at square leg could go in mid-on.
That's a good shot. That's much better from Kofi James. It's going to pick up a boundary. So he is probably saying, good thing I didn't take that single, because he got the width there, was just wide of the off stump, and he was opening the face nicely and driving it.
You figure that's a good base, so now you want to try to kick on. The thing is, 60 in the first 10 is a long way away. You know, that's another 28 runs in 2 overs. And I don't see that happening, given what we've seen from these bowlers so far and the fielders. So it's really just a question here of taking what you could get. If you could continue to pick up a boundary or 2, boundary every over, at least you'll get closer and closer. And, you know, so by the end of the first 10, you don't want to be too far away from that 60 total, that benchmark total, but at least you want to be anywhere closer to 50.
Well, a change in bowling, because we're going to see spin for the first time this morning, where Sami Permaul, the skipper, has decided to bring himself into the attack, replacing Romario Shepherd. And so he's going to have his first bowling here from this, the Willie Rodriguez end, or the media center, the Jerry Gomez media center end, as he's going to bowl his first delivery. And right away, badly lined, more or less pushing that one through, but was outside the line of the leg stump, and Carty would be a little bit disappointed that he was not able to work that delivery backward of square. So this is much better from Permaul now to Carty. He's good line, good length. Couldn't do very much with it. So he's going to pick up a single. They've started with a long off. So Chanda Paul is down there doing the fielding. and they go through for a comfortable single. So the two men out are this man at long off, and then the deep backward square leg, or more or less I would say square leg. He's forward of square, just to the left of the umpire, but right out on the rope. So those are the two fielders out at the moment. Remember, we are still in the power play. And the current run rate just about 4 and over. And they would want to keep it at a 4 and over, Ruskin, and then as the innings progresses, take it up to 6, 5, 6 and over. If they can get to maybe 300, I think that would be what the Hurricanes would be looking at. Loud appeal goes up. I don't see Pumol. He didn't appeal right away just because the wicketkeeper appealed. That ball seemed to be just drifting down the leg side as Kofi James was looking to sweep. Again, Pumol suddenly, every time he seems to want to push it through Ruskin, he loses his line.
And he goes so wide of the crease.
Yeah.
The angle, he makes a big angle. And once it's slightly offline, it's going to keep going leg side.
That's much better. Giving it a little bit of air now. Trying to get some turn. I don't think he's going to get much turn on this track.
Yeah, we haven't seen the wicket spin prodigiously all tournament long. And I don't expect it to do that today unless it hits a rough or something.
Well, Hayden Walsh Jr. picked up a 5 here in the previous game, 5 for 45.
But it wasn't
5 for 48, sorry.
It wasn't because of spin as much as it was guile. You know, he flighted the ball a lot. He gave it a lot of air.
And Yannick Carrier is doing very well, picking up 4 here against the Windward Islands and then 5 against the Harpy Eagles at Brian Lara. So the end of the over, Pumol, he's completed his first over. Just 3 runs coming from it, and at the end of 9 overs, it's 35-4-1. There's your view of the hills, Ruskin.
Yep.
The hills are alive.
Such a lovely sight. And I always wonder how people live. First of all, how they build the houses in those locations. That's the first thing. How they get the material up there.
Don't you're asking the wrong man. I'm not going to take material up there. I'm not going to build up there.
You know,
and I can imagine up there, Ruskin, must be beautiful. And you talk about view, breezy,
yep.
Windy. You know, it must be really nice. As we look at Beaton, he's going to continue. He's going to be bowling his 5th over. Getting a little bit of bounce there. And Carty getting on top of it.
He's fairly
Yeah.
tall, Beaton, and his action is a fairly high action. He's going right up and coming down. So he's trying to get maximum out of his action. Here, he's probably, I think when he cuts down the pace, he tends to bowl a much better line. It's when he's striving for pace, it goes a little bit awry sometimes.
That's runs again. Probably not going to get into the boundary. He timed it much better than I thought. It went very, very close. But they only pick up 2. I thought I was good feeling in the end by Rutherford because the ball was bowling skills. So I now understand why they practice a little football, a warm-up, Ruskin. I always wondered why would they be kicking around a football before the game starts rather than doing catching practice or something like that. So I'm now aware of why they do the football, because again we see Rutherford just able to pull that ball back. So just picked up 2 runs, Carty. So he's on 17 and 37 for 1.
You can see the bright conditions here. It's so bright you could barely see the scoreboard. The sun is really out in all its glory here at the Oval. And the Oval does look a picture. Another good delivery from unbeaten, right on line, but pretty much on target. But look at the background, Colin. Look at how nice and clear it is out there. You could barely see a cloud in the sky from this picture.
It's really a super
And
day
that is
today.
over the sea, because that is out in the ocean you're looking at there. So it really is a nice picture. And folks, Colin's house is not too far from there.
In the ocean? Yes, careful, Ruskin.
Close to the ocean.
Oh, close to the ocean.
Chance
Oh,
out, yep.
where was Kofi James going? There was no call, I thought, from Carty, but he was looking for the single, and Moti attacking the ball, had a shy.
What he did well, he attacked the ball, and he got it. Tight. Would have been very close indeed.
So I was blaming Kofi James where he was going, but sometimes he did the right thing. He was looking at his partner, and Carty started to take a couple steps down the track and then had to send him back. It's the end of the over from Beaton. 10 overs have been completed. Carty is 17, James is 12. The Hurricanes, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are 37 for 1 after 10.
And so far, so good for them. As we continue to see these
That
wonderful
is not
pictures.
my house, so it does not belong anything to me. Before you say anything, okay, I'm just advising
But
you.
I was just about to say.
I know. That's why I was advising you before you say.
Well, the only difference there is the color of the house.
Ruskin Mark, oh
That's the
my
only difference
word.
between that and your house, Colin, and the fact that doesn't have a beachfront
Oh my
location
word,
to
oh
it.
my
It's
word.
far from the water.
Oh
You
my
know,
word.
that's the only difference inside of there. But I'm going to take my leave and allow Anil to join you here for the next 10 overs or so.
So Versami Pomal is going to continue as Ruskin Marf makes his way out of the commentary position, and Anil Lakan is making his way in. So it's going to be Kofi James taking strike. He's on 12. Pomal coming into his second over. The target right away. And Kofi James looking to sweep. Doesn't make contact. And this is the second over we're seeing Anil from Pomal. And side again, hitting him on his pad. But Kofi James really would be disappointed that he missed out on that sweep shot.
Yeah, Pomal just trying to get his radar right. And this one is worked down too long on. It's a single. But you could see exactly what Versami Pomal is trying to achieve there, Colin, in that he's trying to arc that ball into the pads, try and take away the levers on the batters. He's done so successfully, but when he missed his line, he's giving away that extra run.
Well, he's
But
bowling
he's
to
vastly experienced indeed.
and he's bowling to Carty now. It's a much better delivery. Giving it to sometimes he looks a much better bowler when he just gives it that little bit of air. So giving it a little bit more air and trying to get some turn. He's not going to get much turn. This is only over number 11. And another easy single here as Long On comes into position. Of course, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 men out now. In addition to the long on, there's a long off, a deep square leg, and there was a deep point who has come in now for James, but he goes right back out to the boundary when Carty is batting.
And James stylishly into line, plays it back to the bowler.
So the end of over number 11, the end of it, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 39 for 1. It's been a very cautious beginning, isn't it? They lost that early wicket of Powell. Powell, who is the swashbuckler at the top of the order. He's the one who's going to really push the scoring rate along. Attacked the second delivery, used his feet to Romario Shepherd, went for 4, and then really got out a very soft dismissal, a shortish delivery, lined on the body, and he just helped it around straight into the hands of the man at short, fine leg, and it was the end of him. So it so since then, both these two batsmen, they've been very circumspect. They've been picking up their runs, waiting for the bad ball, but they're rebuilding the innings nicely as we see Gudakesh Moti coming into the attack now.
Yeah, so both left-arm orthodox spinners in operation here at the Queen's Park Oval. Skipper Versami Purmal bringing on his champion left-arm spinner immediately here, and it's been a steady start. But you would expect the likes of Casey Carty, to keep pushing on as well, Colin.
Yeah, we'll have to. There is Moti with his first delivery. Have a lot of time for Gudakesh Moti since he's come onto the international scene. Anil, he's done very well. No rabbit with the bat. He's been able to hold an end as well, but his left arm spin has been good.
Yeah, it has been very good, to say the least. When we just go back a bit, when the West Indies, when India toured, he had a really excellent series in that one-day tournament.
Remember, he damaged the webbing on his hand, and I think after the second or third ODI, and had to sit out the remainder of the series.
Yeah, very unfortunate indeed. Nicely flighted delivery.
Oh, that's a good shot. That's an excellent shot. That's going to run away. That's beauty. That's beautiful from Carty. Or from, Carty. He just got to the pitch. And what was nice about it, Anil, this month. And
But
now
what-
gets
but
a
what I-
nice single.
But what I liked about that shot was the execution, in that he didn't try to overhit it. He was more working the gaps more than anything else, Colin.
Yes, he got to the pitch, and you're right. He just sort of, guided it over extra cover. Beauty. Runs here, an appeal goes up, but it's heading down towards the fine leg boundary. It goes into the boundary, and that's for, let's wait on the signal, 4 leg buys. A delivery from Anderson, but he in the end couldn't stop it, had to do a little bit of hurdling as he went over the CG United advertising board. But it's the end of the over from Moti, the end of his first over. 9 runs coming from it, just 5 off the bat, and those 4 leg buys. And after 12 overs, it's 48 for none.
Yeah, so the Leeward Islands Hurricanes here, just
48 for 1, sorry.
Yeah, just looking to build, after the early loss of the opening batter. And both Casey Carty and Kofi James, they are doing an excellent job. Having said that, because they had lost the opening batter very early, he would have been the enforcer at the top of the innings. So you would thought that, with the early loss of the opening batsman, things have really settled along a bit.
Yeah, you're right. He's Powell is the one who you expect to get on with it, and he's had 2 good knocks previously, 18 not out and 33. But I suppose you always have to cater for when they fail. Kofi James has come good, and Carty sweeping down to the deep square leg position, picks up a single.
And Casey Carty is one that we all will have a lot of time for, but I must admit he has grown by leaps and bounds in the last year or so. He's really come on, and showing a lot of maturity, at this level.
The only thing is, Anil, I would like to see a little bit more consistency from him. He's come into this tournament, and we'll talk about that after this delivery. Oh, that's a good delivery. A little bit of purchase on the pitch, getting some turn, beating the outside edge of Kofi. Looking to sweep, and he's gone! Kofi James picking the wrong one to sweep, and it's the end of him. He goes LBW to Pomal for 13. We've seen them trying to sweep in the past, but this time he was sweeping, but he picked the wrong one to sweep. It was lined maybe middle and leg, and he may have thought it was going down the leg side. And because we've seen a lot of the deliveries from Pomal angling down the leg side, Kofi James may have thought it was going down the leg side. He picked the wrong one, Anil, looking to sweep. And umpire Brathwaite says, no, son, you picked the wrong one, and you have to head back to the pavilion. There he goes, LBW to Pomal for 13. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes are now 49 for 2.
Yeah, and losing a wicket in a very critical passage of play here, Colin. When we just, thought that the rebuilding process, was going along very steadily indeed. But I felt that Kofi possibly was guilty on this occasion, Colin, of premeditating that
sweep
sweep
shot.
shot. Yeah.
Yeah, I was before we saw the end, and we're just having a Blue Waters drinks break now, are we?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, it seems to be, as the ground staff as well, doing a little bit of remarking of the crease, etc., and some sweeping. We were talking a little bit about Casey Carty and how he's improved leaps and bounds. While I agree with you totally on that, I think he's I saw him in the CPL in particular. He looked so comfortable. He was playing good cricket in shots. And even here today, he's looking good. My problem with him is, at this level now, he's got to step up. He's got to score hundreds. He's got to look for hundreds. 30 and thing is not. He got 37 in the previous game, failed in the first game. He only got to 4. And that's my problem. He's a West Indian player now. So, you come into regional cricket. And sometimes, Anil, I hate to go back and talk about the old days and things, because the old days are gone. But when you look at the West Indian players, the Haynes, the Greenwiches, the Lloyds, the Richards, these guys, when they came into the regional setup after a West Indies tour, and in those days there wasn't as much cricket as there is now. You didn't have the T20, even though the 50 over cricket had, yes, they were playing 50 over cricket, but there wasn't as much cricket as we have now. But when they came back into the regional setup, you knew who the West Indian players were and who were not, because those guys were scoring big. And that's what I want to see from the likes of the Carties of this world. When they come back into the regional setup, they've got to show, hey, I am playing for the West Indies. I'm a West Indian player. And they've got to show it out here. Hetmeyer, for example. Hetmeyer has had 2 innings in this tournament so far. 21 and 24.
Yeah, and that's really poor from his standards. And I take that on board, what you said, Colin. But I think, we've got to allow the youngsters a bit more time. Because remember, for the last 2 decades, most of the players who have represented the West Indies team, it is more about learning on the job rather than being prepared for the job. I don't know how much if you would agree with that statement.
It's an interesting statement. I wouldn't agree or I wouldn't disagree with it. But it's interesting because when you talk about preparing, surely we have reached a stage in our cricket development where we've got to start to prepare players for the likes of not only West Indies cricket but regional cricket as well. Yes, I care you about learning on the job, but we have to stop that mentality. Guys, now we have to prepare our cricketers. You look around the world and how come other countries can prepare their players? Ruskin is just handing me a note here that the ICC World Cup 50 overs, Pakistan 282 for 7, Afghanistan 108 for none. Well, I didn't read that well. I thought it was 18 for none. It's 108 for none, and they're well on the way. And I'm sure the man who is scoring those runs is the opener who played for Guyana a couple seasons ago. But it's the end of the over here. The end of over number 13, a successful over for Pomal. It's 49 for 2.
Yes, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes continue to fight here at the Queen's Park Oval, but take nothing away from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They've been spot on this morning. You could just see the intensity, the planning, has been excellent. The execution has been even better at this stage of the innings, and they are really stifling the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at this stage.
So it's 111 for none as Moti starting a new over. Yeah, Gurbaz, I remember that name. Ramu, let me get I have to be careful. I wasn't at his christening, so I have to be very careful of my pronunciation of him. But here is the 50 up now for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Yeah, Ramanula Gurbaz, the wicketkeeper, batsman, opener, played with the Ghana Amazon Warriors, not this year gone, last year, and was a sensation. Himself and Zadran have taken the total to 112 for none. Gurbaz is 53 from 41 deliveries, and Zadran is 56 from 64. Tell you what, if they were to get those 282, would be a super innings from the Afghanistans.
Well, we've seen during this World Cup a lot of upsets indeed.
And their highest score, of course, is 288 against the West Indies at World Cup level. So if they were to get those 282, it would be close to their record score in World Cup cricket. So the new man has come in there is Karima Gore. So he's off the mark.
Nice flowing off drive through cover point.
So 4 runs coming from this over, and all singles. So it's been good from these two batsmen. Well, in the air, but placing it between mid-off and cover. And they pick up 2 runs.
Well, there's a very interesting feel indeed on the offside, Colin. I don't know if you picked up on it. There's sort of a straight extra cover there, but there's also a long off in position. So they've seen something in Casey Carty that they want to explore.
Yeah. Well, it's the end of the over, end of 14 overs. It's 55-4-2. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Remember, they won the toss and opted to bat. And Anil, I know you did the pre-match interview with Alzari Joseph. I think he was making the point that he feels that this wicket may not last the 50 overs today.
Yeah, he was alluding to the fact that he felt that the wicket will crumble because it's very dry in nature.
I wonder what Sheikh Manu has to say about that. I'm going to have a word with him and tell him that he's preparing a crumbling wicket. He wouldn't like that too much. He wouldn't like me saying that.
Sheikh Armana, as we both know, Colin, is very versatile when it comes to pitch preparation.
Oh yeah, for sure. This time, Gore is sweeping, but unlike Kofi James, who didn't make contact, Gore makes contact and sends it down to that deep square leg, and they pick up a single.
And coming back to the likes of Casey Carty and these guys who are West Indian players, you really want to witness them come in at the regional level and dominating. And I guess this CG United 50 over contest possibly is maybe the first time in many years that we have all the present West Indian players participating in this tournament, Colin, as well. Maybe for the exception of Puran, who is not playing.
And Holder, Jason Holder.
Yeah. But other than that,
yep, it's been good with all the players involved.
And I have to remind you, Colin, it's very disappointing to know that the West Indies team did not make it to this present World Cup.
Yeah, well, it's the first time in the history that West Indies have not made the 50 over, but you know what, it's maybe it's a blessing in disguise. The rebuilding process for 2027 is taking place, and it starts here.
Are they gonna do a Fatima?
Don't go there, Anil. Well, a single here now as ends the over from Gore as he's playing this one out to the deep point position. So the end of the over, at the end of it, 15 overs have now been bowled. It's 58 for 2. I'm going to take a little bit of a breather, Anil, and I'm going to leave you, unfortunately, with Ruskin Mark. I'm not. I hope you survive it.
I will. Ruskin Mark is a great guy. Ruskin Mark is a great guy, Colin Murray. So I'd like to say a pleasant good morning to Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much. As we see the first delivery of a new over that is just pushed out into the onside. So a pretty cautious start, but they're beginning to accelerate a little bit, not much, but they're trying to get on with the scoring. I think they have to. You can't continue to score at 4 and over. You want to try to get it up into the 6 and over range.
But both skipper Versami Purmal and Agula Keshmoti has done a tremendous job for the team thus far. They just seems to be bowling wicket to wicket, Ruskin.
Which is good, sensible bowling. There is a little bit of spin, not prodigious turn or anything like that, and vicious bonks. But we saw Purmal go past the outside edge with one that really spun sharply. But so far in the main, they've just been able to just put it down on a good line, keep it tight, force the batsman to respect what is happening out there. A little bit of pace, and they're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, Agula Keshmoti going with the arm ball there and going past the outside edge. Very.
There's that sweep shot again. It can be productive, but it could also get you in trouble if you don't execute it well enough. More importantly, if you don't pick up the line of the ball, the final line of the ball. The end of the over, 59 for 2 now. So 16 overs completed, 59 for 2, the Leeward Islands, after they won the toss and opted to bat first. And it's been a slow burn for them. But they do have a fair amount of batting still to come, some big hitters. So I'm sure they're banking on some of them getting off here today to push the scoring along. There's a shot, he's out! Pulled it straight to the man at mid-wicket there and pays the price for it. Mario Shepherd took a good catch. That was hit with a lot of power, and he pulled it straight into his hand, and that is the end of Casey Carty for 29, and it's now 60 for 3.
Yeah, a very telling blow indeed from the skipper himself, Purmal there, but a very poor shot indeed from Casey Carty. Trying to get the elevation to go over that mid-wicket position, unfortunately finding the likes of Romario Shepherd. But again, the Guyana Harpy Eagles pick another pepper.
Well, and it's you think back to the dismissal of Kieran Powell. He could have hit that ball anywhere. He just tried to ride with it instead of trying to hit it. And he picked out the man at short, fine leg. And so that was a bit of a soft dismissal. And here we have, again, Carty looking so good on 29, pulling this one straight into the hands of the man at mid-wicket. It went fast, but he took a very, very good catch.
And just coming back to our conversation with Colin Murray, again, the likes of Casey Carty falling well short of the expectation. But I'd like to take the opportunity to say a pleasant good morning to Rafina and her son Yuvraj. You all have a pleasant good morning and hope you all have an enjoyable day as well.
So Hayden Walsh is the new batter at the wicket, the new batsman. He is, of course, he had a monster game the last time out. He made an unbeaten 60 and he picked up 5 for 48. So he has really He's coming into this game brimming with confidence, batting, bowling, and in the field, because he was also excellent in the field as well. And one of those wickets was a cotton bowl, was a blinder that really was out of the top drawer.
So Hayden Walsh, as we both know, Ruskin Mark has fallen off the radar when it comes to the senior West Indies team. So I'm sure he will want to take the opportunity, you know, again to try and establish himself as a all-rounder in this format.
Well, certainly, and this is the ideal opportunity for him and others, not just him. You have Beaton, who's trying to get back into the limelight, so to speak, getting an opportunity here. Verasamy Pomol as well wants to remind everybody here they go for a quick single, and they will get it too. Just sort of sitting there on his haunches, never attack the ball, Kevin Sinclair, and as a result, they got a single when they should not have been able to take a single. All he had to do was attack the ball just a couple paces, but the batsman saw him standing there on his haunches and took off for the run. Hayden Walsh, again, very active.
Yeah, he was a very busy player indeed. Everything that he does it with a lot of passion, a lot of aggression. Ruskin.
Well, he's off the mark immediately. 61 for 3. Gore now is back on strike.
And this one is driven to cover point. There's no run. So nicely flighted delivery. And you know, you were calling for that, Ruskin Mark. You want to see those bowlers trying to get that ball above the eye line of the batters.
Yeah, because there's not spin. So you have to use the next best thing to get the batsman out, to try to deceive the batsman. And Pomol here was giving the ball a little bit of flight, not too much flight, but you still want to try things and try to deceive the batsman as much as you possibly can. It's good to see Shimron Hetmeyer running around in the field. He was positioned at slip initially, but he's out and about now. In that cover position, he's at mid-wicket now. Again, they're going to get the single, and again, Sinclair seemed to be nonplussed. Verasamy Pomol is not a happy man. He has his hands on his hips and is probably watching at Sinclair and telling him, "What are you doing?"
Well, it just seems Kevin Sinclair, you know, is possibly not focused as much as his keeper will want him to be. With a new batter coming in at this stage, it's very important that you try and squeeze him for rotation of the strike, but it hasn't happened for him.
It's twice he's done that now, and twice they've taken the single on him, and he's at mid-on, or rather at mid-off for the left-hander. And Pomol is not happy at all. 63 for 3 at the end of the over.
So the Leeward Islands Vulcan is 63 for 3, just losing Casey Carty for 29 from 46 deliveries. And what a telling blow that was in the context of the passage of play at this stage, Ruskin.
It is a bit of a, I won't call it a surprise, but it's a recurring theme, really, where players who look so well set, you know, under no problems at all. They're not under a cloud of any sort. And, you know, he's been facing all the bowlers very well. He looks comfortable against them. And then you get out in such a fashion. Now, bearing in mind, it was a good catch by Shepherd, because that ball was hit very hard. That could so easily have gone through his hands. Had he placed it, you know, a meter or so higher, it would have gone over his head or to his left or right. Maybe would have picked up a boundary. But the bottom line is that he's paid the price for it, and you know, he's gotten a good start again, and failed to cash in.
Yeah, but a player of such stature in terms of Casey Carty, we really want to see these guys and them dig deep and go big.
Again is Walsh Jr. not afraid to come onto the front foot and show that he's very comfortable. I mean, you look at the number, he's batting at number 5 on this team, you know, suggesting that they trust him. They feel that he can play a big innings. He got 60 in the last game, and they're looking for more of the same here from him. And he just has to keep scoring runs. If he continues to score runs, then he may very well find himself back into the West Indies picture because he's taking wickets and then he's adding valuable runs. And that is what selectors are looking for.
Gulakeshmurti serving up a leg stump full toss, but Gore unable to really pick the gap on the onside.
Another quick delivery from Muti. So he's mixing up his deliveries very well, not just flighting them all, but he's pushing some through.
Yeah, and it's very important indeed that both these bowlers continue to change their pace as well.
And that's a good shot from Gore. And so you're seeing all this potential, and it's really about managing the potential here now and, nurturing it along, helping it to develop and to grow. We talk about, I always say at this level, everybody has talent, and not just here in the Caribbean, but, around the world. But it just seems as if some countries have a way of fast-tracking that talent because they're able to harness it so much better.
But sometimes you have to do a bit of introspection as well, Ruskin, in terms of most of the players who's got all this talent, they just seems to fall away at a very critical time in their careers.
Let me just tell you, 65 for 3 at the end of 18 overs, and I suppose as a region you have to ask why. What are the underlying reasons that where you see that happens? Is it that the pressure of playing at the higher level gets to them, or is it that they're not fully prepared for that environment where, every ball is a pressure ball? This is a slashing shot. He was looking to, as they say, square up and crash it through the offside, but there is a man at point on the boundary and there is a backward point as well.
Yeah, and it's that man, Gulakeshmurti, making an excellent stop. Or is it a fact that the facilities, are left wanting in the West Indies?
Well, I can't see facilities as being a major contributor. Sure, it might play a part, but a lot of these kids grow up in these conditions. It's not like these are new conditions to them. They want a single, it's not there. Muti does well, and he hits the stump, a direct hit, but Walsh was quickly back into his position. That would have been suicidal there had they gone through for. Here we go for the sweep shot again. The loud appeal going up, and again, the sweep shot can get you runs, but it can also get you in trouble. We have already seen Kofi James suffer as a result of that sweep shot, but Gore persists with playing it. He survives on this occasion. I'm sure it's not the last time that we're going to see Purmall feed him that delivery.
Yeah, they all just seems to want to play across the line, especially when the ball is aligned on the stumps. Deliveries, Ruskin, that could put the batters under pressure.
Well, it is, and I mean, he has worked out over the years to run wide of the crease. I can't tell the last time I saw him run close to the stumps and deliver from that location. If anything, he delivers slightly from behind the stump sometimes as part of his variation. But in the main, he tends to go wide of the crease and then angle the ball back inside into the leg stump, and then try to straighten it onto that leg stump. And a lot of times he tends to drift it. It just goes with the arm and it goes across, which is part of the variation that he has. So he has worked out over the years how he wants to attack batsmen. And what we're seeing here is that a lot of them are not really picking the line properly. It starts at one line, but like I said, because of the angle, it may not be where you think it's going to be by the time the ball reaches you. Hence the reason for all these sweep shots and these appeals. But we have a new bowler, Sinclair. Maybe Sami Pomal said maybe you want to bowl, and has given them the ball. And the first delivery, they think for a moment of a single again. These two running between the wickets is going to be an adventure with these two, because they seem anxious to want to run, to try to squeeze every run.
But they must take a measured approach. You don't want to have a casualty at this stage of the innings.
But it's certainly on the cards, because you could see them eager to get on with things. That's a good shot again from Hayden Walsh Jr.
This is pitched on leg stump, and lovely on drive from Hayden Walsh gets him a single. That takes the score on to 67 for 3, and we are into over number 20. So excellent going from the Guyana Happy Eagles, Ruskin.
Yeah, they've done well. They've limited the damage so far. They haven't allowed the Leeward Islands to get away by any stretch of the imagination. They've concentrated on good lines, good lengths. They haven't allowed the batsman to get under the ball much. We've seen a couple lofted shots, but that was when Carty was batting. He was the one looking capable of getting under the deliveries. Everybody else wanted to drive it, but we'll see how Gore goes, because he looks like he wants to get into the swing of things here. Down the wicket he goes, and can't break that gap. Permaul is there, and Hepmeyer is at a straightish mid-wicket. They have a short mid-on, and then there's a long on as well, almost directly behind him. This time they get the single, and Hepmeyer does well.
But it's clear what the plan is. They're going to bowl into the pads of Gore. They've got 5 on the onside and 4 on the offside, so clearly the plan is to try and restrict him on the onside.
Have you ever played at this venue at all?
No, I haven't.
You never
had
played
the
at this
opportunity
venue?
to.
It's not. It's a big ground, but it's not the biggest ground. So if you make good contact, you could actually clear the fences. But you have to make good contact. Here, speaking about contact, a play on a miss here on the part of Hayden Walsh. He was looking to punch it through the offside and made no contact. So it remains 68 for 3 at the end of the over.
So Kevin Sinclair, a pretty decent over. A pretty decent first over from Kevin Sinclair. Having the opportunity to bowl to Hayden Walsh, the left-hander.
I believe Permaul gave him the ball because of the 2 singles he allowed down here. He said, well, since you want to be in the action, let me give you the ball. And that will keep his interest going here. Permaul again, he has another sweep shot, and they almost exclusively they decided to go. They think for a moment for the second run, but Beaton is quick to the ball and denies them that opportunity. So things starting to happen here now. These two trying to break the shackles.
But for Sami Permaul, he would not mind at all these guys attempting that sweep shot, because he does have that arm ball that just pitches and goes on with the arm. So they've got to be very careful with that arm ball, that one that just keeps going on.
From over the wicket now is Permaul. Here goes the reverse sweep. It's a shot that we see so much more of now. It becomes a staple in today's cricket.
Well, it's
He goes right outside that off stump and swings it behind square for an easy boundary. The man had short, fine leg. I almost swear he probably thought there was a field out there. He never even bothered to turn and run for the ball. It's only thought that there was somebody behind him, or at least it looked like he thought there was somebody there, and that they would just retrieve the ball. Here he goes again, and this time Muti is going to track it down, but another well-taken single for Hayden Walsh Jr.
So Hayden Walsh Jr. adjusting his guard there, Ruskin, batting outside the line of the off stump. So basically, with Pumol getting that ball to spin back into the left-hander, he's just accessing the ball and playing it in the gaps on the onside.
Colin had said to me that the Afghans are now 141 for 1 with Gurbaraz at 65. Is he the one out? So another good innings from him. Another single here as well. And Zadran is 68 not out at the moment.
So a lot is going to be dependent on Zadran to take that Afghan team to a very memorable victory, if I may say so.
It's going to be interesting. Pakistan not out of it by any stretch. Yep, that's 27 overs, so it's achievable. Down the wicket he goes. That's a good straight hit. The man had long on. Nothing Chandra Paul could do about that. And that's 4 runs. Again, Hayden Walsh.
From the moment that ball was released from Pumol, he was down the track and he lofted the ball.
So there's 2 boundaries in that over, and certainly 11 runs coming off the over.
So Hayden Walsh Jr. continues to prosper here at the Queen's Park Oval, showing a lot of intent. And my word, he's doing it relatively easy at this stage, Ruskin.
Yeah, well, he's left-handed, so that it requires a little bit of adjustment in line as well for the bowlers. And what we've seen from Pumol is that he persists with that angle. Now he's come over the wicket to the left-hander, and what Walsh is doing, Walsh is batting more or less middle and off stump and covering the stumps. In fact, he's getting outside of the off stump and forcing Pumol to have to probably make an adjustment.
But I'd love to see Pumol go back from around the wicket with that angle going across the left-hander. It's going to be, very interesting indeed if he goes back around the wicket.
That's good, sensible batting again, just rotating the strike and not allowing the bowlers to bowl too many deliveries at the same batsman, because that left-hand, right-hand combination can cause some disruption.
And it has always done, because you've got to readjust your line and length as well. Walsh just stabs that one out to cover point.
Now look at this here. Sinclair is a West Indian cricketer who's trying to make his way to breaking into the West Indies team on a permanent basis. And he has an appeal it's a wide signal by the umpire. So he basically silenced the appeal, but they were appealing. He's touching his side. So if it brushed the man's side, then it cannot be a wide. So I'm trying to figure out. But I found that signal came very early indeed. Because Walsh had barely finished the shot and the umpire was already signaling that it was a wide. They were actually appealing for a catch.
Yeah, the wicketkeeper thought that it came off the glove. Again, excellent bowling from Kevin Sinclair.
And Sinclair looks very lively there to his own bowling, but when he was standing at mid-on, he just seemed pinned to the ground there, and they were able to pinch 2 quick singles off him. He never moved.
Yeah, his skipper was very, very animated indeed.
He's right on target here. This is good bowling from him. 82 for 3 now at the end of 22.
And this is at this stage of the innings is where it gets a very interesting, Ruskin, because this is the middle overs that we are dealing with here, and more often than not, we see a lot of teams suffer during the middle overs because of the lack of rotation. And the ball now, as we've grown accustomed to in this tournament, the ball just seems to get very soft indeed. So scoring becomes, a bit of a challenge. So it's going to be very interesting indeed to see how Karima Gore and Hayden Walsh bats during this interesting passage of play.
So we see Muti is going to take up the attack from the top end now. So he's changing ends.
So skipper
Pomal takes a breather.
Yeah, having gone for 12 in that over, decides that he's had enough at this stage, and he's going to allow the youngster Gulakesh Moti to come from the Jerry Gomez media center end. He's bowling with a slip, a backward point, a cover, extra cover on the boundary, long on, long off, and a man at square leg on the boundary.
And this one is just chipped over his head. It's coming down to fine leg, to long on rather. There's a man down there, Sinclair. And they're going to get another comfortable single. So the thing is it only when you're bowling? You know.
Yeah, his body language doesn't seem to be, what is supposed to be. I could be, I could be wrong, but his body language is not, what you want.
Yeah, he has to be. Well, you can. Well, they brought him from the long on position, so they brought him to inside the circle to mid-off because it's a left-handed Walsh who's on strike. And it goes in the air. He has to run backwards now, and it's 4 runs. So he can't catch a break. They had him at long off. It hit in the air, but it dropped well short of him. He had to run in to do that.
Sinclair coming back in the circle.
Sinclair has been pushed back now, right back on the fence, on the ropes, and the man at the deep point is now at the edge of the circle, right next to the umpire on the offside.
So they're basically asking the batters to hit the ball down the ground, which is not a bad option at all.
And you have protection out there. You have a long on and a long off out there. Plus you have 2 other fielders platooning on the boundary at square leg and deep mid wicket.
That single takes the score on to 88.
That one left the bat a little bit uppishly, but Gore wasn't really trying to attack it. He's playing a good hand here, Karima Gore. He's on 14. Down the wicket he goes again and plays a sweet little on drive, and will pick up another fine single. He'll pinch the strike as well for the next over, because the over comes to an end, and it's up to 89 now for 3 after 23 overs.
So the rebuilding process has started between Hayden Walsh and Karima Gore at this stage. The partnership just about 29, but it's beginning to become a little bit ominous here with this partnership building.
these two have done well, but they're a long way from where they want to be. You know, you figure in a 50-over game with 23 overs completed, you're almost approaching the halfway stage. You probably want to be 120, 125, thereabouts. They're going to go for another quick single. That's very well judged. Nothing that Hetmeyer could do about that at mid-wicket.
But the projected score at this stage, Ruskin, if they were to continue along the same line for the duration of the innings, is just going to be about 194, and I'm sure that's not going to be enough.
Certainly, they'll want 100 more than that, if they to be truthful. And one of the men who looks capable of getting them there is at the wicket right now in Hayden Walsh. He's really he looks, he's full of intent. He looks like he wants to get on with it. And they're causing him some problems because they have a long off, a long on, and a deep mid-wicket there to cut out those aerial shots that he likes to play.
But, you have to give Kevin Sinclair as well a lot of kudos, because he's keeping him very quiet indeed. Yeah, just bowling that leg stump line, trying to get that ball to spin across him.
They're going to go for the single, and Hetmeyer again is unable to prevent the single. So once more, and Hetmeyer, what is even worse, Hetmeyer is no more, he's a good 8 meters in from that, is it a 30-meter circle at the edge? He's well inside, and there's still pinch a single just off the square.
And it's tap and run, as we say,
yep.
Ruskin.
Almost as if he wasn't expecting them to run with the ball coming directly at him, but they did, and they got it quite comfortably too in the end.
But interesting enough that skipper Pumol has persisted with that first slip as well, Ruskin.
Yeah, it's an attacking bit of fielding. Anderson has been there since Hetmeyer came out of the slip cordon, and more runs again. So good rotation of strike here as these two try to build a partnership, but more importantly, get the scoreboard ticking over on a regular basis. They were very slow at the beginning. When you consider in the first over they got 5, the second over they got 1, the third over they got 1 more, and the fourth over they got 4. And it was a slow start. They lost a wicket as well, and it was very, very slow going.
Well, I'm sure with the loss of Kieran Powell very early in the piece, that would have disrupted their plans as a batting unit as well.
Down the wicket he goes, and just chipping it. So Walsh again, he wants to get at Sinclair, but Sinclair very intelligently not allowing him to get under the ball. That completes the over. 24 completed. It's 93 for 3.
So the Windward Islands Hurricanes continue to battle out here, but
the Leeward Islands.
Leeward Islands
yep.
Hurricanes, my apology. But take nothing away, this Guyana Harpy Eagles team led by Pumol, he has done a tremendous job with the rotation of his bowlers. And what we have seen thus far, Ruskin, he's not allowing the batters to get accustomed to any one bowler. He's just allowing them 2-3 over spells, and changing it up.
Well, he has to try something here now, because he would like to break this partnership before it really blossoms into something, that becomes even more worrying. It's probably bordering on worrying right now, and but he doesn't want Hayden Walsh to, connect on too many of these big hits that he's attempting here, and as you blink, next thing you know, by over number 30, they're off and running again, and then you have to try to become ultra defensive the rest of the way.
The partnership now is worth 33 runs at this stage, so building up nicely.
Here's Muti again. They've gone for 1. They might consider a second run, and they don't. Sinclair this time does well, as he has to come forward to attack the ball. They'll lessen a bit They've moved Sinclair from out here, and they've actually put Romario Shepherd at that long off position, recognizing that this could be a critical position, given the propensity of both batsmen to want to hit the ball in the air in that general vicinity.
Yeah, Romario Shepherd, a very good fieldsman indeed.
Down the wicket he comes again. This time, Veerasamy Pomal seemed to have it covered, and then the ball just took a hop. It's almost as if somebody bowled a bumper at him. He was playing, almost playing a forward defensive, and the ball jumped past his head.
Yeah, that area on the square there is a bit rough, so it's possible that it hit a spot and just took off. Luckily for Pomal, his head wasn't taking off.
This one again is a bit uppishly. Walsh reaching for that one. It's good bowling from Muti. Gudakish Muti now in his 6th over. Not for 23 so far. Down the wicket he comes. He flicks this one in the air. It's almost equidistant between the two fielders, and it bounces and goes for 4. Rutherford seemed to have it covered, and then for some reason the wrong angle on it. It just pitched, maybe it skidded, and it just ran into the boundary there, that deep mid-wicket position.
Yeah, so at the last moment, both fielders, that ball bisected both fielders, Chanderpaul and...
I'm not quite sure what, Rutherford is off the field. He just walked off, and I'm not quite sure what has happened there. Now, for him to leave the field, you would think he would ask the umpires, or at least notify the umpires, that he was leaving the field, and he just walked off. So maybe he's injured, or I'm not quite sure what it is.
But interesting enough, that the umpires are not going to allow the 12th man to come on, because from what it seems, there was absolutely no communication between Rutherford and the presiding umpires.
And it may not, but I'm not sure if it's like an injury. He doesn't seem, no, in all honesty, when there was a ball earlier that he chased, I think he was at mid-wicket, and he had to run it down to the boundary, close to the boundary. And when he was trying to recover from that, he seemed a little bit hobbled. But he stayed on. He didn't go off then. Now he was trying to run. He had to run a couple meters, probably about 15 meters or so to his right. And then he just seemed to stop. He never bothered to attack the ball. And after that, he just walked off the park. And I want to believe it might be something that they said to him, because he could have clearly have stopped that ball, or at least many felt he should have been able to stop it. He didn't. And maybe he just felt, you know, I'm just going to go off and not bother with you guys out here anymore. Here he goes again with that nice little paddle, just to pinch a quick single. Good batting again from Hayden Walsh Jr. That brings up the 100 for the Leeward Islands. It's 100 for 3 now after 25.
But Rutherford just seems to be hobbling a bit, Ruskin.
So 100 on the board. In 25 overs, so they're just plugging along at 4 and over. And Colin Murray is going to relieve Anil. And the 25 overs completed. So far, so good for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I think they would be the happier of the two at this stage, Colin.
Yeah, for sure, Ruskin. You're looking at 25 overs, 100 runs, just 4 runs and over. They've got to up it now. Hayden Walsh has come in 26 now from 28 balls. So you could see him trying to pick up the pace, but still, I think they're a little bit behind at this point in time.
Sinclair again touching on a good line just outside the off-stump. Walsh trying to cut and not able to make contact.
Yeah, they're about 25, 30 runs, I think, at this point behind.
Sure.
Yeah, I would think they would have been more comfortable with maybe 130 or thereabouts.
So we'll see if Walsh could really get them going again. He goes for the reverse, and he does well, and he's going to get a boundary. So Excellent work here. And Gurukesh Muti, again, remember he is well played in the end.
I tell you what, he was taking that from maybe I would think middle and leg. A very interesting shot from Hayden Walsh, because had he missed, he would have been in a lot of trouble. But he made up his mind very early that he was going to play that reverse sweep. And again, it's the off spin out to the left-hander, so it's spinning away. So in the end, it was a pretty good shot.
He's going the other way now, and he's going to get a couple here. Quickly, they go for one, and they're going to come back for a very, very comfortable second run. So
Hayden
things
Walsh
starting to happen.
Hayden Walsh is a busy little cricketer, isn't he?
Both of them, you see the speed they're
he's
running at?
Yeah, but when he's bowling, when he's
Yes.
fielding, when he's batting,
It's all action.
Yeah, it's all action. There's never a dull moment with him.
He certainly is, and he's playing another good hand here for the Leeward Islands. It has to be said. He's up to 32 now. Down the wicket he comes, and Sinclair saw him coming and ducked it in onto his pads. And although Walsh played it well in the end, he couldn't get the single. Pomal did well to get across. He just scampered across there and made the stop.
Gore was looking for the single, and surprisingly, Walsh sent him back.
Yep.
Because Walsh never turns down a single, does he?
It's not in his vocabulary at all. It's not in his DNA. But he's playing well. This is such a good hand on his part. He almost fishes at one outside the off stump, sort of gloved it. And nice bounce and turn there from Sinclair. Slow delivery, but he concedes a single. Walsh pinches the strike again as now goes to 107 for 3 into 26.
Yeah, and Walsh on 33, Gore is on 18, and so far it's been a good partnership between these two, because they came together with a total on 60 for 3. Again, we see Casey Carty being dismissed for 29, getting a start and then getting out. And these are the things that really gets me a little upset with the West Indian players, especially the ones with the kind of potential that Carty possesses. Is it going to be a change in Sutherland, Sherfane Rutherford, who was coming off the field, is now going to come into the attack to bowl his medium pace.
Well, I think Pomal is telling him.
Well, come and do something. Yeah, because the thing about Rutherford Ruskin, I tell you, the 2 games he's bowled in, he's not been flattered himself at all. The first game, the game against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, he had 5 overs, 2 for 55. So he went at 11 runs and over. And against the Windwards, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, his 3 overs cost him 27 runs. So he went for 9 runs and over. So in his 8 overs so far he's bowled in this tournament, he's gone for 92 runs. So I think there's a little bit of a chance here that Pomal is taking, because he's done nothing so far to me to indicate that Rutherford is going to keep things tight or get a wicket or 2. But who knows? He's obviously looking to break this partnership, Pomal, because the partnership is starting to build nicely. The 47 runs they've put on, and with Walsh on 33, Gore on 18, they need to get a wicket, and maybe he's turned to Rutherford to try and get that wicket.
And he's the 6th bowler that they're using as well, so it means somebody would not bowl the full 10. And that's a wide delivery to start with. First up.
Not a good start.
Yeah. Well, but it was interesting, Colin, that Rutherford just
said that you felt is because they didn't think he tried to stop that ball. Well, even if that, there's no reason for you to walk off the field. So
they hurt his feelings.
Well, yeah, but sometimes you get that as a cricketer or a sportsman.
It's gone wide again, and this time it's slipped over and just ambling at the ball out there again. It just tells you. Out in the deep, and he just never seemed to want to attack the ball.
Well, they're moving him now, and he's coming into a backward point, and the man at the cover position, he's gone out onto the boundary. Now that is, who is that going out there?
Savary, is it?
Yeah, it's Savary going out there. Maybe
Gone
that's
again.
4 more.
Yep.
At this time, it was hit upishly, Ruskin, but he found the gap. That was the important thing.
For the ball. If there's anything that maybe to get him into the game, get him interested in the game. Because if you have somebody just walking off the field, clearly there is an issue. Let's just put it this way.
Ruskin,
I am just trying to.
I don't know what you're trying, but don't tell me the skipper is giving him the ball to keep him interested in the game.
But that's the only reason.
Well, I would come off the field.
But he tried that just now and the umpires called him back.
Well, he was Ruskin, you can't come off the field in the middle of an over unless you're injured. You know, he was just walking off the field after the 4th ball.
This is what was so amazing about that.
You can't just walk off the field and say, hey, I'm gone.
But he's not the only one. Look at the approach
from
by
Sinclair.
Yeah. You know, when he was here.
The only thing I could think of with that, he may have thought the ball was going for 4. But you don't think about it, you got to run it down.
And it just seems. I'm not sure. I mean, from where we are, you know, we can't tell. We can't even have a conversation with somebody out on the field. But somewhere along the line, there is a disconnect, and you're seeing it played out, you know, on the field.
And it's strange because Guyana on top, they're keeping things tight. This over though, they've gone for 11 runs in the first 4 balls.
And they might get another one here. Yep. And again, the skipper didn't really crown himself in glory here. He went for it with his foot and missed it. And so now you see why they have to practice the football at the start of play, because some of them are not.
Obviously, Pumar wasn't practicing. But, you know, you look at it so far, 5. So Rutherford is keeping, you know, he's gone for 12 so far. And he's been going for 11. He went for 11 in the last game. And he went for 9 in the first game. So my point is, why would you bring Rutherford on at this stage, Rutherford? You've got Romario Shepherd. You've got Beaton. If you want to go back to some kind of pace, surely you should go back to one of those two. Well, it's the end of the over, and we're going to have a Blue Waters drink break because I think it's needed. I think the Guyana team need to settle down because things seems to be not going the way they want it to be. Gore is on 18 from 37 deliveries. Walsh is 44 from 39. It's 119. It's 119 now for 3 after, 27 overs. So as we have the Blue Waters drink break, we're going to take a little bit of a break here ourselves.
As we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval, players have had a little bit of a refreshment break, and Sinclair is going to continue. And again, Walsh is trying to play that shot. Not for the first time, he has attempted it and missed.
A little bit of a quicker delivery there, I thought, from Sinclair. He pushed it through. And Walsh was a little bit late. He was trying to open the face, trying to get it through point.
This time he's playing it. That's excellent from running across Shimron Hipmeyer, running across to his right. And you know, Colin, when they were at the break, they were in a big huddle. Obviously, a lot was said. I'm not sure who was leading the discussion, but you could see them there huddled together. They weren't happy how that session ended. That last 2 or 3 overs ended there, and they need to pull things back, get it back on top. They're not behind in any way. In fact, the Leewards, I think, are the ones behind here. But Guyana just have to be careful and not let them back in the game.
Yeah, because the run rate, the current run rate is 4.33, which is good as far as the Harpy Eagles are concerned. But you don't want that run rate to creep up to, say, 5.5, 6.
There he goes again with that sweep shot. Yep, he badly line delivery and trying to come after it. Doing well. Anderson running back from slip. 2 leg byes in the end. So this is the period here where the Guyana Harpy Eagles have to be spot on with their planning, their field placing, their bowling. They just need to lift themselves here now. Watch, I'm not sure where he was going, but he then had to reach a delivery outside the off stump, spinning away from him. Guess what? He's pinched the strike again, taking a single off the last ball. 122 now for 3.
Yeah, again, I think Sinclair, he's trying to push the ball through a little bit. And because of that, he's getting some turn, but it's far too short. I would like to see him give the ball a little bit more air. Let Hayden Walsh come down the track, try to go over the top. Yes, you may get hit for 6, but you're also giving the long off and the long on a chance to take the catch. Right now, he's pushing that ball through, and Walsh is just trying to milk it, trying to hit him past point, getting on the back foot, trying to hit him through the cover region. But, you know, you look at Walsh so far in the over from Sinclair, he really didn't take any chances whatsoever. I tell you what, I'm very surprised Shurfin Rutherford is getting another over. He's went for 12 in the first over. He never looked as if he would pick up a wicket. But maybe, as you say, Ruskin, Versami Pomol is trying to keep him interested in the game. Because, you know, there's no reason after that first over why you would give Rutherford another over. But, you know what? If he gets a wicket, kudos to Rutherford, kudos to Pomol.
But if he goes for 12 more.
Well, I will
does he
leave
get a third?
I will leave you to comment after that.
He's going over the top again. There is a fielder out in the deep, so he'll only get the 1 run. But clearly, Hayden Walsh taking a liking to Rutherford's offering here.
Well, he's going after him, and that one he was looking to hit it straight over extra cover, and it peeled off a thickish outer part of the bat, the outside edge more than anything else. Let me not say the outside edge, more the outer part of the bat, and went down towards that deep point position. But you could see the intention of Hayden Walsh is clear. He was looking to go over extra cover. There's a long off and a long on.
Gord getting one outside of his legs and can catch up with it. So, but it's a wide all the same.
He got away with that one, didn't he?
Yep. Because any kind of touch.
There is a fine leg and there's a deep square leg, but there's that huge gap between those two fielders.
This one is in the air, but it's well to the left of the man out in the deep. They've gone for 1, and they're going to come back for that second run quite comfortably. Nothing, again, that Anderson could do about that. He did well. He attacked the ball and got to it quickly, then released it. But the batsmen, they're fairly quick between the wickets, these two.
It seemed to be a little bit of a quicker ball from Rutherford. It came on to go quicker than he anticipated.
Here he is again trying to get after him, throwing the bat at it outside that off stump, hitting the inner portion of the bat, and but they all count. And nowhere in the scorebook does it say off the inside edge or the outside edge. It says 1 run. And he will take it. He goes on now to 20, and it's Walsh who's on 46 is back on strike, and that's 46 from 46 balls.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good knock again from Hayden Walsh Jr.
They go for another quick single, and they're going to get it too. Not for the first time. They're able to pinch these singles. The ball doesn't even get off the square, and they get another comfortable single.
This is a much better over from Rutherford, I must admit. His line has been a little better. He's just back of a length, 1 or 2 of the deliveries, and he's saying to the batsman, hit me if you can.
Well, he's going to concede another run here. Another good shot on the onside of the wicket this time for 1 more. So they rotate. They're going off almost off every ball. Plus he has a wide thrown in there as well.
7 from the over thus far. So he's gonna come round the wicket as he's been doing to the left-hander. Question is he going to pitch it up to Walsh?
Walsh wanted a single but was sent back, which is a good decision in the end, and so it remains at 129 for 3 after over number 29.
Much better over from Rutherford. He wasn't outside of the first delivery where he took it up to Walsh and Walsh tried to go over extra cover. After that, he's been just back of a length to the. He was short to go and got hooked at 1. It came onto him a little quicker. So it was a much better over from Rutherford. And he's only gone for 7, so you have to say, well, very good over.
The question is, do you give him a third?
Well, I mean, you probably will have to give him a third over because it wasn't that bad of an over, and they're trying to get after him. So, once you're trying to get after a bowler and he pitches that ball in the right area, then who knows, he can very well pick up a wicket or 2. And Guyana, they need a wicket or 2 now because this partnership is gone to 69 runs between these two.
So Rutherford is getting a drink of water down at long on. He's at long on. There's a long off. There's a man on the boundary at square leg as well. And there is a deep backward point 3/4 of the way out. Sinclair bowling a nice line here, keeping it tight, trying to go across it slightly.
He's pushing it through his knee. He's not giving the ball any air at all. He's well, that one he gave a little bit of air, and the go ahead was all in the air. Never really. I mean, it would have been better served if he was playing that ball straight. It was given a little bit more air than usual from Sinclair, and there was Gore trying to hoik it over deep mid wicket because there's a man at square leg.
Yes.
Again, a good delivery, given a little bit of air, this time outside the line of the off stump. The ball before Ruskin, you could see what he was trying to do. There is a huge gap. There's a deep square leg and a long on. So he was trying to get it over deep mid-wicket.
There are 2 mid-wickets short. He was trying to clear both of them.
Yeah, but his head was in the air, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
His head was in the air.
Lost his shape.
Yeah,
Yep.
totally.
But this is a good over from Sinclair. He's kept him quiet. And this time they're going to get this single. And good anticipation from Chandapal as well. So finally, Gore is able to get down to the other end. And it's Heaton Walsh who's back on strike now. But with just the one legitimate delivery left in the over.
It's been a good spell from Sinclair when you look at it.
Not for 17 so far.
From his 6 overs. So you look at this spell, Ruskin, it's been good, he's been tight. I would have liked to see a little bit more variation from him, but give him credit. You look at his figures, he's the most economical of the bowlers with 2.83. He is the most economical. So after 30 overs, it's the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're 130 for 3. So 20 overs left That's 120 balls, and you have to think, Ruskin, they need, if they bat well,
120 more runs.
120 more runs, they need to get somewhere between 250 and 270.
You know,
But they have to bat well.
and I think key to that would be, one, first of all, Hayden Walsh would probably have to stick around for a little while. If you could get him to bat another 10 overs or so. Plus somebody, maybe a Raheem Cornwall, might come higher up.
Possibly. You send Raheem Cornwall to get on with it. Then there's Justin Graves.
Yep.
Of course,
Skipper as well.
Hamilton.
Yep.
Jamar Hamilton.
Alzari Joseph has
they've got some
firepower
batting to
back
come,
there.
yeah.
Yep. So here's Rutherford in his third over now. And that's a good shot. That's very well played again. So
You
good
notice
sensible
that ball
cricket.
again, Ruskin, just back of a length coming into him. Couldn't do very much with it except to turn it down towards the deep square leg.
My question to you is Rutherford in the game now?
Is he? Is he interested in the game now? I would think so. He's
bowling.
Yeah, he's bowling, and I think he's interested. And he's settled down after that first over. Tell you what, if I was the captain, he wouldn't have had another over after that first over. But give him credit. He's come back nicely.
And they're going to have to hurry here again, and they will get it too. They're not going to get the overthrow. No, they won't. And they almost got themselves in a bit of a tangle there. But once more, this was good fielding again from Savary. Good backing up, I should say, because the throw was slightly behind Imla, the wicketkeeper. He couldn't hold it in. And in the end, they were only able to get the one run. Sinclair was the initial fielder.
Yeah, I would have probably looked at Romario Shepherd because you need to break this partnership, and I would have possibly given the ball to Romario Shepherd instead of Rutherford. But there's two ways you can look at it. You may want to hold back a Romario Shepherd from over number 38 or that over number 40 and let him bowl out towards the end.
72 these two have added so far. And that could be 76.
That was a poor delivery.
Yep. 4 runs, just swiveling into the wicket. And Gore says, thank you very much, and helped himself to a boundary.
It was short. It was a nothing delivery from Rutherford. It had no pace or anything. And as you rightly said, Gore said, thank you very much, and has helped himself to another boundary. So he goes on to 28, 136 for 3.
And these two have really batted well for the Leeward Islands. It could never be overstated. More runs here, just a single. Hetmeyer. So now it's off to Hayden Walsh, the left-hander. And he has been kept quiet in recent overs. He hasn't really been able to really extend his arms as much as he would like. He's 2 away from a half-century, a deserved half-century. He's coming off 60 not out in the last game. So if he could get back-to-back 50s, that would be excellent on his part.
Slower delivery to end the over. That's, again, just 7 runs coming from this over. So he's now bowled, 3 overs for 26 runs. So that's just about 8 runs and over from Rutherford. But again, 7 runs in the over. They would want to tighten up a little bit. So 31 overs have been bowled, 137 for 3.
Yeah, the one boundary in the over, which was really was a bad ball. It was a short ball. He doesn't have the pace to be bowling at that length. And it was, appropriately dispatched. But other than that, he's kept it relatively quiet, which is what I think Pomol is expecting of him. Just bowl it right there, thereabouts, and try to keep the batsman quiet as we go through. Sure, he would want to break through if possible, but I think this is the end that he's probably hoping that he's going to get that wicket from Whit Sinclair operating. Well, that's a smashing shot. May only get a single though.
It went through Sinclair, but it was hit powerfully. So
one more to the score, 138 for 3. 78-run partnership so far for this fourth wicket.
Nothing. Ball, sinky ball.
Again, good, sensible bowling here, but very, very, very watchful is Hayden Walsh Jr. He's really kind of going into a bit of a shell here. Now he's going for the sweep shot and a loud appeal, but not out, says the umpire. Again, he was going outside the off stump. And here again, the umpire keeps hitting his side, and I'm not sure.
Seemed to be outside the line of the off stump. Seemed to be hit outside the line.
He's trying to get off. So they go for a quick single, and they will get it to chase Ryan Chandapal there. That short third man or backward point position can't prevent it.
Yeah, good running again between these two. So 79 now, this partnership. It's been
Watch
really good.
Watch is up
Excellent.
to 49 now.
Yeah.
So he's one away from a half century. Gore, who's on 30. He too is able to nip off another comfortable single. So they've done it in a very smart way, not taking too many risks. Every so often they might chance their hands, and it's a sweep shot that seems to be the shot of choice when they decide to take risk.
So another good over from Sinclair Ruskin. Just 3 runs coming from it. He's got, 7 overs now, none for 20. And 32 overs have been completed, 140 for 3. So if they continue at this rate, they'll get to around 220. But that's
Not enough.
I don't think that's going to be enough. But who knows?
Trinidad and Tobago made what,
290.
290.
You're talking against Guyana?
Against Guyana, yeah.
The thing is, Guyana, they got to 176 and 229 for 9 against the Windward Islands, 229 for 9, and then got bowled out for 176. So the batting hasn't really clicked. When you look at the Guyana batting lineup, no one has yet on that Guyana team has scored a half century. You look at Imlach in the first game, 41, Sinclair 41, and then Hetmeyer 21, Rutherford 22, and then against the Red Force, Hemraj 21, Hetmeyer 24, Imlach 26, Rutherford 30, Sinclair 20. They all got starts,
yeah.
but nobody carries on.
Well, Shepard is back.
Yep, I was thinking that. They need to break this partnership.
Yep, Rutherford has had his 3 overs.
So his interest in the game has gone?
He's keen again.
Okay. So Shepard is back, and I think they need to get they're looking for the breakthrough, and I think this is a good move.
Yep, I think it was always on the cards. It was just a question of when he would do it. Trying to invent a shot there, and I think he's trying to get Hayden Walsh back on strike as quickly as he possibly can. Maybe that's part of the thinking here. Walsh has decided, look, it's about time we get cracking again. And so Gore was just trying to turn one on the onside. Sun has gone in a little bit here now. Nice and cool conditions at the over. No immediate threat of rain, probably just a little cloud cover. That's a great shot, but you'll get nothing for it. Excellent feeling there, Sinclair. So points at a premium right now. The Leeward Islands, no doubt, would love another 2 here. Guyana, sure, they too must be thinking, this is a game we have to get. Still, he can't get it. They might still get it, though. Yes, they do. And Hetmeyer, a tumbling save. I don't think it was a dive. I think he fell down, but he stopped it, but like a goalkeeper, he pushed it away from him, so he couldn't get to it quickly, and the batsman were able to complete the single. Good alert cricket.
Yep. Single though again. So brings Hayden Walsh on 49 now. If he can get that single, it'll be his 2nd consecutive 50. And I tell you, Ruskin, if you told me before the tournament started that Hayden Walsh Jr. would go score back-to-back half centuries, I would have wanted to know which book you're reading.
The Book of Eli. He played this one in the air and he gave it away.
Commentator's curse.
He just spooned a catch, simple as that, straight to Hetmeyer, and he goes for 49. It's 141 now for 4.
And exactly what Shepherd has been brought back to do, he's done it. And again, I would have done this 3 overs ago, but it's all in hindsight, you know. But again, our delivery seemed to be a slower one, and Walsh was pushing at it. So he goes one short of the half century that I was predicting that he would have been getting back-to-back half centuries. He's not been able to do that, but a really good hand from Hayden Walsh. He's gone, caught Hetmeyer off Shepherd for 49 from 55 deliveries. It's now 141 for 4, and this partnership worth 81 runs is finally broken.
It is, and it was a good partnership. But it's also an opportunity for some of the big hitters now to come and try to, you know, up the tempo a little bit to get the team into a stronger position. And hopefully somebody like Jamar Hamilton, who's coming to the crease, can in fact do that. He's another busy customer, but another good hand from Hayden Walsh, but a crucial breakthrough for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and it's their main man Shepherd getting the job done for them. Skipper Versamy Pomal must be breathing a lot easier now.
So it is Jamar Hamilton, as we indicated, coming to the crease. And he's very much in the same mold as Hayden Walsh Jr. He's going to try to get on with it. He's going to look to work the ball around, and if you give him a bad ball, he's going to hit it towards the boundary, no doubt. But he needs to get going, Jamar Hamilton.
Yeah, he can make a big difference.
Yeah. Got to 27 in the last game against the Academy. Again, another one getting a start, but wasn't able to carry on. So at 141 for 4, we've still got 17.2 overs left. And the current run rate is just at about 4.3. They need to get that up to at least 5.
They need another 100 runs or so.
Yeah, at least minimum.
Mm-hmm.
So Hamilton is off the mark with that single. It's the end of the over. 33 overs have now been completed, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are 141 for 4.
A good over from Romario Shepherd, an important one, a successful one at that, getting the wicket of Hayden Walsh Jr. Now it's they must be thinking maybe now we could start to maybe run through some of these the lower order, the middle and lower order of the Leeward Islands batting. But this could also be a dangerous period as well, because now you have batsmen who are coming with the intent to try to score quick runs. And one or two big hits could change the complexion very quickly.
Well, it's going to be Sinclair. It's going to continue. 7 overs, none for 20 so far. And he would want to keep things tight at from that Brown Lara Pavilion end. And if he can pick up a wicket or two, that'll be a bonus. But I think he's doing the job that Versamy Pomol has asked him to do. Keep things tight, because he's not giving away very much. He's not varying his bowling. He's not giving it some air. He tends to be very tight, very flat. And us saying to the batsman, well, if you want runs, come after me.
Very miserly. Not, but it's good bowling in the context of the game. You know, he's been able to keep one end quiet. That's
Well-
gone. That's gone. That's a big hit.
A good hit.
Yep, it sounded good.
Yeah, came off the bat nicely. But that one, again, give it a little bit more air. And angling away.
That's a
with-
shot he attempted
Yep,
earlier, but he
that's
kept
right.
his shape a lot
Yeah.
better this time.
That was going to come. Keep going.
It was really a good shot. And you have to think that Gore has been there quite a while. He's faced, 56 deliveries for his 38. So he's got, and he's been facing Sinclair for a while now. So he had to, Sinclair's decided now to come over the wicket, probably going to take it a little further outside that line of the off stump. And exactly that. And Sinclair this time using his feet and just trying to find that gap between the forward square leg and a wideish mid-on.
Gone with him again, and it's 4 runs this time.
Well, they've got to cover, they've got to block that gap now, Ruskin. They've got to decide to plug that gap because he's going wide towards mid-wicket, and they either got to take that long on and push him a little wider, or he's not bowled. They've got a slip in place, but not only that, they've got a deep point about 3/4 weight back to the boundary. If he's not going to bowl outside that line of the off stump, take that man and
He's
well,
gone.
that's in there. I don't think he got all of that. Pamal or lost sight of it. Versami Puma. I don't think it was his catch either.
And Rutherford was coming off the boundary, but Rutherford again, I don't think if he called him off, and the skipper decided he would take responsibility for it, but he grasped it.
I don't think he got his hands to it.
Yeah, he
But
got it. He got it into his hands.
He got it
Yep.
into his hands?
Yep.
Okay. But that should have been Rutherford's catch. He was coming in. They always say, Ruskin, the rule is the man coming into the ball should take the catch. But Versami Pomol was running backwards, seemed to get into the position to take it, and lost it in the end. So the end of over number 34, the 150 was up with that 6. And now it's 154 for 4. But really and truly, you have to think that Gore, his innings should have ended. 12 runs coming in that over from Sinclair. It was unlucky that he didn't pick up a wicket.
So he was close. He was very close indeed to getting a wicket there. But you have to take the catches when they're presented to you. And now he's going to add on another one. So he's doing his part. He too is starting to find his range, so to speak, although he got that chance there, but he's on to 44 now. And you would think he too must be thinking of a half century at least. Shepherd, with 2 wickets already. Picked up the wicket of Powell earlier and then just got Walsh Jr. And once again that ball played to that short fine leg and he never looked like he was going to stop the single.
Well, it was always on because he's right to the edge of that circle, and give Gore credit. He turned it very fine. And
Hamilton.
Hamilton turned it, took the pace off of the delivery, and it was trickling down, going down to the man there at that short.
That was
fine
Sinclair.
leg. Was it Sinclair?
Yep.
Yep, Sinclair actually. Yeah. But we've seen him not really attacking the balls played towards him.
And they're going to get another single again. Nothing Chandapal could do about that one. So Gore's picked up another comfortable single. So he's on to 45 now. Karima Gore. Remember Hugh Gore?
Yeah, I
big
remember the left arm
seam
spacer.
bowler.
Yeah.
Yep. So the name Gore and the bloodlines continue in the Leeward Islands. And Jamal Hamilton has come in, and he too is being able to rotate the strike quite quickly. He hasn't been able to cut loose just yet.
I think he's coming to terms with the
Conditions.
yeah, and it's always good when you can rotate the strike, get the ball coming onto the bat, and I think that's the most important thing, which he's doing at the moment.
Can Romario Shepherd pick another pepper here? Because this is his 6th over. I don't know if he'll be bowling much more after this for the time being anyway. He's come on, he's done his job, he's picked up that wicket. So they might just maybe hold him back for a little bit later.
Yeah, I would think so. They may look at Ronsford Beaton to bowl a couple overs from this end.
Somebody's not going to bowl out because Rutherford bowled 3 overs in there. So that might have been the thinking for Veerasamy Permaul. He too has a chance to come back. Muti can come back. There he goes in the air, but it's going to land safely. It's in big acreage out there, deep mid-wicket, and the batsmen are going to get 2. But you could see Jamal Hamilton coming down the wicket, and then he lost the grip on the bat, and he just went through with one hand and skied it, but he got it into a big open space and picked up 2 runs. 161 for 4 at the end of the over.
So the end of 35 overs now, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 161 for 4, and there was Shepherd going for 7 runs in the over, but 5 of them being singles off the first 5 deliveries, as Ruskin Mark is making his way out, and Anil Lakan is going to come back in. Coach Anil Lakan. Always look very jolly, Anil.
Well, I am a very jolly person indeed, Colin Murray.
You are.
Yes, I am.
What is your demeanor with coaching? You're not very happy when your players doing nonsense, are you?
Sometimes you've got to take the good with the bad, Colin. These youngsters.
Do you take more good than bad?
You have to go with it whenever.
Don't answer that, Anil. I don't want to set you up here. But it's 161 for 4, and a change in bowling because Sinclair, after a marathon spell he had 8 overs, he's taken out of the attack, and Gudakesh Moti, who's had 6 overs, none for 28, he's going to come into the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Karima Gore.
So Karima Gore playing an excellent hand thus far. He's on 46.
Yes, and it's a huge partnership of 81 with Hayden Walsh Jr., who went for 49, but there's a single for Gore, so he inches towards that half century. He's on 46 now.
He's played very responsibly indeed.
Just a single for Hamilton because there is protection at that deep square cover.
So Hamilton, a very busy player indeed, likes to get on with it, and a very good time to come out to the middle as well, Colin.
Yeah, it's got a good foundation has been laid. And this time we can't get the ball past the man at point in Romario Shepherd. Ronsford Beaton is the man at that deep square cover right out on the boundary. Good bowling from Moti. He's cramping Gore, not giving him the room in which to play that expansive drive. You could see him backing away, trying to give himself the room. But so far it's been a good over from Moti, and they're going to get the single because it goes all the way down towards Beaton, who is at that deep point position. We see a change in the field. And well, not a change in the field, a change in positions, because Shepherd, who was at that cover, he's gone to long on, and Rutherford, who was at long on, has come to cover. Hamilton turns this ball again, a delivery angled into the right-hander, and he was just turning it forward of square. Permaul does the fielding, but not before the batsman can get the single. End of over number 36. At the end of it, it's 165 for 4. And look at some of the bowling figures. Shepherd, the standout bowler at the moment, 2 for 25 together with Permaul, who also has 2 for 25. Those were the 2 wicket takers so far for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And I would think that I'll be surprised if Shepherd continues here. I think it's going to be Runsford beaten. So, you know, I think Pumol has a little bit of some sort of mic in his pocket, because I was telling Ruskin Mark I would have gone to beaten, just give Romario Shepherd 2 overs, because he's got to keep him for later on when as they say, the happy hour is going to start. Shepherd has to be kept back for that. Good idea now. Bring Beaton back into the attack. Give him a couple overs. Keep things tight, and try to limit this Leeward Island score to maybe in the vicinity of 220, 230. They don't want to get it up to 260, 270, because it's going to be a tough order for Guyana. I think they would want to keep it to about 220, 230.
Yes, indeed, Colin. But I was very surprised indeed that skipper Pumol, did take a very long time to bring back one of his strike bowlers, Romario Shepherd. But that once that partnership had gotten to 50, one would have thought that he would have been tempted to bring back his main striker in Romario Shepherd. But it's going to be beaten from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end.
Anil, I think you mentioned about upsets in the World Cup. We seem to be heading for another one, because Afghanistan, they are 211 for 2 against Pakistan, which means that they need 72 runs to win in 72 balls.
Well, I must say...
And remember, they upset England earlier in the tournament.
Yes, they did.
That's a good shot from Hamilton. He set it straight. And I think did it go one bounce? Yes, just about one bounce. Now, there's a long on in place. But Hamilton, he went straight back over the bowler's head, maybe just slightly to the onside. But still, it was away from the man at long on, who was sprinting around to his left in Sinclair, but couldn't get to it. And it dropped one bounce and went into. Now we see a change in feeling immediately. Sinclair is being moved from long on. I wonder what's all of this about. Is it a matter of getting somebody quicker at the long on position? Because the man who has gone out there, let's see, because Sinclair has been moved, and it's Savary. Savary is the man who has gone towards a long on. So it's sometimes, Anil, that's a little bit embarrassing for fieldsmen when a ball, but obviously in my view, Pumol is looking at the quicker player who can move a little bit quicker, which is fair enough.
Well, you definitely want to have your best fielders, in the high traffic areas, and long on and long off is traditionally a very heavy traffic area when it comes to batting, especially at the back end of the innings. So one would think that, you see the likes of Pollard, Bravo, they take up these strategic positions at the back end of the innings.
It's a good shot. That's not going to get to the boundary, because Moti is quick on the outfield and around the boundary edges, and he limits the scoring to 2. So 170 there for 4 now. And Gore has finally got to his 50 from 67 balls, 2 fours, 1 6. Really a super innings. When you think of it, Gore came in with a total on 49 for 2. So he's batted very well.
He's batted extremely well. That partnership that he had of 81, really setting up here the Leeward Islands Hurricanes to a total, possibly now, Colin, could be in excess of maybe 250.
But what I would still like to see more of Gore, he's got 50 from 67 deliveries. I just need to see him still rotating the strike a little bit better when he gets a delivery that he can't do much with it. In other words, a boundary ball. He's been batting long enough now to work that ball and get a single. And if I had to find a fault with Gore, I think that to me is about his only drawback at this point in time. Slower delivery from Beaton.
But it's a situation across the region, Colin. Not only with Gore, but a lot of young players. They just seems, on showing a lot of intent in trying to access the boundaries rather than trying to become accumulators, and also take the option when it's available.
Yeah, it is a problem. Suppose that's why the bonus point system has come in to play. The dot balls and the bonus point system is. Here is God. He's favored that shot because we've seen him on more than one occasion go over the mid-wicket position. And I'm not sure why Versamy Pomol has still not put a deep mid-wicket. That's one of the scoring areas for Gore. He's been taking up that ball outside the line of the off stump, and he's been hitting it over deep mid-wicket. And still, Versamy Pomol, he's not blocked that area of a boundary scoring opportunity for Gore. 11 runs coming from the over. 37 overs have been bowled. 176 for 4.
So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes really putting themselves here in the ascendancy against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Take nothing away from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. In the first 25 overs, they were excellent. But at this stage, Colin, they just seems to be losing the plot a bit.
Bad bowling?
Well, bad bowling indeed. The bowlers now are guilty of bowling on two sides of the wicket, and both sides of the wicket, and it's not helping.
Just a score coming out of UWI, Anil, the West Indies Academy, after 38 overs. They are 139 for 6, so the Academy struggling.
Yeah, they're struggling indeed. But the CCC came up trumps yesterday against a very good Windward Islands Volcanoes team.
The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they've lost 3 games on the trot, but all have been close games. They should have beaten Guyana. They lost by 10 runs. And then they should have, Trinidad and Tobago probably got the better of them. Or there's the end of Gore. No. It was all along the ground. I thought for a moment that he was hitting it in the air. And then you had the other game against the CCC where they lost in the last ball. So they would be thinking to themselves that they should have won at least 2 of those 3 games.
Well, yesterday being at UWI Spec, I felt that they were in the ascent.
Well, yeah, goes. I thought he had hit the ball. It was such an easy dismissal, and because the blue water drinks break is on, he came down the track and he hit it straight back into the hand of Moti. And I was saying to myself, well, he's gone, but there was no emotion from the players. Nobody ran up to Moti and said, hey, well bowled, a high five. It was as if it was an easier Sunday morning. And the ball was bowled, and then it was just hit straight back into the hands of Moti, who accepted the catch. And I was saying, Anil, that it looked like a cotton ball, but there was absolutely no emotion from the players.
Yeah, I felt it was a bomb ball, to be honest with you, because it was like business as usual. There wasn't that celebration, in terms of the players getting into a huddle, and really, showing the appreciation for that wicket. But out comes the man himself, the rack attack, a.k.a. Jimbo.
Yeah, Jimbo.
Jimbo is out in the park.
Probably a good time for him to come in now. They would have probably wanted Gore and Hamilton to last maybe another 3 or 4 overs. But still, it's a good time. There's still 12 and a half overs left. And Cornwall making his way now at 177 for 5, but I just that dismissal of Gore was absolutely incredible. He came down the track, and I saw the catch taken by Moti, but when everything went so calm and cool and collected that I was absolutely stunned when I saw him walking off, and then the guys were coming on with the Blue Waters drinks break, and I said, well, it's obvious that it was not a bump ball, and I'm really wondering about the Ghana team and their whole body language, Anil, because you look at that.
Well, looking at what's transpiring on the field, Colin, I mean,
You would have seen the Red Force yesterday, wouldn't you? Or sorry, not yesterday. When was it? Saturday.
Yeah.
Against the same. You watched when they got a wicket, the kind of celebration that was going on, the intensity. I'm just not seeing it with the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Well, I don't want to read too much into it, Colin, but it seems to me, from an external point of view, that things are not right in the camp.
Well, as I suppose that defeat, I'm just wondering. They could have lost both games. The Windward Islands Volcanoes were on target. They were on track to win the game.
Yeah, they wanted 11.
Yeah, and they just lost the plot. And they eventually lost that game, a game in which they should have won. So you're looking at that game, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles would have known that they got away with one, and then losing to the Red Force. I'm just wondering, as you rightly said, if things are not the way it should be. Well, we're just about getting ready to resume after the drinks break. And Jimbo.
But I'd really love to give the players, kudos for, even though the chips have been down, most of the team has been trying to rally around what is taking place.
Cornwall, 2 dot balls so far. You don't see that very often with Rakeem Cornwall. Make that 3 dot balls. Nope, he's gonna go to single. No, he's not gonna chance it. He would have had to sprint, and he decided against it. So the 3 dot balls from Cornwall. So at the end of over number 38, it's 177 now for 5.
Yeah, 72 balls to go, and if we were to add a 72 to the score, that's going to take us to 249. With the likes of Rakeem Cornwall out in the middle, we know how destructive he can be if he gets in. So for a for a Leeward Hurricanes point of view, Jama Hamilton and Rakeem Cornwall could really set the tone here at the back end of the innings here. Are we going to see a special knock from the likes of Rakeem Cornwall?
Yeah, he needs to have a big one. He certainly needs to have a real big innings if they're to get to that 250, 260.
Well, at a run of ball, they are going to get to 249.
Yeah, just having a look at the monitor there, Anil, it looks not good heading towards the east. Ominous signs, as they say.
Yeah, and once you put 6 stumps up at the Queen's Park Oval, more often than not,
it rains.
You're greeted by rain.
We've been lucky so far, except, of course, that first game between the
CCC and the TNT Red Force team.
Yeah, outside of that, we've had uninterrupted. The other 2 games have been uninterrupted. Let's hope that the weather stays away for a while. Are
you happy, Colin, with the drainage at the Queen's Park Oval?
Yeah, it's in pretty good. As you see, the outfield, there's a lot of sand out here because there was a football tournament, a membership football tournament played before the start of this tournament. And, of course, you're playing football for a month on the field. You would have, that's why, they're doing some repairs work. Some fertilizer has been put, so it's going to come back, but it's going to take a little bit of time. But so far it's been good, and the drainage is pretty good.
With Rakeem Cornwall out there, Colin, would you be tempted to, well, I would be tempted if I'm the captain to possibly get another fieldsman inside that 30-yard circle and try and restrict that scoring, because as we know, Rakeem Cornwall is not the swiftest between the sticks. I'm just thinking, as the captain, I might possibly look at that option of just possibly bringing another fieldsman inside that 30-meter circle.
Well, my question to you is, which fieldsman are you going to bring into the circle?
Well, I'll definitely look at long off and bring him into that mid-off position.
Well, the thing about it here is Cornwall is going to get a boundary. That was not a good delivery from Pomal. It was wide of the off stump, and there was Cornwall reaching for it and then just hitting it square on the offside. Good shot. And he hit it hard enough. He's a big man. And once he hits that ball, it's going to stay hit. And he's picked up a boundary to get off the mark. My only concern with that, and you've got to be careful of the fieldsman you're bringing in, because Cornwall, you know he's a big hitter. You know he's going to go after it. So you want to protect the boundaries. You know, if he's going to push and get a single, that's fine. But if you give him the opportunity and you take away one of those fielders on the outskirts, it could present problems.
And a loud appeal from Pumal there, pitching just possibly outside the line of leg stump. But I'm talking in regards to Jama Hamilton when he's on strike, to try and restrict him from the rotation, Colin.
Maybe. That's a good delivery. Much better from Pumal, pitching it just on or around the off stump, turning away from Cornwall, and he was looking to again push this one through the offside. The end of the over 39 now has been completed, 182 for 5.
Yeah, and Leeward Islands Hurricanes really setting themselves up here to get a total in excess of 240.
Well, it's
that delivery was drifting in, and at the last moment it gripped on the surface and went past the outside edge of Raheem Cornwall's bat.
I'm looking towards the east, Anil, over towards the east here, over that Caribbean stand, and it's pretty clear, and that is where the rain tends to come from at the Queen's Park Oval. But here's Moti with his 9th over of the innings, 1 for 33 so far.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. Godakesh Moti putting the skids on the Leeward Islands batters. Trying to take away the levers of Jama Hamilton, bowling into the pads. You can see Hamilton just trying to make some room for himself to try and access the offside, but finding a cover point.
Well, he's going to get a single this time, as there is cover and protection out in the deep. Beaton is the man there, and they pick up an easy single.
With Beaton operating from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end, and with CWI Colin now implementing that the fielding team have access to 3 short pitch deliveries, I might just be tempted to ask Beaton to have a blast.
Yeah, well, I think the idea is going to possibly be bowl out Moti and Pumal, will get their 10 overs out of the way, and wait for Shepherd and Beaton to maybe come into their own in the last 8 to maybe last 6 to 8 overs.
But you don't think it, well...
Because Moti is doing a good job. He's only conceded 1 run in the over, and that's excellent. I think, again, 40 overs have been completed, 183 for 5. So 10 overs to go, 60 balls. You have to think that they need another 60, 70 runs.
Well, they would want to get in excess of that 60-run mark. And I'm just thinking, as the skipper of the Guyana Happy Eagles team, I would be tempted. Yeah, ominous signs indeed over that KFC sand. To bring back Beaton and let him have a go at the likes of Raheem Cornwall, possibly try to ruffle him with a couple short deliveries. I believe if Jama Hamilton and Raheem Cornwall is there at the end of this innings, we could definitely see a score in excess of 250, because both players are capable of being destructive.
Well, we enter the power play, the 3rd power play of the innings from over number 40, so it means that only 4 men can be inside the circle. Sorry, 5. 5 has to be inside the circle. And yeah, well, right now, the Harpy Eagles, they've got 5 inside the circle, including that slip. And then they've got 4 men outside the circle, which in fact is a deep point, a long off, a long on, and a deep square leg. So those are the 4 men outside the circle at the moment.
But skipper Pumol can now have the luxury of having that extra fielder outside. But what I like about what he's doing is that he's still looking for wickets at this stage of the innings by having that solitary slip.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he has a slip in. Yes, I know he's looking for the wicket, but I would have thought at this point in time, choke them a little bit for runs and see if by choking them. Well, he's now putting the fifth man outside. He's taking the man at the short fine leg and he's putting him to a deep backward square. So that is the fifth. So he's utilized the fifth fieldsman outside the circle.
It's a good move indeed, Colin, because at this stage what you want to do is protect the boundaries.
My point exactly. You have that luxury of having 5 outside the circle. Use it.
Yeah, if it's hit to the fields, man, you know it's only going to be a single.
Rather than giving away the boundary. Yeah, agreed. 183 for 5.
So he's telegraphing that he wants to bowl outside the line of the off stump.
And he does the exact opposite, Anil. He bowls a poor delivery outside the line of the leg stump, and they're going to pick up 2 runs.
Yeah, poor delivery indeed. Hamilton just helping himself there to a brace. That takes the score to 183 for 5. And not the type of delivery you want to be bowling, giving away easy runs on the leg side. With 5 fielders patrolling the offside, you really want to stay outside the line of the off stump. But that experiment has ended.
Well, they're going to pick up an easy single. Cornwall sprints down to the striker's end, but it's the end of the over from Pumol. Just 3 runs coming from that over. So he's completed 9 overs, 2 for 33. And at the end of 41 overs, the Leeward Island Hurricanes, they're 186 for 5. Hamilton is on 19 and going well.
Yeah, Hamilton just working his way into his innings at the moment. But, it's very worrying when you see the likes of Raheem Cornwall at this stage of the innings batting out in the middle. I'm sure he's not going to just sit around and try and work it around. He's going to try and extend the levers at some stage, sooner than later. So Gudakesh Moti, 9 overs, 1 for 34. Excellent return.
Well, that's a good delivery from Moti. He had a little bit of bounce, and Cornwall was struggling in the end. You thought it would have been an easy single, but he had to quickly make up some ground. And let's see, the pick-up throw hit the stumps, and he probably just got home.
Yeah, the singles are very difficult for Cornwall, especially when the ball is hit inside that 30-meter circle. Nevertheless, he was able to get in. But more importantly, for the Leeward Islands, he's on strike. Moti wanting to finish very strong in his final over here. What is in store with Raheem Cornwall on strike? Is he going to take him on?
You could never tell with Raheem Cornwall, but I would think he would want to get after Moti. Well, he's going to probably do the opposite, Anil, once we say that, and he's going to prod forward to a few deliveries.
He's just possibly waiting for that delivery in his arc where he could really extend himself. Gudakesh Moti going into the pitch, not giving him that length that he could get up and under.
Well, it's really out of
Character.
That the way Cornwall is playing. It's just pushing the ball around 4 from 12 deliveries. Just thinking that he's going to unleash at some time.
An excellent feeling again to his own bowling, Gudakesh Moti. So just 1 ball remaining in his spell here.
1 for 35 has been an excellent spell, hasn't it?
It's been a very good spell indeed from Moti. But this ball could be very critical to finish off this bowling spell, Colin.
Well, again, no runs, so it's been a really 5 dot balls that Cornwall played out there. Moti has completed his 10 overs, 1 for 35, and it's now 187 for 5 after 42 overs.
Yeah, so Gurkesh Moti doing an excellent job for his skipper by only conceding the solitary single in that over. Pumal is going to continue bowling his final over here. So it's clear, Colin, that the seamers will have the responsibility to finish off the innings. 8 overs to go, and we just about half an hour.
48 balls?
48 balls, but from a fielding perspective, they have half an hour in order to get through those 8 overs. Otherwise, they're going to be feeling it from their pockets.
Well, well, we'll see. And they've got the quicker bowlers to come back. I would think Shepherd and Beaton is going to come back into the attack at some point in time.
And with the fast bowlers in operation, Colin, possibly one of those over could possibly take as much as 5 or 6 minutes to complete.
Well, let's hope not. That they will speed up things. They're going to go through for easy single here. And I think that's what you were alluding to.
Yeah.
That try to stop them from getting those easy singles.
Singles, yeah.
So just a quick update on the World Cup game. 239 for 2. Afghanistan need 44 runs to beat Pakistan, and they've got 42 balls in which to make it.
That's going to be a major upset at the World Cup.
I thought England was a major upset, and this is a double whammy for Afghanistan.
Well, Afghanistan not only showing their prowess with having some excellent spinners, but now their batters are coming to the party
good.
as well.
Yeah, very right, correct. Let's see, Cornwall, is he going to... He's got to up the tempo at some time, Anil.
Oh, he's just possibly measuring the bowling at this stage.
Well, he's been there for 15 deliveries now.
I'm sure at some stage, Colin, they're going to target one of these bowlers.
Well, this is Pumal's final over. He's coming in for his 10th over. Very similar figures. The Moti had 10 overs, 1 for 35. Pumal, he's picked up 2 wickets for 35 from 9.2. And the runs here for him, is it going to go to the boundary? Yes, it does. Hetmar couldn't get around in time. He tried to pull it back and just couldn't stop it. And it's 4 runs to Jamar Hamilton.
Pumal, not a happy camper at the moment. You could see him very animated indeed. Possibly felt that Hetmar could have gotten the dive there to stop that ball.
Let's have a look. There he is. He got it, and somehow he didn't pull the ball back. So a good delivery from Pumal after being struck for a boundary.
But Kevin Sinclair, he still has three overs as well.
Yeah, well, you may see Sinclair coming from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. That's well swept by Hamilton, picking up the single. Yeah, you would. No, ominous signs, because the ground staff, they're starting to
get
go
in position
towards the covers, which is not a good sign, because these guys know when the rain is going to start, when the rain is going to fall here at the Queen's Park Oval. They're experienced enough.
So the signboards are coming along very quickly indeed, just in front of the Brian Lara Pavilion. So ominous signs indeed here at the Queen's Park Oval. At this stage, if you're the fielding captain and you were to come off, would you be happy with that?
Of course not. You want to stay on. You want to complete your 50 overs, especially 7 overs to go now. They want to keep it going. They want to keep things tight, because the Hurricanes, they are 194 now for 5 after these 43 overs. But the ground staff, they're getting a little. They're starting to
mobilize.
mobilize the covers, and once you see that, these guys are more or less know here when the rain is going to start to fall at the Queen's Park Oval. They're
Yeah.
experienced enough. And let's see, Beaton is going to come on, so not Sinclair as we thought. Sinclair would have come back at the Brian Lara Pavilion. He's actually gone to Beaton, and I would think Shepherd is going to come on from the Willie Rodriguez end, or the Jerry Gomez Media Center end.
And speaking of Willie Rodriguez, you would have played with him, Colin.
Well, yes, when I just left school actually, and he was coming to the end of his career, and he was playing with the Queen's Park second team. He was guiding the youngsters at that point in time when Queen's Park had a team in the senior grade division, as it was called in those days, and he was the captain, and I was one of the. I've now leaving school. I was 16, and I started to play with the second team at that time, and he was the captain. So I only played a couple games actually, but with him. And before I was just about, as I said, leaving school, and then I went into the first team the following year with Joey Carew, who was the captain. And I played a couple years under Joey, but of course Joey had a reputation where he certainly would let you know if you did nonsense on the field, and so you were really at your, you were always on your toes with Joey as the captain. But Willie was a different character. Willie was much more laid back and that kind of thing. Not that he wasn't a stern captain, but he was a different character. Joey's bowled him as nope. The ball came off an inside edge, and he was trying to open the face of the bat.
Yeah, Ruston beaten right on the money.
Yeah,
Two
good
excellent
deliveries.
Yorkers on the crease. Not much Hamilton could have done to either one of those deliveries.
It's two really good deliveries from Beaton. So the ground staff still waiting at the far end. Again, a delivery pitched up to him, and Hamilton looking to drive, coming off the inner part of the bat.
But an excellent stop indeed. That ball was hit into the ground, and it was just making some height. But look at Beaton there going goalkeeper style and just patted it down.
There's umpire Bassarat there. Went off to the side to have a little bit of the two umpires were looking at each other and then were looking towards the sky. Well, a full toss, getting an outside edge, going all the way down to Sinclair, who is at the third man, and they pick up a single.
So excellent going in this over thus far from Beaton. And if he could produce one of those two crushers, we could well see Raheem Cornwall heading back to the shed. He's been very consistent indeed, Rusford Beaton.
Cornwall continues to push the ball around and just defend his wicket. It's got pretty dark now, isn't it, Anil?
Yeah, it's getting darker and darker by the second, and I'm sure the umpires, they're keeping a keen eye on what is transpiring at this time. I'm sure the batters as well, they would be very keen to go off if they have to, because it's getting murkier and murkier here. This one.
Another dot ball from Cornwall. Look at that. 5 in 18 deliveries. Unbelievable. So 44 overs have now been completed. 195 for 5.
With the weather threatening, Colin, I might just be tempted as a skipper here to bring Sinclair in and try and see if I could get away a couple quick overs.
Yeah. Not a bad idea, to bring Sinclair. But he's going to come with Shepherd. He's got to look at Shepherd, because I think Shepherd has what? He's got another 4 overs left. There's 6 overs left in the innings.
So definitely Shepherd is not going to finish his full allocation.
No, I don't think he will, because he's only bowled 6 overs, and he can only now bowl 3 overs. So he will end up with 9 overs, Romario Shepherd.
And as we had alluded,
Beaton, he's completed 7, so he will end up with his allotment of 10.
and as we were alluding to earlier, Colin, possibly Pumal missed a trick by not bringing back the likes of Romario Shepherd, possibly earlier.
Yeah, I thought so.
Because
So-
that partnership with
Walsh and Gore.
yeah, that was was just moving along, at a pace, and you felt at that stage, he would have wanted to get a wicket.
Well, hey, Shepherd. That could run away. No, it's not. They're just going to get a single. As Moti. Moti's quick in the outfield, isn't he?
And what's good about Muti as well, the ball is traveling to his left side, his natural side, as we would say.
Yeah, but he got around there quickly to his left.
But it brings Rakim Cornwall very quiet during his stay.
Slower delivery. That's a good delivery from Shepherd. Going wide of the off stump, but also a delivery that was slower. And you could see Cornwall. Not only did he have to reach for it, but he was into the shot a little earlier.
Yeah, you could see clearly that this surface is gripping a bit. So
Ooh, Hamilton did well to get out of the way of that. Cornwall hit it hard, and Hamilton was taking cover, and give him credit.
umpire Zaid Basra also was taking
You mean Gregory Brathwaite?
Brathwaite. My
the
apology.
presiding end.
He was.
But no, but
Try-
wow. So Cornwall down to 6 from 20 deliveries. Can't get a run because Cornwall is not going to get down towards the. You have to think, Anil, that we're coming up 2 deliveries left in over number 45. Both Cornwall and Hamilton now, they've got to look for boundaries.
Well, I'm surprised that we haven't really seen that move on from both Hamilton and Rakim Cornwall. Both players are very good ball strikers.
That's 4. That's well hit. That's well hit. It was too short. It was a nothing delivery, really and truly, from Shepherd. And it stood up. And there was Hamilton smashing it beautifully through extra cover for 4 runs. That's
Yes.
a really good shot.
Yeah, slow delivery from Romario Shepherd. Hamilton was camping onto the back foot. He was anticipating that cutter delivery, but he executed to perfection, beating the sweeper to his right.
Yeah, it was a poor delivery. And this time he's looking to hoik it high over mid-wicket. Gets an inside edge. It goes to Beaton, who is at that short, fine leg, and no run in it. So the end of over number 45, at the end of it, it's 201 for 5. Hamilton is 32. Rakim Cornwall is on 6. And to carry you through the end of the innings, either the end of the innings or rain, Anil, would be Ruskin Mark.
So after over number 5, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 201 for 5. Hamilton has moved on to 32 from 36 deliveries, but with him, the very destructive Rakim Cornwall. It's a pleasant good day to Ruskin Mark. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. And a bit overcast here now at the Queen's Park Oval. But hopefully the Guyana Harpy Eagles would be happier with the conditions at the moment, the state of the game.
Well, they have done a tremendous job in the last 5 overs by restricting the scoring.
And this one is up in the air. He could be out caught, settling under it. There's going to take an easy catch. Is Shimron Hetmeyer. And that is the end of Raheem Cornwall out for 6. Very uncharacteristic innings by him.
Yeah, never showed the intent that we've grown accustomed to from the likes of Raheem Cornwall. Just didn't seem himself at all. Was struggling all the way during his brief stay out in the middle.
So he goes back for 6. Quartet Meyer for Skyer of the bowling of Ransford Beaton. It's now 201 for 6.
So Beaton coming back here and really bowling very impressively indeed. In that last over, he nailed 3 toe crushers, Ruskin.
Yeah, when you can bowl the Yorker consistently, especially at the death, it puts pressure on the batsmen because they now have to try to invent ways to get under the ball or even just to make contact with the ball. And a lot of times batsmen don't handle that very well.
Yeah, Ruston Beaton.
Justin Graves is the new batsman. And I think normally he would come before Cornwall, but in the search for quick runs, they elevated Cornwall, but he never got going, which was unusual. And then to compound matters, he's not the quickest of movers, so he cannot. There are a number of singles that they turn down, primarily because of that. So there's in a way, it played right into the hands of the Guyana outfit.
Yes, indeed. Someone like Raheem Cornwall, you know that he's not quick between the sticks, so you'll expect that he would take on the bowling.
Nice fluent drive from Graves, but again Hetmeyer called into action there and does well.
Yeah,
So
pitch
this
up
is- And I was just about to say, this is a critical period here for the Leeward Islands. They need to put some runs on the board. 201 against this powerful Guyana batting lineup is not. It's not gonna be sufficient, you think. But it runs on the board, and this is a gift for them. And it really was. It buys 4 buys. But it just hit the ground and it stayed down. It went right through the legs of Imola and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, very difficult take indeed for the likes of Mlak there. That ball just when pitched, it just quoted along the surface, and luckily for Mlak, he got out of the way. Because sometimes those deliveries, they can come to you a lot quicker than you expect, especially when it's on the surface.
Well, it passed the batsman as a full toss, and just died in front of him. They hit and stayed down. And originally, you would think he would put his parts there, but he couldn't. They get a leg by for this one.
So Beaton continues to bowl very impressively indeed. Into his 8 over now, 1 for 30. But it brings Jama Hamilton back on strike. And we really need to see a move on here from Hamilton. He needs to possibly try and back away, do something different.
He has to take responsibility, and he's trying. It's not that he's not trying, but he's not having any luck really connecting with the ball. He had a boundary in the last over, but that's one in 7-8 attempts at getting a boundary. So he really needs to start middling the ball a lot more frequently, because they need I would say they need another 40 runs from here. See if they could get it up to that 250 mark at the least.
Oh, and a very quick delivery indeed from Beaton there. Beaton beating Justin Greaves outside the line of the off stump. So that brings the end of the 46th over. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are 207 for 6. Hamilton on 33. And Justin Greaves yet to get off the mark So 4 overs to go, Ruskin, 24 deliveries, but
the ground staff is anxious with the covers. They think that they've been called on, and well, there's a little stop and go. We see in the little buggy bringing some of the covers on.
But umpire Bassarat at the Brian Lara Pavilion end is telling them to just stay off a bit.
Put it in reverse and get off the field. But now he's calling them on, so it's a little bit of indecision. There is a drizzle here at the Oval, and it's getting heavier. And I think that was his big fear, that he wanted to get the covers on quickly.
Well, as we both know, Ruskin, these groundsmen here at the Queen's Park Oval, if it's anyone who knows this, what happens when it comes to the rain, they very well attuned to what is taking place.
So they're covering both strips, because remember the wicket on the western end is also in use for this tournament. So they're trying to get as much cover on there as well. We see 2 of the short tarpaulins have been placed on that. The big matting cover has been laid down on the current playing strip. So now we're going to have that covered with 1 big tarpaulin. And then they're going to have the add-ons coming over and covering it up quickly. So it's not many tarpaulins that they're using, but these are efficient groundsmen. They know this now. They have a technique that they normally use. They try to cover the bowler's run-up, cover the wicket first, then they try to cover as much of the bowler's run-up as is possible. And as far as the wicket is concerned, they try to put down the initial cover, and then they bring the bigger, much wider cover. As we see that brown or the grey tarpaulin is coming on to the pitch. That one is going to cover the entire square, it looks like.
Yeah, it seems to be that 100 by 100 covers there, 100 feet by 100 feet.
Is it that big?
Yeah, well, that is what I was told, Ruskin.
I'm not sure. Colin is not here to tell us exactly how wide that cover is. It's a big cover, and so I'm not sure if it's 100 feet. That's pretty wide for 100 feet. It might be, but that would be humongous. And you see them bringing that one on to cover all the other covers that they have out there. So that's that covers the entire square in terms of the pitches. So that is going to protect those pitches. Now there are ancillary covers that they're going to bring on there. We have a couple from in front of the Trini Posse stand there that will probably come on just to add to the protection and to ensure that there isn't any water anywhere close to the square. Now they've covered the square, and now they're trying to protect just at the edges of the square. The bowlers run up at the southern end. There's this blue tarpaulin, I think, is going to take care of that in the main, and that is in place. So far so good. They'll just do a little loop and make sure that it's protected and it's secure. And they'll do a similar thing at this top end as well to protect as much of the bowler's run-up as is possible. So again, and they seem to have fun doing it also.
Yeah, a large contingent of groundsmen there bringing the tarpaulin.
So we've had the interruption now just about quarter after the hour, just about 12:15 or thereabouts. So we'll take a break with the score here. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes with the rain interruption after 46 overs. The 207 for 6. 46 overs. So we'll take a break, and as soon as we have some more action, we'll let you know what the decision is, if they're going to take the innings break now. But the umpires, I think, will determine that in due course. So the very latest here with the rain interrupting play after 46 overs. The Leeward Islands, after they won the toss and batting, are 207 for 6. And we welcome you back to the Queen's Park Oval, a much improved Queen's Park Oval, although there's still a little bit of cloud cover above. We don't have the brilliant sunshine that we had this morning. However, we don't have any rain, and that's the good news as we see the Guyana Harpy Eagle players making their way back out in the middle. And the news is that play will resume in just a couple of minutes' time, at 1:20 to be exact. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will resume their innings after 46 overs. They were 207 for 6. Hamilton is not out on 33. And Justin Graves is yet to score. So that is the situation. They try to bowl out their 4 overs, no reductions. They will then have a 15-minute break. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles will start their reply, weather permitting. But as it is right now, we're looking at Romario Shepherd, who is getting ready to pick up the attack here. He has 3 overs remaining. He won't get to bowl those 3 overs. There are already 46 overs completed, so it means he can bowl the most would be over number 47 and 49, and it may be up to Beaton to bowl overs number 48 and 50. So that looks like the plan. As it is right now, it is Romario Shepherd who is set to resume, and Jamal Hamilton is getting ready to take strike as I welcome back Alvin Lacan as well. And the first ball is a productive one. Day off and running. So this is almost like a second inning, Anil.
It is. With the stop start, sometimes the batters need a bit of time to acclimatize themselves back out in the middle. But there's absolutely no time for this at this stage of the innings. Just 3.5 overs to go in the innings, so it's going to be hell for leather, if you ask me.
208 now for 6. And can they find another 30 runs? And they're going to hurry there for 1. And this is really the excitement part here now, where every ball you feel something's going to happen, or something can happen with every ball. Again, the weather is everybody's keeping one eye on the skies and one eye on the score as they try to figure out how this game will progress from here. Full toss, not able to take advantage, but they might get a second run. They will.
Excellent running indeed. That ball was played down into that backward square position, and they helped themselves to 2.
So Mario Shepherd has had a good spell to 7 overs, 7.3 overs, 2 for 35 so far. Sure, he would love to add another one to that, make it even more respectable. See no slip at the moment. Field is well spread with the 4 players inside the circle pitching up and playing with a straight bat again.
But excellent execution from Romario Shepherd again here, Ruskin, pitching the ball right up on the crease area. Very difficult indeed to get under the ball. So basically making the batters hit the ball where he wants them to hit the ball.
Yeah, that's and the field is well set. They have a long off and a long on. The fine leg is up in the circle, so he has to stay away from that region as much as possible. It's so far so good. Only singles being conceded, and I don't think Virasamy Permaul will be overly worried with that. And Anil, of course, you want to say that the game at the University of West Indies was also interrupted by rain. Whether they're lucky enough to get a restart, we'll update them in a short while.
And this one, just trying to make some room for himself.
Might get a second run. They're going to have to hurry, and they do. Romario Shepherd does very well indeed. He tracks down the ball and to just the edge of the circle there, the short mid-on. And but the batsmen were very, very much on the same page, and they were able to scamper through for that second run to end the over. It's 215 for 6 now after 47.
So 18 balls to go. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes will want to get to that 250 mark, Ruskin. We feel if they were to get anything in excess of 250, that will possibly give them, some level of comfort.
There will be a fighting chance. Remember the Guyana Happy Eagles, their batting hasn't really fired just yet. So the Leeward Islands bowling attack is a pretty decent one. They have good pacers, and of course they have the man of the moment in the tournament. You can't do no wrong. Almost every time he bowls, wickets fall. Daniel Durham. Driving and not making contact.
You're getting to 7 wickets, Daniel Durham.
Picked up another 3 in his last game, so he's already in double figures. We've seen some school children. Looks like it's at Mokarapo, one of the Mokarapo secondary schools, I think it is. Really like to see a lot more of them.
Well, I'd love to see, the invitations going out.
This one is played nicely over the head of the man at cover. There's a long chase down there. That's great work, running across from mid off. They're going back for the third run. They're going to have to hurry. The return is a long one, but they had plenty of time to come back for the third run. But good work out in the deep, but couldn't prevent the batsman from completing that third run. It looked like it was Anderson out there doing the good work.
But excellent shot indeed, going over that cover point region, but some excellent work in the boundary. Kevin Anderson saving his team a valuable run indeed, Ruskin.
Well, they all count now because you know that they're coming for everything, and as we say, every run count. Think about Afghanistan. They just beat Pakistan by 8 wickets. There's another big swipe. They might get a second run here. They could pinch a second as well.
And they're going to do that very easily indeed. It bisects the short fine leg. So a lot of work for the man from deep backward square to come around to affect that stop.
Muti having some work to do. So Graves goes to 5. Hamilton is on 41. He's back on strike now. And there's Gudakesh Muti coming across. But can't prevent the second run. So what will happen here now? 220 for 6. And they just haven't really been able to find the boundaries. I think that's what they're striving for. But they've had to fill it up with 1s and 2s.
Well, it's very important for them to have some lusty blues here at the back end, Ruskin. Just about 14 balls remaining in the innings. And if they are to get up to that 250 mark, it's going to take some effort. But Greaves is showing some intent. Hamilton on 42, having had the opportunity to restart, he will take a while to get in back.
That's more like it. But again, it's plenty of work out there. And good work, one would have to say. And in the end, once more, Anderson getting to the ball quickly and releasing it quickly as well.
So excellent indeed from Kevin Anderson, patrolling the long off boundary. Have had a lot of work to do after the resumption of play here at the Queen's Park Oval. But the Guyana Happy Eagles at this stage, they will be very happy with what's transpiring. Certainly
they haven't allowed the Leeward Islands to get away. And, just the singles, and that's good bowling again, right up in the block hole. And limiting Hamilton to 1 run. 2-2-2 for 6 now, 48 completed. To Jamal Hamilton, he's up to 42 from 43 deliveries. Justin Graves on 6 from 9. They have a little mid-wicket, mid-pitch chat, and I'm sure working out some plans as to how they're going to maybe tack on another 20, 25 runs before these 12 balls are completed.
So 12 balls.
As it was right up in the air. He didn't hit it well. They might come back for a second run. They will. The return probably not the best. Again, trying to effect it Savary, but not able to execute the run out.
Yeah, that ball just falling in no man's land, as we say. The fielder from long on, he had to go travel quite a bit to get to the ball, but in that time they helped themselves to another 2 runs.
It's good running. It's excellent running between the wickets.
Excellent delivery again
A
from
chance
Romario.
here, and Romario, he misses. They're going to get the run now. And certainly he took a good aim, took his time. Graves had stepped out thinking that there might be a possibility of a single. They went back and they decided against it in the end. But the throw missed, so they were able to eventually get the single. So a lot happened there for just the 1 run. But they all count. 226 now for 6.
So every run here is vital at the back end of the innings. But Romario Shepherd, he's been excellent indeed. Unfortunately for him, he will not bowl his full allocation of 10 overs in this match.
Which is a bit of a miscalculation there. There's a delivery right up in the block hole again, tailing in and striking him on the pad.
You know, for any youngster looking on, this is just a perfect example, Ruskin, of how to execute those Yorkers on the crease. And it's something that I must admit Romario Shepherd has been working at for a very long time indeed. And it's very refreshing to see that to see him now executed on a consistent basis. You know, it's not only going to serve Guyana cricket well, but also West Indies cricket as well.
Certainly good signs. And they can think for a moment of a single. He was just trying to redirect it. And although he made contact on the wrong side of the bat. And it ended up squirting to the keeper. He wanted to just scoop it over the head of the short fine leg. So no run resulting. That's a dot ball. Those are precious at this time. Again, no pace here from Romario Shepherd. He's not giving the batsman much to work with. He's just trying to keep it in front of him, keep it right in that block hole, attacking the stumps.
Well, it's very difficult indeed, Ruskin, to get under those deliveries. It's right up into the block hole, so very little opportunity for the batters to get up and under those deliveries. And here it is again, just backing away, but all they could get from this delivery is a single. Jama Hamilton moves on to 47, 228 for 6 in over number 222 for 9.
Actually, it's 229,
229 for 6,
yeah,
my apology.
in over number 49. So just 6 deliveries, 6 legal deliveries left.
So the projected score at this stage would be anywhere around that 234 to 240 mark. I believe if they were to get to 240, they still would be very pleased with that, Ruskin.
Well, it's runs on the board, as we say, and their bowling attack is a pretty strong one. So it will test the Guyanese batsmen. I think what they wouldn't want is for Guyana to get off the flyer and make life difficult for them. But with the likes of O'Shane Thomas and of course Alzari Joseph with the new ball, they'll be hoping that they can make some inroads against the Guyana batsmen and then leave it up to the others to try to.
But it would be very important indeed for the Guyana Happy Eagles to see off the likes of the skipper himself, Alzari Joseph.
That's nicely played, but again, it's straight at Chandapal, so they could only get a single.
But excellent bowling again, and good field placement. Chasing around Chandapur, standing just on the 30-meter circle, ensuring that he gives himself every opportunity to field the ball when it's traveling in his direction.
So we had a break of play for just over an hour, and we're back playing. This is the final over. That's a brilliant shot. That might actually go all the way. It does. 6 runs. Well, Jamal Hamilton just came into his wicket, took his life in his own hands there, and benefited from it because he made good contact and scooped it away from the short fine leg, well over his head for 6 runs.
So Jamal Hamilton, with that, a maximum takes his score on to 53, and a very welcome half century indeed in the context of the innings. But he needs to finish off very strong indeed. 4 deliveries to go. He'll want to get that score anyway up to 250 now, it seems, under Cad Ruskin.
Yes, a splendid little innings here. 50 from 49 balls. So I'm sure he'll be happy with that. Probably wants a couple more boundaries, that is. Trying again, misses, and really is not happy.
Well, possibly on this occasion moving a bit too early and giving it away to...
Well, we haven't seen any adjustments in the field that shot might occasion. So they've decided to stick with this short fine leg, and there's also a short square leg, a short shot just backward of the umpire. And that's a wide, way outside. Beaton was trying to get him to come out there, follow him. He didn't, it was too wide, so no need for him to go there. You get one more, takes it to 237 for 6. 3 legitimate deliveries left.
So the tension is on. Hamilton trying to get his team up to that 250 mark. 3 deliveries left in the innings.
Can he get a maximum? Or better yet, can he get a boundary just to start the sequence here? He's got to put bat to ball. They need him to get some runs.
And
He tries it again and he misses again. So...
Well, you have to compliment Beaton Ruskin because of the fact that he's made that adjustment from going middle and leg. He's now bowling outside the line of the off-stump, which makes it even more difficult to try and ramp that ball over that short fine leg position.
Yeah, so now they put the fine leg back because that seems to be his preferred location. That's where he's targeting. So they've put the man back there now, and they brought up the long on. So maybe that's what he wanted. Maybe he'll try the shot over long on now. And he's trying to crush it through the offside. And we'll only get a single for all his efforts. So one more to 238, 1 ball left. So, you look at it and you say, well, they're probably about 30, 40 runs short of where they would like to be. Generally speaking, the wicket has not been a bad wicket at all. It's been a little bit on the slow side, and kind of inhibiting stroke play to some degree. So here's the final ball of the innings. And it's hit beautifully. That's gone all the way for 6 runs. Straight over the bowler's head, just to the right of the man at long off. He never had a chance coming across, and Hamilton could only, Anderson could only watch it sail past him, well in front of him, and that's 6 runs to end the innings at 244 for 6.
Yeah, a sublime strike from Justin Greaves to finish off the innings there with a maximum. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes winning the toss and batting first here at the Queen's Park Oval in match number 10. They finish off their innings at 244 for 6.
So 2 for 45 to Romario Shepherd, 1 for 54 for Beaton from his 10 overs. So A little flourish there at the end, but is it enough? That's the question. 244. It means that the Guyana Harpy Eagles will need 245 to win this game and get their campaign back on a winning keel, or back on a positive keel, after losing to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their last game. So it's certainly still a lot for them to play for. Once again, good contributions from Gore, who made 54. Hamilton was not out, 54. 29 to Casey Carty before he gave it away. And they were the principal scorers. And of course, Hayden Walsh with another brisk 49 to help the cause. So 244 for 6. The Leeward Islands, after they won the toss and batted, it means Guyana will need 245 to win this contest. We'll be back in a short while when the run chase begins.
Still looking.
Let's welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval, a nice and cool Queen's Park Oval, as we see the Leeward Islands Hurricanes players out on the field and looking all full of energy, no doubt, anxious to get at the Guyana Harpy Eagles openers. And what a pair of openers we have coming out to do the honors for them. Remember the target, 245. As I say, good afternoon once again to Colin Murray. And Colin, 245 in the general context of how the Wicket has played, what, 20 runs, 30 runs short?
I would think so. I would think they would be far happier with 270, 275. No, let's make this clear that 245 is going to take some getting. They've got to bat well. But the pitch is great. I saw Shaker Mano during the break, and I said, well, Alzari Joseph said they batted first because our wicket is going to crumble. his response to me was, cricketers don't know about pitches. But he was not amused by the comment from Alzari Joseph. As far he says this pitch could play, you could play on this pitch and it'll be good until Wednesday. But anyway, Alzari Joseph is the man opening the bowling. And that's not a good start. It was wayward down the leg side and even going further away from Jamar Hamilton. It had some pace in it. So there it is. It started way outside the leg stump, went further away from Hamilton. He had absolutely no chance. He put in the dive, but that was just more in hope than anything else. And it went down to the boundary. So 5 wides to start. And immediately, Alzari Joseph has gone over the wicket. He was around the wicket, maybe looking to angle the ball into the left-handed Tashnarayan Chandapol. But that pitched, as I said, wide of the leg stump, went further down. And not the kind of start Alzari Joseph and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes would have wanted.
That's much better from him. And but I suppose it's part of the modern day thinking. Once a left-hander is at the crease, you almost automatically go around the wicket now. It seems to be the trend, so to speak. I'm not quite sure whatever happened to bowling your line, bowling your length, and then trying to get the batsman to adjust to that. And if he does, then you could try from around the wicket.
Yeah, that's another wide. He's generating some pace. That ball is carrying through nicely to Hamilton, but he hasn't found his line. I don't know if every time Ruskin, maybe as he tries to bowl a little quicker, he tends to lose his line. The second ball was fine. It was on a good length, good line, and Chandapol just had to defend. But his first and third deliveries, one wide of the leg stump and the other one wide of the off stump. He needs to settle down. Alzari Joseph, I think he's looking for that extra bit of pace. That's better.
Well, I'm a bit surprised too that he was so wayward, because he's an experienced bowler now. He's no longer the youngster in the West Indies unit. He's one of the key bowlers,
if not the.
Yep, so he must be thinking now of leading the attack, like he's leading this Leeward Islands attack here. So they're looking to him to try to get it right almost immediately.
Well, Chandapol, naughty. He was having a little bit of a go at that one. It, again, had a little bit of bounce, had some pace. I suppose he was cutting at it hard and felt, if he had got any bat on it, it might have gone over the slip region or over point. There's our third man right out on the boundary, so he's got to be careful if that ball is hit uppishly.
And look at who's at backward point as well. Short backward point there.
Hayden Walsh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But this is so much better now that he's kind of settled down. Yeah. The radar is back in sync, and he's certainly starting to put the ball on a better line. He's probably not bowling as quickly as he tried to with that first ball, and then the other one that went wide outside the off stump. Those were quick deliveries, but they were ill-directed.
Yeah, you're right. He's settled down nicely now. That's another good delivery. And Chandapol just playing inside the line. Sometimes with Chandapol, you're never sure if he's playing at the delivery or he's playing inside the line. But that one, he was playing inside the line. He sort of lines. Well, I think he may have played at that. But he tends to line it up and then just play on inside of the
Inside of
delivery.
it, yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
in
an
baseball,
interesting style.
in baseball, when you swing and you try to check swing, they ask the umpire whether he went across or if he went around or not.
Yeah.
It's difficult to determine what Chandapol is doing here.
Well, at the end of the over, a good over after he settled down. Just 6 wides coming from it and 2 really poor deliveries. But other than that, it wasn't a bad over. So the first over, 6 runs coming from it.
That's a good positive start for the Guyanese, but the Harpy Eagles, and they didn't really do too much to earn those runs. As Colin said, more or less wide deliveries. All 6 runs coming via wide. So when you consider it was an 8-ball over, an all Australian over, and but he came out of it quite nicely in the end. Remember, the target is 245, and it might be a good time to remind our listeners that, or viewers, that the situation up at St. Augustine was not any big change from an hour ago when they went off for rain, and which is a bit unfortunate. Hopefully they'll be able to resume that match in due course. But here at the Oval, where the drainage is probably a lot better, and we didn't have as heavy a rain, I would imagine, so all of that is good. But here comes the man himself, Thomas.
It's a good opening attack, isn't it, Ruskin? When I say a good opening attack, in terms of pace, you know, O'Shane Thomas and Alzari Joseph, they are probably 2 of the quickest bowlers in the region. And it's interesting, they're both on the same team, playing on the same. And I like the idea of both of them opening the bowling rather than we've seen in the past giving a spinner, a spinner, and then, you know, the keeping back a fast bowler for later on. I think it's good. Get O'Shane Thomas at them early.
Edging and just chopping in front of Cornwall that slipped down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, well, I think Cornwall took an eternity to get down. Like the ball was more or less past him before he was trying to stop that from going past him. He just needs to, you know, I don't think he was down. He wasn't crouched enough as far as I'm concerned. And once that ball took the edge of the bat, that was it. We see now a second slip may be added for Thomas.
Which is good thinking. Now the question is, you know, has the horse already bolted? But let's see what happened. Thomas is working up some pace here now. Wide outside the off stump. Probably trying to bolt to that second slip, and pushed it very wide indeed. You could see Savary almost wanting to run after it outside the off stump. But it was so wide, he couldn't catch up with it.
Yeah, actually, Savary was the one who got that outside edge because Chandapol is at the non-striker's end. So 2 left-handers are interesting here. Looks a busy little player, isn't he, Savary?
Yep.
Was hustling for the first one in case there was any fumble down at that position by Graves, who is at the 3rd man position. But there was no fumble, so they decided just to take the one, which means that Chandapol is going to be back in strike. It's a nice shot. He was getting right on top of the ball, wasn't he? And then just opening the face and guiding it past point.
Yeah. He has to be careful because especially with 2 slips back there, you don't want to be playing at deliveries away from the body too frequently. And a big effort to try to get on top of that one to keep it down. He did in the end, but he was sort of cramped making that shot, Chandapol. So one of the things I've noticed, Colin, with Chanderpaul, he tends to score fairly quickly in the limited overs games. And he's not in Test cricket, you kind of, or even in the regional 4-day tournament, you've come to expect him to be more of a grafter. He spends a lot of time at the crease, occupies the crease for long periods. But we've seen in this tournament so far, he's more than happy to put the bat to ball early and try to get on with the scoring.
So his line isn't bad. O'Shane Thomas, he's concentrating on that line just outside the off stump, and Chanderpaul just allowing the final delivery to go through. So 2 overs have now been completed, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are 12 without loss. Remember, the target is 245. Very much gettable.
Which is very gettable, yes. And given the strength of the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting, you still have Hetmeyer to come.
Imlach, Rutherford, Sinclair.
Anderson is also in there.
Anderson,
Plus you have the
Shepherd,
big hitters.
Romario
Shepherd.
Yeah. It's a good batting lineup. The thing is, Ruskin, they just have not clicked in the 2 matches. I mean, you look at the score, and they all have got starts. You look at the scores: 19, 21, 26, 24, 30, 20, 13 from the first 7 batsmen, and Shepherd getting 14. So they all got starts, but nobody is able to carry on.
Nibbling at that one, or that's naughty from Savary there, asking for trouble.
Yeah, of course, he didn't play in the first 2 games, so he's come into the team. They've had problems with the opening position. The Harpy Eagles, Hemraj was in the team, getting to 1 in the first game and got to 21 against the Red Force, and unfortunately gave away his wicket.
Again, it's almost like a replay of the delivery before, which is good going on the part of Alzarri Joseph. Asking some serious questions.
Yeah, let's have a look at that again. Yes, he played at it, no doubt. Savary. And suppose you'd say, Ruskin, it's not good enough to edge.
Oh, well left.
In the old days?
Oh, well left.
Oh, that's a beauty. That one is a beauty.
Yep.
Oh, it hit the seam and cut away from him. He couldn't help that. Couldn't do nothing about it. And he's lucky, fortunate he didn't get an edge to that. But that was just too good.
Yep, and there are 2 slips waiting there, which is noteworthy that Alzarri Joseph is giving himself a chance here. That if he hits that edge, it could carry to one of the 2 men at slip, just Kofi James and Rakeem Cornwall.
That's better there.
He wants a single, but
Chanderpaul was not interested. Looking back, Ruskin, this is what I don't understand. You got to trust the judgment of your partner. Why was Chanderpaul looking back? He should be looking at his partner, and once he called, he should have taken off. Now, whether or not it was a single, I mean, it would have been touch and go for Savary. But the thing is, he's running to the danger end as well. Savary, he played that ball more towards a straightish mid-off. The man is at a wideish mid-off. I thought that was a decent call from Savary.
there was a possibility of a run, but they would have had to move immediately.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it. But give Savary credit. As he played the ball, he called.
He moved and he started to run.
I don't think Chanderpaul was in the right frame of mind. He wasn't looking at all for a single.
Yep, he seemed to fall asleep there and didn't really react to the call at all, other than to turn his back on.
And then looking behind him and to say no. At that time, Savary was already quarter way down the pitch.
This is good bowling again from Alzarri Joseph. This is an excellent over maiden.
Yeah.
Yep. It remains 12 without loss.
And you just have to say, had it not been for those wides, it could have very well been 2 maiden overs, because he started with a wide, and then the two balls after that was another wide. But since then, he's settled down nicely. I mean, we've had, 9 deliveries off from him, and they've not been able to score. So O'Shane Thomas is going to carry on.
But that last over was even better.
Yeah,
much better than the first one, because the line was so consistent that he beat the bat on 3 occasions. Could easily have hit the edge on one of those.
There was one was a peach of a delivery. Savary couldn't do much about it.
You look at O'Shane Thomas, and what you're seeing from O'Shane Thomas reminds me a lot of what I saw from Shannon Gabriel. When I first saw Shannon Gabriel, I don't know if you remember this, we were doing a schools game. We were doing a secondary schools game, an intercal final under lights at Guaracara Park. It was, I think it was it Naprima College against,
I can't.
But it was Princestown. He was playing for Princestown.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm not as young as you, Ruskin, so it.
But why I'm saying that we saw the raw Shannon Gabriel. He took a couple wickets and then he's bowling quick. And the lights at Guaracara Park, while we have lights, wasn't the best with the side screen, that kind of stuff. And I think they won the game, because who was the wicket keeper in that game? Was the national goalkeeper as well. So he had won the intercal football and the intercal
not Denzel
cricket.
Smith, is it? No.
I'll give his name. He was just off the team just recently. He's cutting, and it's
Marvin Phillips.
Marvin Phillips.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, that's right, Marvin. Well, he was the wicket keeper, wasn't he?
Yeah. But I was saying he had won the intercal with Princestown, and they came back and won the intercal cricket. He won the intercal football and intercal cricket.
Princestown not on the agenda at this point. When I say they're no
in the
longer in the
championship
Premiership division,
division,
and which is a pity, because you have some of those schools who did so well at.
Remember Ike Jura?
Yeah.
Ike was their big stopper.
That's right.
At that time,
And then you have Shiva Boys a few years ago with Denzel Smith,
all the
Garcias and the one Emmanuel, who they call Papi. Don't know why they call the young man Papi, but only they would know. But he's got a lot of them have come through the ranks and have done well.
Somehow a lot of players have that. I remember this boy was at Mukarapa, and they used to call him Old Man too.
Who's that?
I think it was I mustn't do his own. But again,
I thought it was Clint Marcel you're talking about, because I see Clint Marcel, I all call him Old Man now. But that was a good Mukarapa team, and you had Clausel.
What do you think was Clausel's nickname? All the nicknames you think
was he Dread or something like something Dread?
No, forget the Dread. Look at Clausel's stature. You know how he was. They used to call him Muscle.
Oh, Muscle.
And he's skinny like
That's a cracking shot. That's gone away. Nobody's going to stop that. It was too short from Thomas. I like the look of Savary. Ruskin, he's going to go after anything that, look at that. He's not a tall man, but he got across quickly, and hit it hard. And nobody was going to stop that. There was a dive put in by the man there, Hayden Walsh, at backward point. But Hayden Walsh he loves the spectacular, doesn't he? I think that went past him like a bullet. He had absolutely no chance. What a good shot from Savary.
And while I was making the reference about Shannon Gabriel with O'Shane Thomas, is that if you look at O'Shane Thomas's run-up, he has had this same run-up for a long time, and he's been struggling with it for a long time.
Well, a little bit naughty from Savary there, going after this one. Wasn't that short to play that type of shot. But he was not getting across. Yeah, he's one of them. Shannon Gabriel is another who, they seem to struggle to get up to the
you could see
crease,
him there. He's like feeling his way.
Yeah.
to the stump, but he still delivers the ball. Remember our good friend Wayne Daniel?
Yeah, Wayne was. Oh,
he would stop.
But I tell you, he was quick though. He was another one that was pretty quick, even as a young man. Remember? Oh, that's another cracking shot from this young man. He is going after the bowling, no doubt. Savary.
And that's brilliantly played, and that will end the third over. It's 17, or the fourth over rather. It's 17 without loss. I'll take that to 21 rather without loss now.
Yeah, the 27-year-old. Kimmel Savary.
That was a brilliant shot because he actually pulled that
from just outside the line of the off stump, didn't he?
Tucked it on the onside.
Yeah. Timed it well.
The man at mid-on never moved. He never had a chance.
He's a busy little player, isn't he? And you know, they're obviously still trying out for this opening position. And what I mean by that, Ruskin, Hemraj has been in a poor form since the CPL when he was with the Ghana Amazon Warriors, and they kept interchanging openers. They tried with Odin Smith. That's a good delivery again. Yeah, they tried with Odin Smith, they tried with Anderson, they tried with a number of openers, but they came back here with with Hemraj. But obviously from his first 2 innings, they're obviously not too happy with his start, and they're trying young Savary.
And who is shaping very well here.
Yeah.
I mean, like I suppose he does have a tendency to want to play the ball outside the off stump. And, as you say, what is your strength could be a weakness as well. And so he will look and see how he goes. But this is excellent again from Alzari Joseph. He's really touched on a nice line now. And when you consider he started from around the wicket. And, I've always said, you start over the wicket, try and get into your work over the wicket. If you're not having this success, well, then you will try around the wicket. But he went around the wicket immediately, and after 1 ball, came back over the wicket. And he's been over the wicket, bowling very well ever since. And he's really dropped on a nice line, bowling with a decent pace. Good line, good lengths. And Chanapal has to be watchful. And I think too, Chanapal is probably assuming the leadership role here because he saw where Alzari Joseph went past the bat of Savary a couple of times in the last over, so he's probably trying to shield him from that a little bit. Edge, that's it. He's gone. That's a brilliant catch indeed, a brilliant wicket. Nice delivery. Chanapal had to play. Well, he shouldn't, but he eventually played. He committed to it, and the ball hit the edge, and that is that. He goes for 1, and it's 21 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant on the part of Alzari Joseph. He's settled down so well, this man, and after his first 3 deliveries, 2 of which were wides, everything after that, and he's lucky that he's lucky, but he's bowling to 2 left-handers, so he doesn't have to worry about switching his line. He's bowled outside the line of the off stump or just on or around that off stump. He's moved the ball away from Chanapal and from Savary, and really and truly Chanapal was left. He pushed at it and it just hit the seam and took the outside edge, and Hamilton, going to his left, came up with a really good catch. And it's the end of Chanapal, but you have to say he was undone by a good bit of bowling. Excellent. I think he was being stifled. You look at it all the time, Ruskin. Alzari Joseph was there, keeping that ball on or around the off stump. This one moved. He pushed at it. You have to give Chanapal maybe the benefit of the doubt. He could have left it alone, but that ball as it pitched, it just left him slightly, and he nibbled at it and got the outside edge. Really and truly excellent bowling on the part of Alzari Joseph. He's really stifled the runs from Chanapal. Was there for a little while, 1 from 15 deliveries, but really and truly it's because of a really good bit of bowling from Alzari Joseph.
It was excellent. The pressure. He really
Yep.
built the pressure up, and Chandapol couldn't get him off the square. And of course, and I suppose when you look at what happened at the other end, when Savary unleashed one vicious square cut, followed by a pull past the bowler, he's making the battle look easy. And Chandapol, who is obviously the more recognized of the two, is struggling with Alzari Joseph. But now we have Imlak at the crease.
The wicket-keeper batsman, Tevin Imlak.
And there's a
Loud
shot
appeal
appeal
goes
from
up.
LBW.
Let's see.
He's saying he
Well,
played it. He's saying he played it.
Imlak is
Yep.
saying that he got no.
And the umpire
Yeah,
is
you-
probably
you-
concurring with him.
Yeah, I think the umpire concurred with him, but that ball came back at him. I tell you, if he didn't get an edge, that ball would have hit all three stumps. It was such a beauty of a delivery. Yeah, it seemed to
It
have.
was carrying him
it's-
straight at middle stump.
Yeah.
It probably might have missed off, might probably missed leg, but it was going to hit
Oh
middle.
yeah, for sure.
Yep.
So Imlak, batsmen don't do that again. I'm not too sure what the rule is, but you can't. You can't obviously. If a batsman says he hit it, it's
Yep.
up to the umpire.
Try to convince
yeah.
the umpire.
But
Well, I
I-
suppose it's a natural
Yeah.
reaction to indicate that you did play the ball. And he played it, it was a big edge too, big inside edge.
Well, again, looking for that Yorker, but just missed his line. So the first bad delivery again. Realize the seven
two
runs,
overs,
seven runs off of Alzari Joseph has come from only all wides.
Yep.
Not a run off the bat from against him so far.
He's really bowling well. He bowled well in the last game also. He certainly has good rhythm. He's bowling with good pace, and the captaincy seemed to have really, I don't know, hit a nerve with him.
I'm glad. I'm glad for him getting the captaincy.
Another
So-
fine delivery.
Yeah, the thing is, Ruskin, it's the end of the over. So what? 5 overs have now been bowled. It's 21 for 1. You tend not to give the captaincy to a fast bowler. You know, you feel his workload is so much as it is. You know, being the captain of the team and, you know, has to concentrate on his bowling. Some players thrive on things like that. And maybe Alzari Joseph give him the responsibility. And
But I
see
mean,
that he-
how many out and out fast bowlers who became captains of their
Not
team?
that I can
Uh,
think of,
Kapil
not
Dev,
many.
Imran
Kapil Dev,
Khan,
probably Imran Khan. You're
Za-
going well.
Zahir,
Zahir. Zahir Khan? No?
yeah, Waka Yunus, and
Oh, Wazim Akram.
Wasim Akram,
Yeah. Yeah.
Bob Willis.
Bob Willis, yeah. Can't think of much West Indians.
Those
As a
fast
matter of fact, I
bowlers.
can't think of a West Indian who fast bowler who
would
has
have
been a captain.
Mm-mm.
You know, I can't think. But so far, you've hit the nail
Yeah,
on the head with those
right
names
now you
you've
have
called.
Cummings in Australia.
Yeah, Pat Cummins.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's
Yeah.
For Sir Richard Hadley for New Zealand.
Yeah.
Who else? And I'm sure we're missing one or two.
Well, Ben Stokes is an all-rounder.
Yeah.
You can't really
and
classify
he had
him
Botham
as-
before him.
Yeah.
So we have a change in bowling now. Graves
Yep.
has come
Graves
into the
is
attack.
Into the attack.
Justin
Justin
Graves.
Graves.
Yep. He tends to move the ball a bit, so with these conditions, I'm sure they're hoping that he can probably wobble the ball a little bit and maybe hit the edge. He does have the slip in place, and it's a big slip as well. Can't miss him.
Yeah, Justin Graves, the 29-year-old Barbadian, playing for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. That's a bad delivery. Obviously very encouraged by the movement. Doesn't have to bowl quickly. He's just about fast medium, and just trying to bowl that one a little quickly there. A little too quick.
Yeah, he just
But
has to. He has to complete the action. You know, just go through, and that's the thing with when you have a good bowling action is just to repeat it. Good mechanics. And, they go for a quick single. They're going to have to hurry, and they do. Graves ran right between the two batsmen, and he was trying to get the ball, so I don't think they could complain. But in the end, it was a well-judged single.
Well-judged single, no doubt. And as Savary played it, he looked up at Imlach, and Imlach was the one who said, yes, let's go. I think he was already Imlach. That's good backing up on his part. So he's yet to get off the mark, so he's going to be facing Justin Graves for the first time. That's a total 24 for 1.
And
Still 221 runs to get. That's 4.
Yep, it's too fine for the man at that third man position to come around to have any chance of cutting that off.
Not a good ball though, Ruskin. It
Too
was
wide.
short, it
Yeah.
was wide.
Too wide.
It really didn't go where Imlach intended it, because it seemed to have come off the bottom of the bat. He was looking at it much squarer, because there's no cover in terms of deep on that square cover boundary. So once it goes past the inner ring, it's going to run away for 4. But he got the bottom edge, and it went to the right of the lone slip, and third man couldn't get around. That's a nice, pleasant-looking drive.
Powell's in the way, can't get it through. And I was just about to say that with Alzari Joseph, he is opted to go for the third man, and as opposed to the deep cover position. But with the movement that Graves is accustomed to getting and is likely to get here, if he touches down off stump outside the off stump, he might be encouraged to put another man out there.
It's good fielding by Powell. They were thinking of the single, but he came in quickly.
And again, Colin, if you look at where they start in their movement, they know the batsmen are trying to get the quick singles. And, so they look at how close in they are on the offside. Neither one of the fielders are back on the 30-yard
circle.
Yeah, they're all pretty much, and even on the onside, only the man just behind square is touching that marker.
That's too wide. Signaled a wide by Brathwaite. I think Graves needs to have better control. He's not a tear-away fast bowler. He's just about fast medium. And his asset will be the movement of the ball, his away
consistency
movement.
of line.
Yeah,
Just
that's right.
Just put the line
Just
and
maybe,
then move it.
just
from
maybe back of a length.
Yep. And just move it from there. You could see the ball is tailing, but you have to start it pretty much close to that off stump.
He didn't
Just
watch
a
all.
shot. He didn't watch. He does hit the
That's
stump.
unfortunate.
Yes.
I wish they would change that rule, Ruskin, because you've penalized the fielding team for a good bit of fielding, because Walsh attacked the ball, had a shy at the non-striker's end, the end which Imlach was going back to, and because the ball hit the stumps and ricocheted away from any fieldsman, you can pick up a run. And that's unfortunate, because as I said, you're penalizing the fielding team for a good bit of fielding.
Well, I understand your argument.
Yes,
but you're wrong.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm wrong. All I would say is that's not part of the rules of cricket. But I would like to
You'd like to add it in.
I would love the ICC to go and look at it again.
For what at the end of the over.
Yeah, surely they can look back. There are lots of rules that you can look back on.
He played it, it took the edge, it took the glove, it looks like, on the way through, and it was well away from Hamilton. Hamilton is not a tall man, and it was over his head. And there's 4 more, so
it's a good bouncer, isn't it?
Yep. Right on in line, just about middle stump, and asking him to hook it. He did hook at it.
Yeah, thought he was a little late though, but he got that. Got the glove.
They hit his glove, yeah.
And just went over the head of the keeper. Could have gone anywhere. You know, I have some very weird ideas, Ruskin, on changing some rules of this game, you know. I'm going to tell you another one in a minute.
Yeah, you're saying you had.
I have.
Oh,
I
you
still
have.
have.
Oh,
I
you
still
have.
have.
I thought you
It's
said you had some.
Listen, just like that one where the ball hits the stumps, as far as I'm concerned, if that ball hits the stumps from a good piece of fielding, dead ball. Okay? It's either out or not out. Dead ball after that.
But he's trying to outdemand Colin.
Yeah, so yeah, but it's out or not out. And it to me, it's at that point in time, it's if you say not out or you say out, he goes back. If it's not out, then the ball should be dead. But that's a very good run actually. Excellent run. From the time Imlach played it, he knew it. He was bisecting mid-off and cover. And he went through for the single. Yeah, so again, I go back to the point. You're penalizing a good bit of fielding, okay, by Walsh hitting the stumps there, okay? So fine, you think. The other one is, in my view, a 6. If you hit a 6, Ruskin, and it just clears the boundary, that's 6. If I hit a 6 and it goes over the stand, it's still 6. Why can't you give me a few more?
Why?
Because I went 20 yards further than you did.
You bigger and stronger than me, that's all.
You understand? Yeah. So I would give that 8.
Why?
Because I've hit the ball 20 yards further than you did. You just scraped the boundary. The ball just went over the rope and you get a 6. I hit the ball beyond the stand, out of the ground, and I get the same 6. That can't be right.
You get applause.
You need to give me
You'll get applause for that. That's all
applause?
You get.
No,
applause.
I want 8.
Nope.
I find it should be 8.
That's all you get in for that.
No,
applause.
no, they need to look at that. ICC need to look at that rule as well. Ooh.
So why does he get a wicket for that?
Well, it didn't hit the wicket, Ruskin. Come on, let's get serious here. No, but you know the thing about it now, and we've seen it in T20 cricket, where you actually can tell whether the ball has gone 75 meters, 85 meters, 100 meters. If I hit a ball that is calculated, measured at over 100 meters, why shouldn't I get more than 6? That's all I'm saying.
But here's the counter to that argument. If you're playing on a small ground and you hit a 6, and you're playing on a much bigger ground, you get out caught on the boundary.
I don't think you're taking my point at all. You just want to mash me up, and so I will move on from that. 7 overs have been bowled. Savary is on 14, Imlach is on 10, and it's 36 for 1. And remember, the target is 245.
But no, I mean I understand your concern, but the overthrow
it's not a concern, Ruskin. It's just
a weird idea. That's all that it is.
Yeah, well, whether it's weird or not, I just think people, you know
what happened to you? You dream too much. That's what happened to you. You dream too much.
Evolving. The game needs to keep evolving, Ruskin. We're not in 1982 or 1915. We are now in 2020. We're going into 2024. You need to keep. Need to keep. Do you know when the last World Cup, 2023? You remember how New Zealand lost the game?
Yep, by an overthrow.
Yeah, the ball hit the back of deflection. You know. Now again, why couldn't they have called that ball?
Because the ball went to the boundary. That's what happened.
Saying,
it went for 4 runs.
No, but what I'm saying
is... the rule is there, you know.
No, but listen to me.
Because had that ball gone to the boundary and the man had fielded the ball, the batsman would not have run. But the ball did go to the fence.
Right.
And that was the difference.
And that was the difference. And it gave New Zealand the opportunity to win the game. I'm saying had that ball not been deflected from the bat of Ben Stokes, England would have lost the game.
True.
So, why not look at that rule again?
I'm sure they did. They probably tighten it up in some way, form, or fashion.
Well,
with an adjustment in there, an addendum, or some kind of a,
I think you need to recommend. I think you need to write to the ICC and recommend me to go on the rules committee.
You probably should, yeah. But I'll probably get all kind of emails after. Mr. Mark.
Please don't write this again. That's That's a good shot. Excellent. Runs here for Imlach. They're two busy cricketers, these two batsmen at the crease at the moment.
Ball's not going to get to the boundary. I think Go it is who is the one who's tracking it down.
But they're able to pick up 3 runs. Good running again. Yeah, it is Go.
So there's a little concern again for that same foot where the bowlers are landing at this top end, and so we saw O'Shane Thomas after delivering a ball, looking back at it. Romario Shepherd, remember, in the first innings had a similar experience.
That's a good shot, but Alzari Joseph is in the way. All pitched up to Savary. Graves not getting as much movement as he first started. I think he's got to take that ball up and look to move it both ways. But last couple of balls, I haven't seen much movement.
You know, the white ball doesn't swing as much sometimes, which is surprising. But sometimes we haven't seen much swing bowling, certainly here in the Caribbean.
I don't think they'll take the chance to take a
Certainly
run
not.
by Hayden Walsh. Yeah.
You know. But
Fumbled
this is-
with it.
Yeah, but this is the period here where the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they just have to just play on merit. They can't go looking for runs. They're already off to a decent start. It's 40 for 1. They have a good start. They just need to just play on merit right now, keep rotating strike, and try to preserve wickets.
Yeah, the end of the over from Graves, 8 overs have now been completed, 40 for 1. So the current run rate at the moment, just about hitting 5, and the required run rate is 4.9. So if they continue going along like this, they'll be okay if these two continue. And you have to say that both Savary and Imlach haven't really played any risky shots. I suppose the one opportunity they had was when Alzari Joseph bowled the short ball to Imlach and he tried to hook and he gloved it over the keeper head. Outside of that, Savary and Imlach, they've looked pretty competent.
Yeah, but this is going to be the real examination here now for Imlach and Alzari Joseph. Now, Alzari Joseph he's bowled 4 overs already. He's 1 for 13 here. This might be his last over in this spell.
Yeah, I would think so.
So then if the batsmen are thinking about that also, just to see him out, don't try anything too extravagant.
That's a good shot. That's probably
4
going to run
runs.
away. That's really good timing by Imlach because it was a delivery angled on the pads, short delivery, had some pace, and he turned it nicely. There's a fine leg in O'Shane Thomas, but he couldn't get around in time. He timed it so well. 4 good-looking runs for Imlach.
He played it well, and he also played it away from the fielder, that short fine leg position, just to the right of the umpire there. So he has to be mindful of that fielder.
Yeah, he's more of a backward square leg because O'Shane Thomas is down at fine leg, but I think he's pretty fine. But obviously because Alzari Joseph is coming off quickly, he expects that ball to go fine. But the delivery before that went for 4, he timed it so well. He actually got inside and he worked it away from the man at fine leg.
Yeah, which is and you get the boundary early, so you don't have to take.
Yeah, not under pressure.
You're not under pressure in this over at all. So you just play the rest on merit. If you get singles the rest of the way, you take it. Of course, if you get a half volley, there's another bumper from Alzari Joseph, another well-lined one also. So that will go down as the first short pitch delivery of this over. And I'm sure, and that is what you have to do. If you're going to bowl short, well, then you have to get it up about head height, so the batsman will have to at least make a decision whether to make a shot at it or just get out of harm's way. Not able to get it through on this occasion. Carty skips across quite nicely. Carty's a good athlete. He's a nice mover in the field. Of course, we all know about his batting capabilities.
That's
This
a
time,
good shot.
six
That's
runs.
really a good shot. Oh my word. He got into position so early. Not such as it didn't have all that much pace on that one, Ruskin.
He had to wait on it a little bit, but he played it so well that it just flew out the ground. And again, Colin, this is what we were talking about. Look at how well he played that, but he only got 6 runs for it.
Well, yeah, but again, we come back to
Distance.
yeah, more than how well he played it. I'm looking at distance here. I mean, had that gone in the stands, it would have been the same 6. But you're talking one shot on the top of the double decker, and one just hitting the bottom of the stand. But that's just, I just think, the further you hit it, why not? Everything is 6. Why? Let's look at it. And I'm not.
Gone again, and
That's 4.
Yep.
Well, Imlach is growing in confidence now. He's batting very well.
Yep, and Alzari Joseph was testing him with a couple of short balls here, and but he paid the price for it. This one probably wasn't as well controlled as the one before, but he
Yeah.
got it well away from the fine leg, and he picked up another boundary. So he at 54, the 50 is on the board for Guyana, and after 9 overs.
Yeah, 54 for 1. And Ruskin, I'm really talking here. That will add to the excitement.
Yeah, but
wouldn't
those
it?
rules could be added, maybe not in official ICC tournaments to begin with.
You mean the
And
franchise tournaments? Yeah.
And then, if depending on how it works,
Yeah.
then they could say, okay, you know.
I just think it would add to the excitement of T20 cricket. Whether the ball goes for 8 or whether you get a 6 or 8, and it to me it just adds to the excitement of T20.
It is because we've had remember even when we do like preparatory matches and stuff, we change things around, because you're looking for a desired result.
Correct.
So you sometimes you used to bat with 11 batsmen, and you bowl with your 5 or 6 frontline bowlers, as the case may be. Remember, we're dealing with now with the substitute fieldsman.
Yeah, with concussion and things like
or
that.
or you might have a designated player. In baseball, you have a designated player who
can come on to bowl or to
bat at any time, a designated hitter. Shot.
That's a lovely shot. That's going to run away still, even though it hit the stumps. I think that's going to go for 4. It goes there now. That was hit with real power from Savary. What a shot. That's what you call a real straight drive, because it crashed into the leg stump of the non-striker's end and still was able to run away for 4. That is one mighty shot from Kemal Savary. What a hit.
I'm surprised it didn't break the stump because it was hit so hard.
So they're dealing in boundaries now, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And they're chasing down this total, because the current run rate now is 6.2 and the required rate is just about 4.6.
Graves is under some pressure here. They want the single, it's not there, and he just misses. And look at who it is that came screaming in there. He probably can't believe it. Hayden Walsh Jr. couldn't believe he missed that.
Well, he couldn't believe they were thinking of a single with the ball with him coming in there. But you're right, he can't believe he missed it. He came in so quickly that by the time Savary realized what was happening, Imlach sent him back. And I'm just wondering, Ruskin, if he got home in time.
It was very
If that
close
ball had hit the
indeed.
stumps.
Yeah, it would have been touch and go. It would be more go than touch. In the air.
Oh, hard luck. That's difficult chance. And O'Shane Thomas, he went at it. He's a big, tall man. Stretched that right hand. Just couldn't hold on to it. At one moment, I thought he had it. But I think when he hit the ground, it fell out. That was a really good attempt.
Well, I thought he would have gone with both hands, but he just decided to go late with the one hand. And as a result, it kind of hit him more into the fleshy part of the hand than actually in the hand itself. And might have damaged his wrist or something like that. And then he fell down. He's a big guy falling down, but he certainly didn't allow it to go past him.
No, he didn't.
Yep. He stopped 2 runs. He saved 2 runs there.
But Savary and Imlach now, they're really pushing on. Savary's on 22 from 26. Imlach, 27 from 17. As I said, that current run rate is up to 6.1. So the required rate at the moment is just about 4.6. So they're well ahead of things at the moment. And that's not a good delivery. And it's gone through Hamilton.
Yep.
Well. So it's
So it'll end up as 2 wides.
2 wides.
Mhm.
So this is not such a great over at the moment. 8 runs so far coming off of this over.
Although he had the chance at getting the
Yeah,
wicket.
well,
So it's nice and cool here now at the Oval. Cool conditions. And
Yeah.
I don't think we have any immediate
No
threat
immediate
of rain
threat of
right
rain,
now.
I think
but it's
we're
still
gonna-
cool.
yeah.
It's a little overcast.
runs again. Probably come back for the second. It's good running. Yeah, that's excellent running. Kofi James down at that fine leg position. He is also quick, but these two really running very well at the moment. So 2 more to end the over. Imlach is on 29, Savary on 22. And after 10 overs, the Harpy Eagles 64 for 1, and they're going very well.
They often run, just to do a quick comparison for you, after 10 overs, the Leeward Islands were 37 for 1. Yeah. In the first 10 over, once you get over 60, they will get the bonus point.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Ruskin, that they were able to get a bonus point as well, because they got to 64 for 1.
That's probably why there was this urgency, the batting and the running between the wickets. But it did it with limited, with very little risk. It was good shot making.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. These two are bad, and good running between the wickets.
Yep.
So we see a little bit of some repairs to Justin Graves, the physio, for the
Leeward Islands.
Leeward Islands.
Yep. 64 for 1 after 10.
So
Colin, I'll take a break, and you have the company of Anil.
the esteemed company of Anil,
Yep.
backhand. Okay. Well, Rakeem Cornwall is going to start his first over, and he's bowling to the left-handed Savary. You always feel the off-spinner tends to like to bowl to the left-hander, just taking the ball slightly away from him. That's well played. So Cornwall are ready dropping on a good line and a good length. Not getting much turn at the moment, but I don't think he's looking for much turn. I think he's just trying to put the ball down in front of Savary. This one he gives it a little bit more air, and Savary drives nicely down to Powell, who is at long off, and they go through for a comfortable single. So Savary goes to 23.65 for one. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Lacan. How are you?
Pleasant good afternoon to you, Colin Murray. I'm good, thanks. Very excited by this run chase. Guyana, this seems to be up to the challenge, and both Savary and Tevin Imlach, they possibly just creating a little bit of a concern to the Leeward Hurricanes.
Yeah,
Leeward Islands
there's no
Hurricanes.
doubt about it. It's Cornwall.
It's been good aggression, great aggression with sound defense at this stage. So it says really that they're really building up towards chasing that target of 245.
That's a bad delivery. He got away with it because there was Imlach looking to paddle sweep that one, and may have just come off the bottom part of the bat, goes out to the right there of Graves at a backward square leg.
Yeah,
because it went to his right, they were able to pick up a single.
And there's no single from the umpire, so which means to say that
got some bat.
Yeah, possibly on the edge. Cornwall goes into the pitch. This one is played out to cover point. There's no run. So at the end of over number 11, the Guyana Harpy Eagles chasing a victory target of 245 for victory. They are very well placed at this stage at 66 for 1.
Yep, so it's going along nicely at 66 for 1. And this partnership worth 45 so far between these two. And Imlach has been the aggressor. He is on 30. And he's going to take strike again. But this time we see another change in bowling. And the man coming into the attack, it's going to be Kofi James. So Kofi bowling a little bit of off spin, and we're going to see just how Imlach deals with this. So we're not seeing Daniel Durham, who has already picked up
7.
Yes, 7 in the first game, 7 for
43, is it?
29.
Oh, 7 for
7
29.
for 29 was excellent figures. And then he picked up 3 wickets against the Academy. 3 for 33.
So being the surprise package of the tournament thus far, Colin.
Yep, certainly is.
But it's going to be Kofi James bowling from the Jerry Gomez media center end. Bowling to Imlach. And this one just
talking about the surprise package, because picked up 3 for 33 in his 10 overs in the second game after 7 for 29. So he's already picked up 10 wickets. But Hayden Walsh Jr., 5 for 48 in that game against the Academy. And by the way, there's no play yet in St. Augustine. So
so the weather seems to be creating havoc out at the UE Spec facility.
But kinder to us here. Well,
and allow the people to stomp out.
Well, not sure Hamilton. He was looking towards the presiding umpire. I'm not too sure why, if he was appealing for the stump. And Guyana, the Harpy Eagles at 66 for 1 at this point in time. We talk of rain, any interruption. They are ahead a moment on that Duckworth-Lewis system.
And very important indeed that they try and keep above of that Duckworth-Lewis total.
It's 42 now, the Duckworth-Lewis, and Guyana 68 for 1. So they're 26 runs at the moment ahead of that Duckworth-Lewis calculation. Yeah.
But remember, if they continue to lose wickets,
lose a wicket, it's going to change the equation. Well, the end of the over, at the end of it, 12 overs have been completed, 68 for 1. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, and look at some of the figures. Joseph, the only man successful so far, picking up 1 for 27 from his 5 overs. And the big man, Rakeem Cornwall, is going to continue from that Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Yeah, so skipper Azari Joseph is looking forward to his spinners bowling in tandem here at the Queen's Park Oval. Raheem Cornwall, we know he does have the knack of picking up wickets on a regular interval.
And he's got two more spinners holding up his sleeve, Alzari Joseph in Durham and Walsh. And when you think of it, Anil, both of them, Walsh picked up 5 and Durham 3. They picked up 8 wickets in the last game, and neither of them has got a bowl has got the ball as yet to bowl.
Well, I'm sure he's looking to bowl them in the middle overs where it matters most, Colin.
Still no run. Things have dried up slightly for Savary. He's not able to pick up the single and off of Cornwall, and he hasn't been able to get a bounce. He needs to play that ball straight, try to get it down to the vacant mid-off region.
And a loud appeal, just possibly going down the leg side with the angle. Raheem Cornwall going wide of the crease there, trying to angle that ball into the left-hander and spinning it away.
Oh, he got some bounce there. All of a sudden, got some bounce as Savary was pushing forward to that. And let's have a look at it. Yeah, he got some turn and bounce. So Cornwall, a very tall man, and giving that one some air and spun away from Savary. There they're going to pick up a single. Lost his line a little bit there. He don't want to go leg side, and he went on the leg stump. And Savary says thank you very much and picks up an easy single.
Yeah, once it's pitched on leg stump, there's acreage of space on the leg side where he could just keep ticking him off. Just want to be possibly a bit straighter. But it could be a ploy as well from Raheem Cornwall, giving up some space on the leg side, trying to invite the batters to go across the line of flight, Colin.
Yeah, it certainly is. So the end of the over, the end of the 13th over, it's 69 for 1. Imlach is 32. Savary is on 24. It's the Blue Waters drink break. So we're going to take a little bit of a break here. And when we come back, it's going to be more action from the Queen's Park Oval in this interesting encounter between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. It's the end of the Blue Waters drink break as the players, the 12th man and other guys who brought on the drinks, they're disappearing into the pavilion. The ground staff did some work on the respective creases, so they made their way back. And we're just about getting ready to restart here. 13 overs have been bowled, 69 for 1. Imlak is going to take strike. Or no, it's the left-handed. Now, we want a correction. We've been calling him Savory. We've been calling him Savory. But we understand he is Savory. That's the coming out of the Guyana camp. That,
So
it's
many
Savory.
many
So-
apologies.
Yep. Well, as I keep telling Ruskin Mark, I wasn't at the christening, so I'm not sure if it's, I thought it was Savory, S-A-V-O-R-Y, but they're telling me from the Ruskin's Guyanese connections, it's Savory. So, Savory playing this one down to long on, and he's going to pick up an easy single. So he goes to 25, total on to 70 for 1.
A flighted delivery on leg stump, a lovely on drive down to long on. Helps himself to a single.
He's looked good, hasn't he, Anil?
Well, both of these players,
Yeah.
I must admit, have shown a lot of composure.
Well, Kofi James, and he's hit it straight back into the hands of Kofi James, and you could see Imlak can't believe what he's done, because it was really an innocuous delivery. Look at it, turning into him. He got onto the back foot, and rather than just playing a defensive shot, he was trying to push it back past the bowler, and he hit it straight. It was a good catch by Kofi James, taken low down, and Imlak makes his way back to the pavilion, caught and bowled for 32.
But if anything, Colin Murray, I just felt that ball possibly bounced a bit, more than he anticipated. Hence the reason why it was played back to the bowler.
Well, while I agree with you, Anil, surely once you're getting there and you realize the ball is about, don't carry through with the shot. Can't you just drop your hand on it and play it? Or it's too late? You're the coach, you tell me.
Well, sometimes it may be a bit too late in terms of the assessment, and it results in the downfall.
I hear you. Okay, so
But
I will accept that.
But
So I just saw it here, and you could see the disappointment, because that ball it turned into him, and to me, when it came into him and it started to bounce, I wouldn't have. He pushed at it, and to me, it was not a good shot.
So
Well,
the Guyana
it's-
Harpy Eagles losing their second wicket. Imlak going via caught and bowled by Kofi James
For 32.
for 32. So just when things were seeming
yeah.
to be, these guys really doing an excellent rebuilding job, having lost Tej Narayan very early in the piece, Imlak goes.
Well, it's brought Shimron Hetmaya to the crease. Now, again, he's not had a good season series so far in his 2 innings, 21 and 24. So he's getting a start, but Hetmaya, he's such a good player. He needs to carry on. In my view, a lot will be dependent on him if the Guyana Harpy Eagles are to win this game.
Yeah, Shimmer Hetmaya needs to come to the party here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, here is Kofi James, wrong the wicket to the left-hander.
And this one is squeezed out to mid-wicket.
Good line, good length. So James, as you rightly said, got a bit more bounce on the delivery that got Imlak out.
And here it's
Hetman has to be careful. He's pushing at that delivery. Was in the air for a little while. If you're not to the pitch, you have to be careful how you're following through. It's another good. This has been a good spell from Kofi James. It's in his second over. He's completed his second over. 1 for 3. It's been 2 good overs.
excellent over. That last ball was pitched just about that leg stump line.
Yeah.
And you could just see Hetmaya trying to play against the tide, but he was getting a bit of purchase there. It took the leading edge and just went out to that short cover position. So excellent indeed from Kofi James, making that initial breakthrough that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes were so desperately to get.
Well, Cornwall starts a new over. And he is in his third over, none for three so far. So both Cornwall and James, they've put a little bit of a break on the scoring.
Well, very good captaincy indeed from skipper Azari Joseph. With both left-handers on batting out in the middle, it's the ideal time to have your off-spinners in operation, Colin.
Yeah, it is.
And Azari would want them to try and eat away as much overs as possible without too much damage being done. But Rakim Cornwall bowling a miserly spell thus far.
So Savory is going to pick up a single. It's a delivery just angled into him from Cornwall, pushing it through and just angling it into him. So Cornwall, at the moment, every time he gives the ball a little bit of air, he gets some turn on this pitch. Not a great along, but he gets a little bit of bounce as well. But so far, I think both himself and James have gone into a good line, a good length, not giving the batsman any room.
And looking at the manner in which Rakim Cornwall operates, you would think looking from outside, he seems to be very innocuous indeed. But when you look at his figures at both regional and international level, he has done a good job.
Well, here's Hetmar going down the track and lifting him over cover. I thought he was looking to go a little straighter with that, more through extra cover. And it went over the head of the inner ring, and he was able to pick up the single. So he's off the mark, Hetmar. And after 15 overs, it's 72 for 2?
Yeah, so the Guyana Harpy Eagles scoring just on the shade of 5 runs per over in this innings. At one point, they were almost up to that 6-run mark. But now, with both spinners in operation, Kofi James and Rakim Cornwall, they've clawed their way back tremendously during the course of this bowling stint. And this one is squeezed out to cover point. I would like to say a special good afternoon to Mr. Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much. As we're back here with the game going around quite nicely. 2 wickets down. They have to be careful, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They don't want to lose too many wickets, but they're going at a nice clip all the same. And here's on a strong appeal from LBW. Not out, says the umpire again, trying to sweep the ball. And not making contact. Think it's going to be leg byes. Yes, it is leg byes.
And just going back to when I was following the inter-county games in Guyana, Ruskin, when you look at those games, there wasn't much scores over that 200 mark in those games. Possibly, if on one occasion, one team was able to get beyond that 200 mark.
James doing a decent job here for his team. Getting through his overs very quickly indeed.
Bowling wicket to wicket, not giving anything away. If the batters want to make any kind of connection, they would need to back away and give themselves room to do so. And bang on target again.
Again, a little bit of yes, no, and eventually they return to their respective creases, but some anxious moments being shown here. I would imagine Hepmeyer will probably have to just have a word with Savory. He's out, caught and bowled. Well. He just pushed it hard, but he pushed it right back to the bowler. So he now has 2 in consecutive overs. And what a bit of work being done here by Kofi James for the Leeward Islands. It's 75 for 3 now.
So another surprise package from this Leeward Islands Hurricanes team. Kofi James getting 2 very important wickets indeed, and getting rid of 2 set batters as well, Ruskin.
Good bowling indeed. So he's really playing on the patience of some of these batsmen, and really asking them to come out into the front foot and try to hit him off of his line. but he's done very, very well so far. It's 75 for 3 now.
And having looked at Savory bat, you know, that's a very soft dismissal indeed in the context of how well he was batting.
Yeah, he goes for 26. Yet again, another batsman getting a start here and not able to push on. So that partnership was broken, and now they pick up the other half of that partnership. So Hetmeyer, who's new to the crease, will also have to start with Anderson. Kevlin Anderson has arrived at the crease. So the game just changing very slightly here. Guyana, despite losing that early wicket, had a good response. Now they have to consolidate a bit, or at least try to avoid losing wickets quickly.
Well, both Hetmeyer and Kevlin Anderson, they have a huge task ahead of them to start the rebuilding process.
Yeah, but the bowlers are not making it easy for them. And that one hit him on the knee, and he goes down and stays down too. So O'Shea and Thomas, and really, because a bit of clumsy, hit him on the ankle, and it just seemed to hurt him. He never bothered to try to get up to look after to go after the ball, but he certainly took a knock there, and but he seems to be okay. In fact, he's trying to guts it out as much as possible. It should have been an easy take on his part, but he misfielded the ball, and the ball hit him on the ankle. He should easily have stopped that with his hands.
But it was timed pretty supremely as well. Possibly just taking his eyes off the ball at the very last moment, and that ball hitting him flush on the ankles, is it?
Yeah, you could see him nursing that left ankle, just inside of that left ankle. He seemed to be caught there. So 169 more needed from 202 balls. So they well on course here, Guyana. They just need to be, the Harpy Eagles just need to be mindful of the state of the game and what is required at this point in time.
Well, at this stage, they're well on course in terms of the run rate. All they need to do, possibly for the next 20 overs or so, Rusking, is to continue just to keep chipping away, picking up 4 or 5 runs and over, and then you can have a dash possibly at the back end if required. But one of these batters need to bat the entire duration of this innings going forward.
Well, you would think Shimron Hetmeyer would assume that responsibility here and guide the innings the rest of the way.
Well, it's good to see Kevlin Anderson coming out with the right-hand, left-hand combination. The bowlers now will have to rethink their line and lengths.
A little bit of bounce again for the big fella, as he does have a high action, a quick action as well. His hand wheels over fairly quickly, Cornwall.
And this one, Kevlin is just waiting on it and taps it out to that short backward square position. There's no run.
He does get through his overs very quickly, Cornwall, as he did there again, 76 for 3 at the end of it.
And a lot of evidence there now that the ball is starting to grip out in the middle of Ruskin.
Well, and with Cornwall in particular, he does put quite a bit of revolution on the ball, even though he doesn't spin all of them. The ones that turn will, and plus he gets bunks. So he could be a real handful, especially for a left-hander. Hence the reason why I'm sure he would love to bowl more at Hetmeyer, especially this early in his innings.
This one is driven to cover, but excellent feeling indeed at cover point.
Alzari, Joseph there doing well.
The skipper leading by example, throwing himself full stretch. And it's this kind of feeling that really, keeps the momentum of the team together.
So good sensible batting here. That's what is required. This is not going to be an easy task for them. When you consider that the two most prolific wicket takers are yet to bowl, and they already have 3 wickets in the bag. Plus, I think both of them would probably not. Alzari's probably trying to avoid both of them playing, because when you consider Hayden Walsh Jr. is turning into Hetmeyer with his regular deliveries, his leg breaks. Similar thing with Dorman bowling into the left-hander. So he probably wants to avoid that if it's possible. So I think Hetmeyer's wicket is going to be the crucial one here right now. If he could get rid of him and then introduce his 2 main spinners.
Yeah, with the ball spinning into Hetmeyer, that's playing right into him.
It's great bowling again from James. He's mixing up his deliveries nicely. But he's right thereabouts on the stumps, so the batsmen have to be watchful.
And Kofi James 2 for 5.
77 for 3, and it will remain that way as he goes scampering over. But Durham, the man we're talking about, just comes across. He's a big fella. Ambles across and does the fielding. We're interested to see if he can get some purchase off of this wicket and some turn as well as some bonks. There's a brilliant ball, goes right through him there. He was groping at it, and Anderson survives. The end of another good over from James. It's 77 for 3 now.
Yeah, classical off-spinning delivery, just pitching just about that 4th stub line and spinning back sharply.
So 18 overs completed, 77 for 3. Just to do a quick comparison for you, after 18 overs, the Leewards was 65 for 3.
So the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 12 runs ahead at this stage.
So
But this man on our screen here do have an extremely big role to play during the course of this innings. And what a time it is for Hetmeyer to come good.
yeah, they need something special from him. He's edging and he's out caught. Well. He went after Cornwall. Cornwall pushed it up in the rough outside the off stump, and Hetmeyer couldn't resist it. He stands there all dejected and really spooned a very simple catch to Hayden Walsh Jr. of all people, and actually it's taken by Graves, and that is the end of that good catch taken there by Graves. So Hetmeyer goes for 4, and they're further in the mire now.
Yeah, Guyana Harpy Eagles losing their premier batter here at a very critical juncture in the innings here. Shimron Hetmeyer going caught backward point, but a very good catch indeed for 4. So Raheem Cornwall getting amongst the wickets here.
It's not been an easy time for Hetmeyer. A lot is expected of him.
So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes spinners continuing to dominate. Cornwall in his 5th over, 1 for 6. And how well he's bowled as well, Ruskin.
He's really kept a very good line. He's dropped on a good line and a good length very early, and he's asked some serious questions of all the batsmen that he's faced, and a couple of them have been found to be wanting right now. So Sinclair is the new batsman.
But the Guyana Harpy Eagles have to be very careful indeed here, Ruskin. They
tell
don't
me-
want to suffer another batting meltdown in this game.
Here's the question though: why is Sinclair batting ahead of Rutherford?
Well, I'm sure it has to be with possibly just trying to extend the batting as much as possible and give the opportunity to Kevin Sinclair, who have had some pretty good scores.
Well, yeah, but your team is in some serious trouble here right now, and you know. But we'll see how it pans out for them. They have now. He's going to obviously try to attack Cornwall, because I don't think he's going to come here and just try to push and block. They have no slip, but they do have a leg slip. There's a man at deep backward square right out in the boundary. There's a man just forward of square also on the boundary, and a short mid wicket and a long on. So those are the men out in the deep.
So a testing delivery first up from Rakim Cornwall. Sinclair just keeps it out. And this one, there's
Bonks.
a lot of bonks and turn.
So things happening out there. Sinclair having to be very watchful here now. Can't just go about just swinging the bat. You have to make sure you're to the pitch of the ball and try to cover it as best as you possibly can. 77 for 4 now. We're over number 19 now. And this one is well played, and Cornwall not able to get across to intercept it, but he'll settle for that. Kofi James, and pretty much the man of the moment down there at long on, does the fielding.
So both spinners doing a really excellent job for the skipper,
2 for
Azari
5.
Joseph.
2 for 5 from 4. So here he is again trying to work this one off his hip and taking another comfortable single, but a very good over again from Cornwall. 79 for 4 at the end of 19. So Cornwall with that big wicket there of Shimron Hetmeyer, obviously must be very confident right now with his bowling, but so too is James. Kofi James has put his hands up here, and he's the one who is looking like he wants to continue slicing through this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting. They have to be probably a little bit disappointed right now with how things have gone. 79 for 4. 2 for 5 from 4 overs.
And this one is played out to deep mid-wicket. There's only a single. So relatively 2 new batters out in the middle. Azari Joseph looking to put the squeeze on these batters. There are now 5 people inside the circle.
So that brings Sinclair back on strike.
So Kofi James having a dream bowling spell here at the Queen's Park Oval. Into his 5th over, 2 wickets for 6 runs.
Slightly quicker, slightly shorter as well. We take it for granted when, as we come to the Oval. We've been coming to the Oval for many years. Colin lives in the Oval since he's about 12 years old. But the thing is that for some of these players, remember this is a test venue. This is like one of the traditional test venues. So for them to come here and perform here, is a big thing. It's a great deal for them. And nice shot, but very well fielded again.
It's like someone making their debut at Lords.
Well, it is. Anytime you go to Lords, even if you're just walking in Lords, you don't want to be playing cricket. It feels like a special place. That's a great shot. That could get him at least a couple. They're going for one. They think for a moment of a second, and they decide against it. And it turned out to be a good decision yet again. And is that Gore slipped down there? And he might have just, I'm not quite sure what he did, but he didn't seem too happy. A little bit of slipping and sliding out there. I'm not sure if it's his footwear that is giving him some problems.
And back on target again is Kofi James, doing a wonderful job for his skipper and getting his overs in very quickly indeed.
It's a good shot, and that's going to be 4 runs. Again, he got down on one knee and just paddled it around to place it well away from Kieran Powell down there at square leg. And the batsman will get, he got 4 runs for it. 85 for 4 now at the end of over number 20. So a good counter there, and you could see the two off spinners having a little bit of a discussion there with wicketkeeper Hamilton. And so Cornwall, now this is it. This is a little surprising because Cornwall had picked up his wicket and was bowling very well. But now they probably figure they're going for the jugular now. They've decided that they're going to bring on Daniel Durham.
Well, a little bit of a change in terms of tactics. The left-arm spinner just going away from the two right-handers. So it's going to be interesting because Durham, he can't seem to do anything wrong with his bowling. He's picked up 10 wickets in the first 2 games. And
I was making that point. They wanted to see the back of Hetmeyer before introducing both himself and Hayden Walsh.
Yeah.
And immediately on that happening,
they brought Durham in, yeah.
Durham in.
Not a bad idea. And the Duckworth Lewis, in case we have rain, it doesn't look so. It's been pretty good afternoon so far. It's gone to 95. So at one stage they were well ahead. They were 26 runs ahead. Now they are something like 10 runs behind.
That was a very short ball there, which is uncharacteristic for Durham. He's a tall man.
Getting some spin, he's getting a bit of bounce as well, Ruskin. You would expect that of Durham because of his height.
You'd also expect him to be a fast bowler too.
Yeah. These are two interesting batsmen now at the crease in Sinclair and Anderson. And both of them showing a lot of promise. Thing is, Anderson is 23 and Sinclair is also 23. So both young men, and one would hope that that they would carry on in terms of the learning curve. Because as I said, in 4 years' time, it's going to be the 2027 World Cup for the next cycle. So both of them would be around 27, and you would think maybe just peaking. And this is what is good about this tournament in a way that West Indies is not qualified. You've got all the attractions back. But Shimron Hetmeyer certainly not making himself covered in glory, and not covering himself in glory with scores of 21, 24 and 4. And you have to think that Hetmeyer is so much of a better player than that. And at this level, when you come down to this level, you expect him to really get 100.
Yeah, it's part of the, I suppose, the reality that he lives in as a international cricketer. The expectations are always there, and more so when you. Well, it's just as I was suggesting that once
Hetman had
Hetman
gone,
was away, yeah, he was going to hold him back until he could get rid of those. So Hayden Walsh.
He's giving it Samir, the first delivery, not afraid to give it Amir. There's a long on, there's a long off, there's a deep mid wicket. So he's giving it Samir and saying to Anderson, go ahead and hit me if you want. That's a good delivery, getting some turn as well. I must say, Ruskin, he looks a much better bowler in that last game and this game. Well, just the 2 balls he's bowled than what we've seen him. He had gone off the boiler a lot, Hayden Walsh.
I think he's a little bit slower with some of his deliveries. You look at his whole run-up and his whole body language. He just seems a little more relaxed. He doesn't seem as if he's rushing through his action. He's just giving it a good rip.
And he's not afraid to give the ball Samir. We saw that last delivery there, giving it Samir, and Anderson driving, but hitting it straight to Durham, who is at that short extra cover. It's too short this time. And even though it was the leg spinner, it gave Anderson enough time to sort of just pull it down to long on.
Yeah, and I think he wants to get the batsman coming out onto the front foot to drive him. Because that's where I think he's most dangerous with his each-way turn.
That's a good delivery to end the over. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes right on top now, because 22 overs have been bowled. It's 88 for 4, and with 2 new batsmen at the crease in Anderson and Sinclair, 1 and 8, 1 and 3. You have to think that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are really in control of this game.
Well, they are. They certainly pull things back quite nicely. Yeah, remember that second wicket partnership really threatened to blow the game wide open when the pair of Savory and Imlach were going
along well. Yeah.
Months. Both of them have been dismissed. And now the whole complexion of the game has changed and is tilted back in favor of the Leeward Islands to some degree. Not that the Harpy Eagles are out of the running, but they're going to have to really bat sensibly here now.
Nice, easy single for Anderson. It brings Sinclair back into strike. Yeah, they've got to have a little period of consolidation, but then they've got to look to up the tempo, because that required run rate is climbing. It's just about 5.6, still very manageable. It's good fielding by Alzari Joseph, stopping that one from going past him. Yeah, still manageable at 5.7 now, but the Duckworth Lewis, I think they can forget that for a while, because that's 121 and they're 89 for 4. In the air, just dropping short, and they're going to go and get the single. Well, just dropping out of the reach of Graves there at mid-wicket. He started to come forward and then realized that it was just his left, and he put in that dive, and the ball dropped in front of him, and they were able to get a single. So still the alarms bell ringing here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Graves again coming across, getting into the action here. Can't keep him out of the game. He just seems to be here, there, and everywhere right now. Feeling at that straightish mid-wicket position, or almost a short mid-on. Ball just seems to be coming off the bat at a slightly upward angle most times to end this over. 90 for 4 at the end of it.
Yeah, 90 for 4 now. 23 overs have been completed. And these two, Anderson and Sinclair, came together with a total on 77 for 4. The Harpy Eagles lost 3 wickets in the space of 7 runs. Imlach went with the total on 70. Savory on 75 and Hetmeyer on 77. So they were comfortably placed, as you rightly said, at one stage at 70 for 1. And then all of a sudden, before you could say Ruskin Mark, it was 77 for 4.
Well, there you go. And what's in a name,
Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to continue. He's had that 1 over so far, none for 1.
Played well for his 49.
Yeah, again, he's come good. He's obviously saying to the selectors, hey, I'm still around, you know. I'm still around West Indies cricket. What's you all doing?
And I could bat and bowl.
That's right. Well, we know about his fielding. Well, again, a swing outside the line of the off stump from Sinclair. The delivery, give him some air. Was that the wrong one?
It looked like it was just bounced up on,
Yeah.
on Hamilton. Couldn't take it cleanly. He's a small man, Hamilton.
Given a little bit more air by Walsh, and there was an easy single as ball played down to long off. They're able to go through for that single. Man at long off is Graves. Oh, that could so easily have gone back into the stumps. He backed away, looking to cut, got the inside edge, and luckily for him, it didn't go onto the stumps. Now, Anderson is not interested in the second. Sinclair was.
He got the 2. They got the 2 runs. The
Yeah,
third
well,
run,
sorry. Yeah, he was looking for the third Sinclair, but Anderson never gave. And I thought there was 3 runs in that.
Got
And
the
that's the difference with the running here, Ruskin,
Yeah,
between
look
the
at how
Guyana team
far
and
he had
Leeward.
to- Look at
Yeah,
how far he had to run from.
yeah. That was 3. There was no look at halfway down the pitch. And looking to back away again and cut. Yeah. Yeah, that's the difference in the running. Had Walsh and Gore been batting, that would have been 3 runs.
Easily. 'Cause he had to leave backward point.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, straight behind the wicket keeper, really.
that's a beauty
Yeah.
of a delivery. Just it beat the outside edge, but it just shaved the off stump.
Really bowling very well, Hayden Walsh Jr. He's warming to the task. It's the end of the over. So it's what, 93 now for 4. Hayden Walsh Jr. has completed his second over, none for 4. And Durham, he's had 2 overs, none for 4 as well. There is some of the bowling figures. Cornwall, 5 overs, 1 for 8. Kofi James, 5 overs, 2 for 11. They have been the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah, those two off spinners.
Yeah.
And both of them have given way for the left arm orthodox and the right arm
Like spinner.
Yeah,
Yeah, both going away from the right-hander.
Colin, you believe that it is 93 for 3 was the same total, was the score after 24 overs when the Leewards batted.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. 93 for 3 as opposed to 93 for 4. But at one stage, Guyana was well ahead, weren't they?
Well, and why I was pointing that out was because of the start that they had.
Yeah.
Compared to the slow start we got from the Leeward Islands. But they gradually kind of got themselves going again, thanks in the main to that brilliant 49 that we saw there from Hayden Walsh Jr. He kind of changed things for them.
See, Cornwall is being asked to come a little closer there to that extra cover position, in a catching position, short extra cover. Well, loud appeal goes up. Umpire Bassart is unmoved.
But what a catch that
Yes.
was from Hamilton.
Let's have a look at
Because
it, Ruskin.
He wasn't seeing the ball, and then he just saw it at the last moment, flung himself forward, held it in both hands, and look at how late he would have seen that.
Not too sure where that hit in terms of Anderson, but they certainly thought he either gloved it.
He is
Or
saying
some
it
bat
hit
on
him
it.
on his arm.
Yeah.
The umpire also said hit him somewhere in the body. So I don't think the batsman or the umpire are on the same page there as to where exactly it hit him. That's nice. That's very, very well played. And they're going to get 2 runs too. Not much Hayden Walsh could do about that. And the batsman end up picking up a nice, comfortable 2 runs. Pushes the score to 96 now for 4. We're in over number 25. We're getting to the halfway stage of the innings. That's brilliantly done. A brilliant sweep shot and down on all fours and then just swinging it away. Anderson picks up 4 good-looking runs.
Badly lined from Durham, though, just outside the line of the leg stump. But give Anderson credit, he swept it nicely.
Yeah, it was well executed.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And he didn't hesitate at all. He just got down on one knee and brought the bat right through it quite nicely. And again, a stifled appeal.
The 100 is up.
Yep, it's 100 on the board. And these two teams are level pegging because at the end of the 25th over, it was 100 for 3. So if this is a dot ball, we'd have the identical score again. Just a 1 wicket difference. And so said, so done. It's 100 for 4 after 25. So a good over in the end. Just had one ball that was swept away quite nicely. And there you are, Colin. I think is that where you're going to when you're going to Tobago tonight?
Well, I would like to be going a little
Tobago
further.
Carnival?
Maybe no, Tobago Carnival is on this weekend. That should be very, very interesting.
I wonder if you could get a place to stay in Tobago.
Well, that's another story.
Sleep on
Yeah,
the beach.
yeah, yeah. The accommodation. You would think it's really, really a situation here where it's just the accommodation, but I'm happy because it's going to boost the economy in Tobago, the hotel industry, everything is going to happen in Tobago, and that's wonderful news for them.
I know they put on a lot more flights and
Yeah.
additional sailings as well. Edging, and that one is going to run down the hill. Might go for 4. In fact,
Probably
it will
will.
go.
Yeah.
Yep. Again, Hayden Walsh just hitting the outer edge of the bat. He might be encouraged to actually put a second slip. Because even though the batsmen are getting some runs off him, I don't think they're convinced enough. They're not convincing enough in their stroke play against him. So that might be a consideration. However, they persist with just the 1 slip. And they'll get another comfortable single here. So the game is really nicely poised, and it's really up to the players and the 2 batters out there, or the captain and Alzari Joseph and his bowlers to try to grasp the initiative here.
Yeah, both these men now, Anderson and Sinclair, starting to look a little bit more comfortable. But still, it's a long way to go. 140 runs needed from 147 balls.
Stifled appeal there, but again the googly pitching well outside the off stump.
Seemed to hit him outside the line.
Plus he was playing a shot out there, so I don't think the umpire was too interested.
Quicker delivery, but too short. Got away with that one. But there is a deep mid-wicket. Well, sort of pretty square, not more deep mid-wicket. I would say more, deep mid-wicket, but square, a little bit squarish. Alzari Joseph warming up at mid-wicket. I wonder if he's going to thinking of coming back into the attack, trying to dismiss one of these two. That's another good drive from Sinclair, and they able to pick up a single. He's getting to the pitch of it. Give him some air by Hayden Walsh, and you see him getting to the pitch and driving it nicely down to long off. The end of over number 26. At the end of it, Sinclair is 11, and Anderson is on 16. And Anderson is on 18. My apologies. It's 107 for 4.
Again, they're going to take a little bit of a break here, but I just wanted to point out to you, Colin, you know they were 100 for 3 after 25. After 26, they were 107 for 3. It's 107 for 4 after 26 overs here. So we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the continuation of this reply by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're chasing 245 for victory after 26. They're 107 for 4. back here. We're getting ready for the continuation of play here at the Queen's Park Oval. This, of course, is the CG United Super 50 Cup clash between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Match number 10, Ruskin, in the tournament.
244 for 6.
Still a long way to go, but Alzari Joseph is back into the attack. looking for the breakthrough.
Yeah, he's back here primarily for that now. He had bowled 5 overs previously, 1 for 27. And so I think he might be thinking maybe I could come back here for 2 overs if I could prize out a wicket here. And then hand it back to my spinners to continue the damage. But he has to get one, and probably early.
That's a good bit of fielding. See, that is Casey Carty out there.
Doing very well.
Yeah. He was a disappointment for me, Ruskin. Getting to, what, 29 and getting out.
Yep.
These guys got to carry on. They've got to get into the 20s and the 30s and just have to carry on.
He got a short ball. He tried to pull it through mid-wicket and picked out Shepherd at mid-wicket. Hit it hard, but he hit straight at him. Brilliant.
It's a good delivery. Line just holding its own.
I suppose given the conditions we have here, Colin, it kind of reminds you of well, I don't want to say a typical day in England because it would be a little bit colder, but it would be this kind of, you know, there's moisture
conditions
around.
And
you know.
The ball then does tend to swing quite a lot here in Trinidad. Once you're a good, you know, you're a good seam bowler, you're going to get some movement. And we are seeing Alzarri Joseph, even though he's bowling quickly, he is getting some movement, especially off the pitch.
Yeah, he has been cutting the ball into the right-handers a bit because you can look at his action. You can see him deliberately bringing the ball down on the side of the delivery sometimes as he's striving for that cutter. But just trying to keep him out here now. So this is also another test for these two batsmen because you can't just sit there and just keep playing, you know, ball after ball after ball because then you drop further and further behind the asking rate and then you put pressure on yourselves and the other batsmen to come to do the heavy lifting.
The end of a good over, a maiden over. So Alzarri Joseph, he's brought himself back into the attack and immediately a maiden over. There is the scorecard. Chandapal 1, 26 to Savary, 32 to Imlak, and to Savory, 26. Imlak 32, Chandapal 1, and Hetmaya 4. So those are the 4 men out. And Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to continue. He's had 3 overs, none for 11.
He bowled a rank long hop to end the last over. But how often have we seen batsmen hit those down the throat of the deep mid wicket or something like that? You know. So, but he did find the outside edge on a couple of occasions, and I'm sure that's what he's striving for here.
Well, Anderson was looking for the single, but Sinclair was not interested. So there's Hayden Walsh, 12 dot balls from his 19 deliveries so far.
There's
Loud appeal goes up.
That's the googly again coming back inside of him, and
Again.
Walsh is watching at the umpire asking him, well, what do you want from me?
Hamilton felt that it was out. He started to run from behind the wickets. From behind the wicket going towards Hayden Walsh. Obviously going to congratulate him. But let's have a look at that spinning into him. Could it have been doing a little too much, Ruskin?
Well, that's what the umpire's thinking might have been there. But he was clearly covering the stumps on that occasion. Close.
No, very close indeed. Worth a shout, that's for sure. So 19 to Anderson brings Sinclair back into strike. And that required run rate up now to 6.09. Got to be careful that they don't get that out of hand.
Gets a stump in.
Well,
He's
yes,
out.
he's gone.
Yep. He just lifted that back leg there. He just overbalanced a little bit there, and that was all that was needed. Sinclair has to go, and he goes stumped by Hamilton off the bowling of Walsh Jr., and he goes for 12.
Excellent bit of bowling here again by Walsh, giving it a little bit of air, and Sinclair going for the drive, overbalanced, and that's all Hamilton needed was that right leg to come out. Now, umpire Bassarat was convinced he is gone. Sinclair wasn't all that convinced. He stood for a long while and was looking at his back foot, but it's not where you end up, it's where you were when the bails were taken off. And you could see from the shot, his back leg lifted. Now, the question is, did Hamilton take the bails off before he got that back leg back? Umpire Bassarat feels he didn't get that back leg back in time. Sinclair obviously felt he did, but it doesn't matter what Sinclair thinks, it's what the umpire thinks, and he thinks that the back leg was lifted by the time Hamilton took the bails off, and he has to go back to the pavilion, stumped by Hamilton off the bowling of Hayden Walsh for 12, 108 for 5, a super delivery, given a little bit of air, and there was Sinclair looking to drive. The back leg came up, and Hamilton did the rest. The new batsman coming in rather low down. I'm a little surprised. I thought he might have come after Hetmeyer, is Shafin Rutherford, and he's come at number 7.
Is he interested in
Well, let's wait and see if he's interested here in batting, because a lot depends on this man now. He got starts. He got 22 against the Windwards, and he got 30 against the Red Force, trying to play a reverse sweep in the Red Force game after he was batting so very well. Tried to play a reverse sweep against a leg spinner in Carrier. Here, let's see, he's facing another leg spinner in Hayden Walsh, and let's see how he's going to approach this innings.
Hayden Walsh again among the wickets.
He's getting a little turn as that ball was turning into the left-hander. The googly spinning away from the left-hander, and you could see him getting in line, and as that ball spun away, he was withdrawing his bat. He played it well in the end. There's match summary, 244 for 6. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are 108 for 5 after 28 overs. So 137 runs needed now, and only 132 balls in which to get them, so they're falling behind the rate.
And not only that, they only have 5 wickets in which to get those runs, and they need somebody here to play a really big hand for them, and they need to do it quickly as well.
Well, Alzari Joseph is going to continue. He's coming in for his 7th over. No, that's too short. That's going to be a wide. You would have thought maybe with the advent of the new batsman, Ruskin, he may have turned back to a Cornwall, being the left-hander Rutherford has come in. He might have come back with Cornwall or even Kofi James to bowl at the new batsman.
Well, I think he probably gave himself 2 overs, so this is his 2nd over of this new spell here. So I think he probably said he's just going to bowl his 2nd over, see if he can prize out a wicket, and then turn it over to the spinners after that. Remember, he still has O'Shane Thomas, and he's only bowled like 3 overs, I think it was. And
then Justin Graves,
he's 7 overs. Well, maybe himself and Graves would have accounted for, because I think Graves bowled like 4 overs. So they might have accounted for, that'll be 7, if you know what I mean, that 10.
Yeah.
So he still has 3 overs to kind of account for there.
Well, you got your 4 spinners as well. Cornwall, James, Durham, and Hayden Walsh, and I would think between the 4 of them, they're going to bowl close to 40 overs.
40 overs, yeah. And as
I don't think they will get the way things are. You know, the four of
They're
them.
gonna get all
may-
40 in,
yeah, they were not going to get 40
They
in.
wouldn't be needed
Yeah,
anyway.
they wouldn't be needed.
Yeah.
You're right.
He's bowled them.
No,
Oh, the
it
chance
came
I-
off
I
the
thought it
pads.
came back in because
Yeah,
he was looking
it did
back.
come back, but
Yeah.
it just took the pad.
Yeah. It,
Bit fortunate there.
It hit the inside edge,
Yeah.
the under edge.
Yep.
It looked like it was headed straight to that stump.
I think you need some of those bales with lights, Ruskin. Yeah, these what do you call them? Zinger bales? I'm not sure what you call them, but they are called zinger bales. Well, Anil has said yes, I'm right for a change. You know, the thing is with Anderson, he's been there now for 42 deliveries and he's on 19. He's just pushing the ball around and in defense. He's got to start to try and rotate some strike. He's been there a long while now. He's need to look for, even if you, I'm not saying to
be
him
able to
hit a
manipulate the
boundary,
ball,
but
yeah.
look for the singles. He's just to me quite
Just
content
batting.
to
He's
defend.
not, he's not thinking about what the situation requires.
Yeah.
He's just batting. He's occupying the crease.
And the Guyana team, the required run rate now up to 6.38. Again, we must emphasize that's gettable, that's it. But, you know, if it continues climbing, they're going to run into a real problem as it is. The Duckworth lowest par score at the moment is 150. And they're only 109. Not that we expecting rain. It looks to be a really good afternoon. Again, no run. So you look at this over, just a wide from the very first delivery. So just one run coming from this over, 109 for 5, 21 overs left. And it means that the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they still need 136 runs from those 126 balls.
And
It's
not gonna be easy.
slowly but surely slipping away.
Yep, and they're putting themselves in a situation here where they're going to have to start taking chances
Yeah.
and unnecessary chances too. Because if, as you said, if Anderson was manipulating the ball a little bit better, because when you pick up the line and you just play it like that, you know, back to the bowler or down the
Or
middle,
straight to cover
yeah,
or thing.
when all
Yeah.
you have to do is just on
Yeah.
contact, just open the face
That's
or
right.
turn the bat.
He's going to get a single
Yep.
because there is a fielder out in the deep. And he's hit it straight to him. So just one run from that. So Hayden Walsh in his 5th over. 1 for 13 thus far.
Shafin Rutherford has to really get into this game here now for the Guyana Happy Eagles. I think they're going to need all of his experience and everything and all of his talent to come to the fore.
Well, that's better from Anderson. He picked up the single as he was driving down towards long off. Immediately giving the strike back to Rutherford.
We're on the Nelson right now.
Yeah.
Colin.
Remember umpire David Shepard was bouncing around at
Jump on one
yeah,
leg.
jumping on one leg at square leg. Even if it was a test match, he would be such a tradition with him as a player. Once the score reaches 111, you're taught to just hop on one foot, and he was doing that. Was a pretty hefty man, and had some weight, and was still hopping around. What a
that-
character he was!
That was a good leg break there. You could saw that one carving back in.
Yeah. Another
Again.
good one.
Yep.
He's getting some turn, no doubt.
Rutherford has to be careful. If you notice, Rutherford is playing him almost exclusively on the back foot. He's not prepared to come on to the front foot at all. And in fact, I don't think Hayden Walsh is really treating it on. Look at the bowler's boot marks there. If I was Hayden Walsh, I would drop a couple of those leg breaks in there just to see how it reacts. That's where you want to put it. See how he goes. They're taking our single, it's not there. Cartier
So-
again moving quickly and denying them that opportunity. Good over.
Yep, another good over. Just 2 runs coming from it. And there's Hayden Walsh, 5 overs, 1 for 14. Cornwall, 5 overs, 1 for 8. Kofi James, 5 overs, 2 for 11. The spinners really doing the trick here thus far for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So we've just got 20 overs left. So 120 balls. And the required, well, it's 134 runs to win from those 120 balls. So it's going to be tough.
And I don't think the Guyana Happy Eagles want to lose 2 on the trot here.
Well, Kofi James is back in the attack, operating this time from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, replacing Alzari Joseph, who just had that 2-over spell. So he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Kevlon Anderson.
A little bit of turn there again as
Yeah.
well. Anderson having to wait for it to turn into him and then sort of awkwardly turns it to square leg. Again, how do you rate the captaincy of Alzari Joseph?
It's been good. I think, he's he used his bowlers well. I was surprised Kofi James came into the attack so early. But it could very well be because he was bowling to the left-hander in Savory. And he did the job because he picked up the 2 wickets, that of Savory and Imlach, and who at the point in time, those 2 were going along so very well. Oh, that's a really good delivery.
Touch something and you
Yeah.
could just hear
I tell you what, Ruskin, if you look at Hamilton, he doesn't appeal right away. He does, he looks around and then his hands goes up. Normally, the wicketkeeper would be jumping all over the place.
You'll be leading the charge.
That's right. Especially when it comes to an edge. 9 out of 10 times the wicketkeeper knows.
And yeah, because he's the one closest to the
Yeah.
action. Then keeps jumping though. He seems to be standing up fairly early.
The approach is really strange, Ruskin. You're looking at Rutherford and Anderson, and they just seem content just to be playing the ball. Well, he does, as soon as I say that, he tries to whip it over the mid-wicket position, a wide long on, and he picks up 4 runs. So maybe they're just biding their time. They figure, well, 129 to get in 19 overs is very much gettable if they can keep wickets intact and have a late charge.
But that was poor fielding out there though. He just seemed to stick out the arm when he could easily have gotten his body behind the ball, and 4 runs resulting. And that was 4 welcome runs, you'd have to say.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, the end of the over, 6 runs coming from that over from Kofi James. He's now had 6 overs, 2 for 17, still wonderful figures. And after 31 overs, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 117 for 5.
Yeah, they really have to find a way to get this ball rolling here for them. Hayden Walsh and company are making life very difficult for them, but Rutherford has to really step up here now and try and take the bull by the horn, as they say.
Oh, that's a huge hit. That's huge. Now, that is what I talk in, Ruskin. That should be 8. If it was a T20 game, that should be 8. It's cleared the stand. It's gone all the way by St. Clair Hospital. If it were just over the rope, you give him 6, and you give a guy who hits the ball over the stand the same 6. That's the point I'm making. I know you don't agree with me, but it's all right.
I'm going to agree with you. If I hit a 4 with an exquisite extra cover drive.
No, that's along the ground.
That's 4
and
runs.
that's 4 runs.
See,
This is Rutherford looking to
that
sweep.
should be a wide. Yes, it is a wide.
Yeah, it is. But again, I'm really concentrating on T20 cricket with
Yeah.
that. I just like to add the excitement to the game.
If I hit an exquisite extra cover
Here
drive
we
that
go.
went like a tracer bullet, I only get in 4 runs with.
Here we go. Here we go.
And if you edge one that go
And you
past
get in
slip,
4.
I only get in 4 runs. with.
Yeah, Ruskin, it is in my view, that's two totally different things. We're talking about a ball that's running to the boundary all along the ground. We're talking about a guy who hits a 6 that goes over the boundary, and a guy who hits a 6 goes over the stand. That's two different things. And I'm not going to argue that with you. As far as I'm concerned, one should be given 8, and the other should be 6. And you could hit 100 exquisite drives along the ground, you get 4.
So unfair.
Oh, he's probably just outside the line.
Too much, yeah.
Yeah. Was that the googly? It looked like the
Yes,
googly.
it was the googly.
Yeah.
He's left that backward square leg position open, which is dangerous, by the way. And Rutherford saw it, was trying to hit it out there, but he missed it completely.
It's an interesting innings from Rutherford because, you know, he's been very circumspect, pushing the ball around, but all of a sudden he took Hayden Walsh over deep mid-wicket. He played one off of Kofi James there where he hit it wide of long on. So they're making an adjustment to the field because they're taking the man from mid-wicket and putting him more to a forward square leg. And then they're asking the deep square leg to come around towards a deep mid-wicket.
I would have done the reverse.
So he's gone actually to backward square leg.
Short.
Well, that's another huge hit. That should be 8 more. Really, a huge hit. It bounces against the Trini Posse stand and comes right back into play. And that's 6 more runs here for Rutherford. So he's changing gears. He's changing gears now. Sheffield Rutherford, 130 for 5. And I tell you what, he's probably he's gonna take Hayden Walsh out of the attack. He's gone after him again. That's going to be another 6. That's 6 more. That one I would probably give 7. But again, Ruskin, Shafane Rutherford has changed gears here. He's going after Hayden Walsh. I think he's probably taken him out of the attack. 19 runs coming in this over. It's changed the complexion of this innings. Rutherford suddenly goes to 24 from 18 deliveries. It's now 136 for 5 after 32 overs.
Yeah, that's a very good over for the Guyana Harpy Eagles and for Sheffield Rutherford himself, because he was the one who, and this was the reason why they didn't bring Walsh and Durham when Hetmeyer was at the crease, because of the left-handers who they were very wary of, and that concern is now being played out here for us to see. But they've gone back to
Raheem Cornwall.
Yep.
Now, I was about to say, if you were Kevlon Anderson, what would you be doing? You must now look to give as much a strike to Rutherford. You've got to pick up the singles. If you get the bad ball, fine. But you can't be just pushing 4 and 5 deliveries and have Rutherford at the next end just watching on. You've got to get him back into the game.
Well, plus it's left up to Rutherford also to pick the right deliveries to attack you, because Cornwall is getting a bit of bounce and a little bit of turn as well. And he doesn't have a slip though, but he has a short third man and a backward point.
You could see him just trying to give himself a little bit of room there, Rutherford. And
I was surprised that he didn't come
yeah,
higher up
a
in
little
the
earlier.
order.
Well, oh, that's a swipe, really. He came down the track. His head was in there. He got away with it because he got an outside edge. And he's able to pick up 2 as Durham gave chase to that ball, didn't field it cleanly, and it gave them the opportunity to pick up 2 runs. But that was a swipe, wasn't it?
Yes, it is, and that's the thing. You have to be sensible about how you play. He never got to the pitch of the ball, and luckily for him, he made enough contact to take it away from the keeper.
Well, he's gone with that reverse sweep, and I think it's gone beyond the boundary. That's 6.
More, yep.
Now, I've seen him play that before. He did it against the Red Force. He hit Carrier for a wonderful 6, but it was also his downfall. He tried to play it again. The ball went straight up in there, and Shannon Gabriel took the catch. So he's got to be careful. He plays that well, but he's got to be in the right position to play it. It's not the first time he's reverse sweep for 6.
And there he is, this one down to long on.
Just dropping short.
Can't get it, but that's a good effort. He had to run a long way coming forward there, and Carty just couldn't hold it in.
You need to explain this batting to me, because I'm not sure. What is that? What is happening? I mean, you can't hit every ball for 6. You got away with 1. You got the outside edge. You played a wonderful reverse sweep for 6, and then the next ball you try to clear long on. It's not making much sense to me how he's batting. But there's a loud appeal going up against Anderson, but not out. Yeah, he's on 33 from 22. He's reduced the total now to under 100 runs in 17 overs. You just got to play everything on merit. If you get the bad ball, then fine, put it away. But, he's obviously looking to take on the bowlers. And that ball that he tried to hit over long on just wasn't there for the shot. So, Shufi and Rutherford, I'm not too sure on this innings. Yes, when he connects, he's hit Walsh for 3 wonderful 6s to some short deliveries, and he's actually taken Walsh out of the attack. But now you've got the off-spinner in Cornwall and the off-spinner in James turning that ball away from you. You've got to be careful. You can't be looking to hit against the spin, trying to clear long on, unless, of course, it's a very short delivery.
Well, you're the one who wanted to credit him with 6 and with 8 and 7.
Yeah, but that was deliveries that Walsh. Those were deliveries that Walsh was pitching in his half of the field rather than Shufi and Rutherford's half.
So he was probably thinking he's
you're going to hit everything, yeah.
Everything for 8.
Well, probably.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but you got, to me, it's a little bit irresponsible. He's got to start over. Now he's taking his guard. Is that telling me that, look, I'm settling back down here. Let me watch, play everything on merit? That's better.
And they're going to get a quick single too.
Yeah, that's more intelligent cricket from Rutherford. So he gets a single. Brings Anderson. Anderson has got to, he's got to up it a little bit. He's got to give Rutherford some support, and giving him support, I mean, yes, if he can get a boundary, that's fine, but he's got to pick up the singles now. He's 48 deliveries from 22 from 48 deliveries.
Well, this is kind of like the test here now for Alzari. Can he set the proper field? One, to keep this batsman on strike much longer than they want to, and at the same time limit the options to Rutherford when he does in fact come on strike. So it's a lot going on.
That's not a bad idea from Anderson, because he was looking to paddle sweep down to the deep fine leg position. They pick up 2 because the man out there had to run a long way.
Yeah, you would think they would push for that.
Yeah, third.
Run,
Yeah,
to get Rutherford up back on strike.
yes, I think they thought that ball might have been going for 4. Again, Anderson turning the ball. Maybe he just needs to play it a little bit later and get it finer. 149 for 5. Kofi James in his 7th over, 2 for 20. Crowd rate at the moment 5.9.
So So again, he's doing a pretty good job here, but especially if he's bowling at Anderson. Anderson just seems a little bit restricted here.
Yes, his timing is not all there because he came down the track, but that ball coming off the bottom part of the bat. So 34 overs have now been bowled. It's 149 for 5. And Rutherford on 34. And Anderson on 24.
Well, I'm going to take my leave and allow you to continue with the coach.
Yes.
Don't tell him you want to give nobody 6 runs.
No, on 8 and thing. Yeah, I don't think he would. I don't think he would appreciate that. Yeah, if I talked to him about giving a batsman 8 or 7, I don't think he would appreciate that. 96 runs now needed in 96 balls. This game is very much alive. But of course, it's very much dependent on the man who's taking strike now, Shafeen Rutherford, because he's on 34 from 23 deliveries. Tends to take some chances against the off-spinner. Cornwall in his 7th over. It's got to show him a little bit more respect. He's thinking of the single, but it's not on. That's a good bit of fielding. The man out there looks to be Kofi James. Yes,
Well,
it is.
Well, I'm sure.
Hello, Anil.
Hi, how are you doing, Colin? At this stage, Colin, I'm sure the think tank of the Guyanese team, they will be asking their... Oh, my goodness.
That's huge. That's huge. Now, Ruskin Marv will want to know what I'm going to give that. I'll give that an 8 again. But it's a wonderful shot. Now, that's better. Cornwall gave it some air, but it was in the slot. It was right in the slot for him to go for that shot, and he timed it beautifully. And here, look at it, giving it some air, and look at where it's pitched. All he had to do was to get down on one knee, and he hit it high, he hit it hard. That's a really good shot. And you see, you look at that shot, and you have to say, Anil, well, he's not really taking, yes, it's in the air, but he wasn't taking a chance. He was well over the ball. He everything was right about that shot.
He was in total control.
He
was definitely sure what he wanted to do there. And, getting a maximum in the second ball of the over, one would hope now, Colin, that he just knocks it around, pick up 8, 9, 10 as the case may be, and, continue that visual for as long as possible. If this pair continues to bat for the next 10 overs, Colin.
Guyana could win this game. Look at because again, the run rate is still good at 5.7. Well, he's gone for that reverse sweep. And he's going to pick up some runs here because Durham gives chase. Just a single in it. But he went for the reverse sweep. I think he got some bat onto it, didn't he? Yeah, so he gets a single. So
Well, again, if you ask me, it's reckless batting. Yeah, but fortune favors the brave, as they say,
yeah,
Colin.
I suppose so. You have to think that way. Oh, just out of the reach of the man at short mid-wicket there in Kofi James and Anderson. Anderson now, I'm not too sure if he's trying to pick it up. And but I get the impression as you're looking at Anderson, there's a slight change in his modus operandi, and he's trying to pick up the pace.
Well,
and let's hope he is.
Well, nothing is wrong with that. What he will do is possibly relieve the pressure from
Rutherford. Yeah, agreed. Well, that's another huge hit. Again, Cornwall didn't learn from a couple balls before. He gave it some air, and it was pitched up to Rutherford, and Rutherford said, "Thank you very much." He absolutely hammered that straight back past the bowler. The partnership now is worth 55 from 43 deliveries. Look at it. There he goes again. Similar shot, except this one, he went straight. And that's good batting.
That's excellent batting indeed. You could see that he was still at the crease in his execution when he was just swinging through the line of the delivery. But I'll tell you what, Colin, at this stage now, Azari Joseph has some work to do.
That's swept by Rutherford, but can't beat O'Shane Thomas there. So 14 runs coming in this over. And suddenly this game is changing now with Rutherford. 82 runs needed now from 90 deliveries. And you have to say, if Rutherford bats maybe another 5 overs, this game is out of the reach of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Now, having said that, if they pick up 2, because 5 wickets are already down, and if they pick up 2 wickets now, then it's swinging back. The pendulum is swinging back to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yeah, it's 163 for 5, and you pick up 2 wickets, 180 for 7. That definitely puts a different spin on the entire situation.
Correct. Well, here's Kofi James coming in for his 8th over. That's good from Anderson. That's what you need. You need him to turn the strike over. Now, let's see how Shafane Rutherford handles Kofi James. I don't think Kofi James is going to give the ball the kind of air that Cornwall is giving. He's going to be a little flatter to Rutherford. So is Rutherford going to try to take him on? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, if he goes into the pitch short of a length, there's no deep backward square in position, so he possibly could access that acreage of space just behind that on the leg side.
Well, here's Kofi James. Was trying to get it through to that backward. Not a good line delivery. James got away with that because he was pushing it into the pads of Rutherford, and who should have made contact. And once he makes contact with that, it's going to run away for 4. Again, you see Kofi James pushing that ball through, getting a little bit of turn. So I think he's learned from Cornwall.
But he's got to be very careful not to get too straight.
There was Rutherford giving himself a little bit of room. He looks confident enough, Shafane Rutherford, backing himself.
Well, Shafane Rutherford, he's a seasoned campaigner, having played his trade in the IPL for a couple of seasons well. So he's no mug when it comes to batting or assessing the situation. What's required now is a level head approach.
They're going to pick up a single. So this is good from Anderson. He's turning over the strike.
But what Shafane Rutherford is trying to do here, Colin, is he's trying to get a boundary very early in the over to try and set up the rest of the over.
He's thinking of a run, but it certainly was not on.
Well, I'm sure he would have said to himself that he's missed out. Shafane Rutherford.
Yes, we understand the game at UWE has been called off due to the weather.
Well, luckily for us here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, we've got a full look, and we're going to get a full game in, which is really good. We had a rain interruption, but they shortened the break, the luncheon break, and so it enabled us not to lose any overs.
So at this stage in this game here, Azari Joseph, possibly for the first time in this tournament, Colin will have to use all his experience and man management skills in order to really keep his team in the hunt here. Because Shafane Rutherford, if he bats another 5, 6, 7 overs, as the case may be, Colin, this game could be very well done and dusted.
That's right. Well, it's going to be Justin Graves is into the attack. And he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Kevlon Anderson. So 166 now for 5.
So the mode of attack is going to be outside the line of the off stump. 5 on the offside, 4 on the on. This one is
he should have got a single. And you look at the Duckworth Lewis, not that I don't think we're going to get rain, but you can tell now the difference. It's now 165 and Guyana 166 for 5.
Yes, so they've really come back strongly.
Yeah, they've come back very strongly with this innings from Rutherford. Yes, Anderson needs to look for that single. He's content. He doesn't look in any danger in terms of, he looks totally in control, except he's not able to pick up that single that he wants to get Rutherford back on strike. 79 runs needed, 82 deliveries left.
Yeah, he do not want the likes of Rutherford to lose his momentum.
Well, he's going to pick up a single. That's what he needed to do to bring Rutherford back into strike. It's going to be an interesting contest here between the medium pace of Justin Graves to the left-handed Shufin Rutherford, who's on 48 at the moment. I think he missed out there. Rutherford needed to get that either side of Alzari Joseph, and it could have run away to the boundary.
Yeah, just taking his hand, the bottom hand at the last moment. So possibly just going a bit too hard at the ball there and losing his shape.
That's a good shot. That's going to run away for 4. It was too short from Graves, and there was Rutherford getting onto that back foot and hitting it sweetly square on the offside, on more backward square on the offside, and ran into the boundary for 4. That's 4 good-looking runs from Rutherford. 52 now from 34 balls, 2 4s and 6 6s.
Yeah, what a wonderful hand indeed, but the job is not over. Short and wide from Greaves, and Shufin Rutherford giving it the treatment.
Lazy type of shot. He never moved his feet. He just stood there and was trying to dab the ball out on the offside. Got an inside edge. Luckily went towards the wicket keeper. The end of the over. The end of over number 37. At the end of it, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are 171 for 5, 74 runs required for victory, and they've got 78 balls in which to do it.
Well, if you ask me, Colin, it's even Stevens at this stage here. A wicket here now will definitely change the complexion of the game. But from a Guyana Harpy Eagles perspective, they would want both these batters to continue for as long as possible. If they are able to take it into possibly over number 44, number 45, they could really bring their team within striking distance of crossing the line.
Well, it's going to be Kofi James continuing, and Anderson having an almighty swing at this. It's not taken by the keeper. It's going to run into the boundary ropes, and that's going to be 4. He got an edge. Yeah, he got an edge. No wonder Hamilton missed it. It flew off the outside edge and passed. Let's have a look at it, Anil. Yep.
Yeah, it took the outside edge. He was going hell for leather there, but it's a welcome boundary to the score, Colin.
Yeah, that's for sure. And it takes some pressure off of Rutherford. Well, no, he's gone. No, again, not a great shot from Anderson. He was batting well. He got a boundary, the ball before, and now he was look at his position. He was outside that off stump, trying to paddle that ball down to fine leg. Why? You got to forward the ball before, push that ball into the covers. Just get in line, play it, look for the gap, and pick up a single. No, he's gone. He's put his team under pressure because they've now lost the 6th wicket, 175 now for 7, as Anderson makes his way back to the pavilion.
But who else do you
Yeah, for 32.
Yeah, 22 good-looking runs from Kevlin Anderson. But out comes the very dangerous Romario Shepherd. And if Romario Shepherd could get into gears here pretty quickly indeed, Colin, We know how destructive he can be. But at this stage, that is not required. What's required is situational cricket, intelligent cricket. Continue to work the ball possibly for another 7-8 overs. Pick up your 5 and 6 and over. And when the bad ball presents itself, I'm sure you are going to get a big over somewhere in between. Yeah. You're right back in it.
Yeah, that partnership actually was worth 67 runs between Anderson and Rutherford. And when you think of it, of those 67 runs, Rutherford scored 52 of the 67. So he is in complete control. But as you rightly said, it brings Romario Shepherd now to the crease. Now, Romario Shepherd, there's no doubt he's a hard hitter of the ball. He can take a game away from the opposition. But he's got to play intelligently here. You've got one man in Shufin Rutherford who is on a half century, at one end. He's got to work the ball around. He's capable of doing that. And he's also a hard hitter of the ball. So if he gets any bad deliveries, he could put it away. But he's got to bat, as you rightly said, intelligently and play the situation as he sees it.
But the question, Colin, does Romario Shepherd has that in his armory where he could tamper his aggression and play the situation as required?
Well, he's got to do it because it's no sense that he goes out there and just throws the bat at everything. There's no need to do that because you look at it, it's 175 for 6. 70 runs are required from 76 balls. So, it's not a situation where, and the required run rate is still 5.5. So it's not a situation where you're so much behind that you've got to take risks.
But any day we call in, you definitely could work with 5.5 runs and over. That's
sure.
Normal cricket.
For sure, yeah.
Right? And you don't have to take any undue risk in order to achieve that run rate going at the back end of the innings.
Yep, that's for very much sure. So it's going to be interesting how Romario Shepherd approaches this innings. We'll have to wait and see exactly what he does and how he does it.
But at this stage, the Guyana Harpy Eagles have definitely put themselves in the ascendancy. They are really in the driver's seat now just to continue working away and chipping away at the 5 and 6 and over and taking their team closer and closer to crossing the line. But again, that man, Shufin Rutherford, he definitely holds the key here.
Oh, for sure. And you're not missing any cricket. As you can see, the drinks break is still on.
But I want to bring to your attention, Colin, one aspect of the game that we have to take into consideration as well. There has been a water break, and more often than not, after the resumption of a break, we normally see a fall of a wicket.
Well, from a Guyana Harpy Eagles perspective, they wouldn't want that to happen. And they would want these two to carry on, Shepherd and Rutherford. Lot depends on this pair to get them home. Of course, there's Gudakesh Moti, who is no rabbit, and Versami Pumol, who also is not a rabbit with the bat. So it's a situation where I still think the Guyana Harpy Eagles are, maybe I wanted to say, even with 6 wickets down, they're still slightly ahead of where they should be, especially with these formidable batters still. You look at Romario Shepherd, he's a hard hitter of the ball. If he gets going, this game could certainly be done.
And this one is chipped to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, he's going to take a little time to settle in. He needs to get the pace, the bounce of the pitch, and again, give Rutherford as much strike as he can.
But Kofi James,
he's bowled well, hasn't he? 3 for 27 in his 9th over.
And he's not considered a frontline bowler in this team.
Shepherd trying his best to get off the mark here, so 3 dot balls.
But there's no need to rush anything because you have already gotten a boundary in the over.
That's good from Kofi James. That's good. A good spell from him so far. He's completed his 9 overs, 3 for 27. 38 overs have now been bowled, and it's 175 for 6. The target 245.
Yes, so 70 runs required
So it
from
seems
72 balls.
that Justin Graves is going to continue having a long chat there. Alzari Joseph coming across to have a little word with him. And actually it was Kofi James coming across to have a chat with Justin Graves. Well, I think the umpire, Gregory Brathwaite, has gone off the field.
Umpire Kaulisa.
Yeah, has come on at a very crucial time. Let's hope he doesn't have to make any crucial decisions. But umpire Brathwaite has gone off the field. Not sure what the problem is. Oh, that's a poor delivery from Graves. It was wide, it was slow, it was outside the line of the off stump. And all Rutherford really had to do was to get bat on ball and find the gap, which he did exceedingly well.
Yeah, excellent back cut there from Shofin Rutherford. Just waited until the last moment and bisected the third man and the point on the boundary.
Yeah, it was not a very good delivery from Justin Graves, and already they've put pressure on him because the very first delivery going for 4. Graves in his 5th over, none for 31 so far, so he's been pretty expensive. Just going at just over 7 runs and over.
But a deft touch indeed there from Shofin Rutherford to get that early boundary in the first delivery of the over, Colin.
Yep, and then picking up a single with the second delivery.
And that's
so already they have 5 runs in the over. That's all they need.
And that's all they need.
Yeah.
So what that does, it will give the like of Romario Shepherd the opportunity just to possibly take his time and work himself into his innings.
Yep. Anything here now is bonus runs in this over.
So Justin Greaves under the pump here.
Down the leg side, signal a wide by the umpire. So Graves looking maybe for that little bit of extra pace, but losing his line.
But at this stage of the innings, you don't want to be giving the opposition any extra runs. And more importantly, he's got to reload that delivery.
Yeah. So he's still got 4 deliveries left and 6 runs already in the over.
This one is driven to cover point.
Yep, Shepherd. That's maybe just trying to get his angles right, but hitting that ball directly to the man there at the cover position. They're going through for a single as Durham has to get around to his right, and he is left-handed. So you have to think that that was a pretty easy single at the end, in the end.
Yeah, Romario Shepherd doing the right thing there, just waiting on that delivery and guiding it down to a short third man. The score moves up by 1. It's 182 for 6. And this one is played neatly down to long off. There's a single and offer. So 1 delivery to go, and they've gotten 8 runs in the over thus far, Colin.
Yep, and that's all they need because 62 runs now required to win, and they've got 67 balls. So it's
So the equation is becoming easier
Yep.
and easier.
Shepherd misses out on that. It was short, it was outside the line of the off stump, and he was trying to cut it. Didn't make contact. And taken low down. So the end of the over, the end of what? Over number 39. It's 183 for 6. The Guyana Harpy Eagles. Remember, the target is 246.
And at this stage, Colin, we could definitely say that the Leeward Islands, however this game goes, the Leeward Islands would have fallen short by possibly 20 to 25
yeah,
runs short in their first innings
Yeah,
effort.
we were making that. I don't know if you were at the time, Anil, or if it was with you, where I felt that they were about 20 runs short. But who knows? It's umpire Gregory Brathwaite is back on the field, so umpire Cowlessa has made his way off. So it's going to be Kofi James is going to continue. Yeah, and I was making the point. Maybe I was thinking they needed maybe 270 or thereabouts, but it's still not over, Anil. Don't conk those chickens before they hatch.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying in the grand context of the game, if Guyana Happy Eagles were to cross the line, they would have ruined that opportunity not to have pushed on a bit more.
Well, Kofi James coming in for his final over. 3 for 27 so far. Rutherford started to come down, and Kofi James saw him, sent that delivery more into the pads, more into the boot, I should say, and he couldn't do very much but dig it out. Well, he's struck it down to long on. Hayden Walsh Jr. is there, and they're just going to pick up a single.
So excellent batting again from Sheriff and Rutherford, not allowing Kofi James to dictate the pace, making that stride down the track, getting close to it, and working it down to long on.
So just 1 run's coming from the first 2 deliveries. Shepherd coming down the track and then playing it out towards long on, and he gets a single. So Romero Shepherd on to 2 now from the 8 deliveries he's faced. 60 runs needed, 63 deliveries left. 4 wickets in hand for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They were thinking of the single, but it was not on. It's that man coming in there, Casey Carty coming in to do the fielding. He was about to deliver and changed his mind.
And what a wonderful off drive. Just punches it down to a long off, gets a single. That takes the score onto 186 for 6. And just 1 delivery remains in the 40th over.
Well, that's the end of the over there, Anil.
Oh.
The final delivery. So 40 overs have been bowled. 186 now for 6. A good over from Kofi James. And he's ended up with 3 for 30 from his 10 overs.
And
59 runs needed in 60 balls.
Yeah, it's game on. But Kofi James, Colin, I felt was a surprise package from a bowling perspective.
Yes, he's done well. Well, Justin Graves is going to continue. He's had 5 overs, none for 35. At some stage, Alzari Joseph has got to bring himself back. He needs this wicket. And they're going to pick up a single. Or I think Rutherford was looking for the second, but it certainly was not on. It was partially stopped by Graves. And
but good work from the fieldsman at long off there, moving in very quickly indeed to ensure that, because some of the pace was taken off the ball.
That's right.
They weren't able to come back for that second run.
Yeah, Kofi James is down there at long, well, for the left-handed long off, but for the right-hander he's at long on. That's badly lined. That's good bit of fielding from O'Shane Thomas. He was actually falling on the ball. Had it gone past him, it could have really gone down to the boundary.
And Greaves really flirting with danger there, Colin Murray, bowling that ball on leg stump once. Romario Shepherd goes past that fine leg position. It's only one way that ball is going to go.
It's very true.
So he needs to be very, very careful indeed. But it's not easy when you have a left-hander and a right-hander on strike. With that rotation of the strike, you always have to make that adjustment.
Oh, that's a good shot, but he's just going to get a single. He's settled down nicely now, Shufin Rutherford. I think the boundary hitting, not that it's gone out of his mind, but it gives me the impression he's a little bit more careful, the deliveries that he's looking to go after.
Yeah, and what he has done in the last 4 to 5 overs really well, Colin. He's assessed the situation well in terms of where the game is heading, and he knows that he now is the key. If the Guyana Happy Eagles were to cross the line. So a lot of responsibility on Shufin Rutherford to take his team over the line. But take nothing away from Romario Shepherd. He's a destructive ball striker as well.
There was Rutherford thinking of the single, but it certainly was not on. As Gore, the man there doing the fielding at that short point position. 2 deliveries left in over number 41. 56 runs now needed, 56 deliveries. It's a runner ball.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be very difficult.
Well, hit straight back past the bowler. And they're just going to pick up a single.
But Romario Shepherd doing exactly what is required at this stage. Not trying to overhit the ball, more so just trying to get the rotation of the strike and bring Shufin Rutherford back on strike. If they continue in this vein, Ruskin, Guyana Happy Eagles will walk themselves to victory.
Why did you call me Ruskin?
Oh, my apology, Colin Murray.
It's a Rutherford whipping this one down to deep mid-wicket, and they're going to pick up a single. Is it because he's good looking? It's the end of the over. 41 overs have been completed, 191 for 6. Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question, Anil. So it's, let's see, Kofi James has to come out of the attack because he's completed his 10 overs, and they're going to turn to O'Shane Thomas now. So he is back into the attack.
But I'm pleasantly surprised. I would have thought that the skipper, Azari Joseph, would take the opportunity now to take the responsibility to get a breakthrough, because you cannot allow this game just to meander along at this stage.
Well, he's got 3 overs left, Alzari Joseph. So I think he's looking at just the right time to bowl. And I suppose you look at O'Shane Thomas. He's got to trust O'Shane Thomas. He's quick, he's lively, and he may very well look to get the breakthrough with Thomas.
Well, to me, from a captain's perspective, Colin, I'd be the coach of this team. I would have preferred to have O'Shane Thomas give him a go at the early stage of the innings. At the back stage now, to me, I'm feeling that that's Russian roulette, really.
Well, he's running out of options, though. I mean, unless he turns to go back to spin, which I don't think he may want to do against the spare. But this is Rutherford swinging lustily down to Gore, who is at that deep mid-wicket, and they pick up a single.
But you understand what I'm coming from?
Yeah, totally.
You can't lose the game in the first 10 overs of the contest. But at this stage here, 2 overs for 20, and that's it.
Well, it's O'Shane Thomas at the top of his mark.
And this is a wide delivery down the leg side. Ill advised at this stage. So
Looking for a little pace there, Anil, you think?
well, we do know that O'Shane Thomas is an out-and-out fast bowler, so it doesn't surprise me one bit, that he will try to bowl as quickly as he can. But sometimes in trying to do that, you could lose the radar.
Well,
And more importantly, he's got to re-bowl that delivery.
that's a good ball. Thought he may have got the edge, and Hamilton was diving forward. You could see him looking a little disappointed. I thought he got the edge.
But it possibly just, let's have a look at it again. It's possibly just died.
Yeah. But
Thomas into.
I think he got the edge. Yeah. But it died. Didn't carry through to Hamilton. Could
But-
see the disappointment on his face.
Well, we have to give credit to Romario Shepherd, possibly just taking the bottom hand off as he was about to make contact. This one is
So
played
they-
down to deep backward square.
Yep, pick up another easy single. And more importantly, he's brought Rutherford back into strike. 3 runs so far in this over from the first 3 balls bowled. And that's all they need, because they need 51 in 51.
Yeah,
so
five
no
runs.
need to do anything silly.
At this stage, the Guyana Happy Eagles could basically walk themselves to victory. There's absolutely no need to do anything different at this stage.
Oh, loud appeal goes up, and let's see, umpire Brathwaite is unmoved. May have pitched outside the leg stump. That's the only thing I could think. But O'Shane Thomas is not happy.
Well, that has to be very, very close indeed. If anything, Shofin Rutherford possibly got the benefit of the doubt there,
Yeah.
Colin.
You look at Jamar Hamilton, and he was indicating, I'm not too sure if he was asking umpire Brathwaite, was that pitch outside the leg stump? Because it didn't seem to be heading down the leg side. The only thing I could think of was that ball may have pitched outside the line of the leg stump.
Well, unfortunately, we doesn't have any cameras or any.
We can't track it, can we?
Yeah, we don't have any technology to verify that.
Oh, that's huge! That is huge from Shofin Rutherford. It was short. He actually came down the track and he hit it high over the deep mid-wicket position. That's a really good shot. He decided to get at O'Shane Thomas. He used his feet. And let's have a look at it, Anil.
Yeah, Thomas into Rutherford, and he deposited
Yep.
that ball high and handsome.
It's gone into the Trinity Posse stand.
Yeah. So that.
So 6 runs for Rutherford, but more importantly, it has brought up the 200. There is the ball gone inside the Trinity Posse stand. I don't know if they're going to find it, but yeah, the ball is maybe that's an all-inclusive stand, Anil. So it's maybe looking for something to eat, something doubles or something like that. But
maybe some corn soup.
some corn soup. Oh, I like that. But a really good-looking shot from Rutherford. And
again- and
he's
again
on to 70 from
and-
just 49 deliveries.
So he's playing a blinder here
Yep.
for the Guyana Happy Eagles team. And when we look at what transpired earlier in the day, he's still looking for it. Is
I think they're still looking for that ball. He's gone up onto the second tier.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
they
here it
found
is.
it. So Gore has found the ball on the second tier. Now, how much you would give that, Anil?
I would give that a 12, Colin.
I like how you're thinking. I really like how you're thinking, Anil. I much prefer to have this conversation with you rather than Ruskin. He hit it hard. He hit it high. He hit it pretty hard. It was very interesting because we've seen batsmen do that, come down the track to the fast bowlers and there was O'Shane Thomas more or less pounding it into the turf. He saw him coming, but he went with it and he timed it sweetly.
It just shows how quick
Yeah.
how quick his bat speed is to have that ball traveling about 80 meters, I would imagine, and 10 rows up into the second deck, Colin.
Yeah, 10 rows up or thereabouts, but into the second deck of that Trini Posse stand. And
That ball possibly
thank
will
God there were no Trini Posse supporters there, because at this hour, I'm not sure how many of them see the ball. But here is Go coming back. He did well.
Is it one of your favorite stands, Colin?
Not really. I don't partake in that stand again. Anil, I keep my distance. That's a slower delivery from Thomas, and Rutherford doing well. He just angled it down to third man. I would have to say now, if they were to lose this game, the Guyana Harpy Eagles,
They would only have themselves
to blame. And Rutherford has to be there at the end. He's got to carry them to victory.
But
42 overs have been bowled, 201 for 6. So I'm gonna take my leave now and let Ruskin give you the glory of bringing this game home, either a victory for the Hurricanes or a victory for the Harpy Eagles.
like this, thanks a million, Colin, for your contribution. A pleasant good afternoon to you, Ruskin.
Yeah, well, the game is, as you say, really right on a knife's edge here, and it could still go in either way, but it's swinging the way of the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And we were calling for the skipper himself to take the responsibility of trying to affect a breakthrough and possibly, make some further inroads into this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup. Azari Joseph, he's returned from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Well, he had to, because the game is basically slipping through his grasp right now, and he is the one trying here now to retrieve the situation for the Leewards.
And this is played handsomely through that square leg. There's one. Are they going to come back for two? No, they're not interested. But for a moment, I just felt that 2 runs was on. But Shilfin Rutherford, what a wonderful knock indeed.
Well, he's basically been the difference. He's really taken the game away from the Leeward Islands and put Guyana in a strong position here where they could basically cruise home now. They just need to play smart cricket the rest of the way.
But Azari Joseph, he will want to have a say in that.
And that's 4 runs, or it won't get to the boundary.
It's excellent feeling there from the man at mid-wicket on the boundary, moving about 10 paces to his left and rifling a return to Jama Hamilton. So that single takes the score on to 203.
So now the Leeward Islands, they need to find something from somewhere, from someone. And of course they're looking to Joseph. But if he can't get it, somebody has to come and try and do something, at least make life difficult for Rutherford and company the rest of the way. But as it is right now, they're just playing. They're cruising, literally. So he probably a couple short balls, but to change up things. And it's almost every ball is a run. That's a good return, but nothing doing there.
But at this stage, for Azari Joseph and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, someone needs to put their hands up, Ruskin, and they need to put their hands up immediately, now. They can't allow it to continue for much longer. This game is definitely slipping away from them.
Well, it is, and Shifrin Rutherford has really done the business for them with a really splendid bit of counter-attack in cricket. He really brutalized the spinners. And now this is gorgeous there from Romario Shepherd. That's 4 runs. A really outstanding drive straight down the ground, past the man at mid-off, and down to the long-off boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, excellent off drive from Romario Shepherd. Azari Joseph just pitching way a bit too much there, presenting a half volley to Romario Shepherd, and he just caressed that ball past mid-off, and it goes into the boundary. So more pressure is being taken off here from Shufin Rutherford with Romario Shepherd now getting into his stride.
Well, it's really a food for thought here now for Alzari Joseph. And they really have to. He hasn't used the short ball much, which I think is what he probably would have to rely on here, just to mix things up a little bit for them, because half volleys and short of a length delivery is not getting the job done now. It's 2-9 for 6 after 43.
So 36 runs required from 42 balls. So the equation is getting easier and easier as we speak, Ruskin.
It is, and because they're able to take 5, 6 and over repeatedly, and so that just makes life easier. In almost every over now you're getting a boundary. In some of them you're getting 2 boundaries. So
And at this stage, Ruskin, I want to tell you that this partnership has realized 34 runs in very quick time indeed.
Yep, and that is not what the Leeward Islands wanted. They wanted to try to make them, to squeeze them as much as possible. And they were going for another comfortable single. But this really is the game here. O'Shane Thomas has to find something somewhere to prize out a wicket.
Yeah, he's got to find a wicket from somewhere for his skipper. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they desperately need to continue to chip away at the wickets.
But that has dried up for them so far. They have to, because there is no question about defending this total right now. So it's all about taking wickets and trying to bowl out the Guyana Harpy Eagles here.
Yeah, I doubt very much that they will be able to defend this total, Ruskin.
That's in the air, but it's gone for 6. And that too bounces into the Triniposi stand, but it hits the concrete and comes right back out in the field. So Shofin Rutherford is pushing on here now and really threatening to even get 100 if it's possible.
Well, he's running amok here at the Queen's Park Oval against this Leeward Islands Hurricane bowlers. Really in total control.
79 from 54.
If I am not mistaken, I believe that's his 8th maximum in his innings, Ruskin.
So he's found a way to really get at the Leeward Islands bowlers. 216 for 6 now as they continue to push towards this victory target here, and this is where the inexperience of Alzari Joseph comes in, because he has to be mindful of the limitations that he has. And that's another gorgeous shot. That too is going to go close to the boundary, and they're going to come back for a second run. So Rutherford really picking them off here. When he's not scoring boundaries, he's finding ways to get runs, keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, lovely extra cover drive there, just about a meter away from the boundary, and he's able to come back for 2 runs. But that takes him into the 80s. He's now 81 and really motoring along here.
It's 81 from 55, 218 for 6. Can O'Shane Thomas do the business? That's 4 runs. Well, it's all working for this man, Shofin Rutherford. Again, he went in reverse and he just got the toe end of the bat to take it away from the wicketkeeper down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Well, because he had that length outside the line of the off stump, Ruskin, there's no risk. There was absolutely no risk involved in that shot. But great innovation from Shofin Rutherford, showing his full range as a batter here at the Queen's Park Oval.
It's certainly a worrying time here now for O'Shane Thomas. He's not exhibiting any confidence at all. It's almost as if he's just bowling. This one is edged, and they're going to get a single here. Carty was lurking, but he couldn't get under it. He had to reach for that one. Rutherford almost played it into the hands of that short third man there, but luckily for him and for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, didn't go to hand, and they get one more. 2-2-3 now for 6.
Had he left that delivery, he would have gotten a wide, Ruskin.
Yep, they need another 22 runs now. And they have 37 balls in which to get those runs. So Guyana Harpy Eagles well on course there. All it needs is just for them to finish the job and get over the line. Already we've had the game up at the University of the West Indies, no result because of the rain. So this is the only show in town, as they say, for today. 223 for 6 now after 44 overs.
The Guyana Harpy Eagles continue to march on here at the Queen's Park Oval. Shuf and Rutherford running amok here, taking all the Leeward Islands bowlers to the cleaners here. At the moment, he's on 86 from 57 deliveries, and I tell you, Ruskin Mark, he hit the ball miles into the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, he's really put on a show here. This has been a splendid display of batting from the young man. Again, he's experienced now. He knows what it's all about, playing at this level. So this is kind of what you want to see from the experienced players. Make that experience count. Put pressure on the opposition. And he's done exactly that, to the point where he's literally been the difference between the two teams.
Yeah, he's literally, took the breath out of this Leeward Islands team. But it's Azari Joseph. This one is played down to mid-wicket.
But it's so good to see. It's good to see him just take responsibility. Of course, he started slowly, then he upped the gear, got away with some vicious hits, scored some superb 6s, and then he settled down again. Then he picked it up a gear again, and here he is now looking to just add the finishing touches. That's another good hit. That's going quickly down to a long off, and good bit of fielding out there. But they're not in too much of a hurry. They'll settle for a single.
But a lovely lofted drive there from Romario Shepherd. And that single takes the partnership to 50 runs from 42 deliveries. So again, partnerships, building here in this Guyana Harpy Eagles, and that's what required when chasing a total of this nature.
It's like they can't even go past the batter, Rutherford now. He's seen the ball as big as a beach ball, and is just in total control at the moment. Excellent batting display.
Yeah, showing a lot of maturity, showing a lot of poise now in his innings here, just working his way towards taking his team over the line here at the Queen's Park Oval. And what a wonderful victory indeed, if he's able to do that.
And
Yes.
Romario Shepherd trying to maybe get a boundary here, but we'll have to settle for just a 1 run. And even the pace of Azari Joseph is proven to be no bother at all, or the lack of pace, I should say, because the ball certainly, even for Moshe Thomas, the ball is not getting up very high, and they're having difficulty troubling the batsman. And this one is pulled away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Again, the man at fine leg is in the circle, and so once you clear that, that's it. Safe landing, down to the boundary, 4 more.
Yeah, poor delivery from Azari Joseph. Short ball on leg stump. Shuf and Rutherford just pivoted inside his stumps and got that ball over the short fine leg, and it goes into the boundary. So it's getting easier and easier at this stage. 14 required now, Ruskin.
Yeah, but better yet, he's on 92, Rutherford. So he could certainly get himself 100 here. And this time he couldn't get it. Delivery right up in the block hole from Alzari Joseph to end the over. 231 for 6 after 45.
Well, I'm sure Chopin Rutherford, yes, he would be eyeing 100, but I'm sure that what's best for the team will come first, Ruskin.
Well, I would imagine him getting 100 is part of the plan here. So even if he takes it the rest of the way in singles, he just needs his 8 away. And I don't think the team will really begrudge him 100 here if he becomes a little selfish and plays to get the 100 because he will, if he can do it quickly, it will give him enough time to also take the team home.
So there's a bowling change from the Jerry Gomez Media Center, and it's going to be Justin Greaves to come into the attack. He's going to be bowling to Romario Shepherd, and this one is just ease past the bowler on the onside. They get a single.
It's good, sensible batting. I mean, I'm sure he too is batting to give Graves, to give Rutherford the opportunity to try to get to triple figures. He knows that he's just 8 away, so why not indulge him a little bit, give him that chance, because he's the one who's brought the team into this position.
Yeah, and he has done so in a very, very impressive fashion indeed by taking on the Leeward Islands Hurricane bowlers from the moment ago.
So you can really see the sting has gone out of the Leeward Islands. The whole body language has dropped significantly. Even the flags out in the distance are limp right now. And here's a short ball, pulled away nicely. That's a good shot. They've gone for 1. They want the second. They're going to have to hurry. And he does. The return just a little bit off target. But still, Rutherford had to hurry. And he picked up 2 more. He goes to 94 now, 234 for 6.
And both these batters are very quick between the sticks, Ruskin Mark. You could see them just turning and motoring down the pitch there in order to get that second run. So excellent running indeed. So the score moves on to 234. Chopin Rutherford with that 2 runs. He moves on to 94.
So
and what a wonderful occasion it would be for this young man to get to 100.
He's 6 away now. And he won't get 1 there.
So Justin Greaves going full and wide. Lucky to get away with that. Rutherford just caressed it out to extra cover. There's no run. 3 deliveries left. 11 runs required for victory. 27 balls remaining. And this one just opening the face, but not able to beat that fieldsman at that backward point position. There's no run. Rutherford remains on 94.
Yes, I think he has to be smart here. Maybe another single. And so he has to try to take as much of the strike now.
Yesterday we witnessed a very good 100 indeed from Shane Dorich at the UB Spec facility.
Yep. And I don't think this one will go down to the last ball because they're well poised here. The Guyana Happy Eagles. It didn't look this way, but he certainly made sure of that. And here they go for a quick single, very well judged again, and he will get it quite comfortably. So 1 more. He's up to 95 now, so he's 5 away. In fact, he's 1 swing of the bat away. And the way he's been swinging the bat, that is not out of the question here, that he could get to his 100 with a maximum.
Well, I'm sure he possibly want to take the more conservative option, Ruskin, and just walk himself to that 100.
And even Romario Shepherd has kind of dropped anchor, so to speak, and a full toss on his pads, and he just pats it down on the onside for a comfortable single. Now he rehearses what he would normally do. It's the end of the over. 46 completed. It's 236 for 6.
9 required for victory for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That man, Shufin Rutherford, just 5 away from a brilliant 100 here at the Queen's Park Oval. Give us all who are present here, a masterclass when it comes to ball striking.
So we'll see what he can do. Right now you wait on Romario Shepherd as Alzari Joseph tries to separate these two. He's in his last over. So far he has 1 for 44.
So Shepherds get a single off the first ball. It brings Rutherford on 95 back on strike. 8 required for victory. So Shufin Rutherford approaching his first list 100.
Yep, trying to get over the mark here. And a well spread field. This would be his highest score already. And he's going to pick up another one here. So 1 by 1, they are just cruising along.
And I'm sure he's put his hand up for the Man of the Match award as well, Ruskin.
Oh, without a doubt.
500 US, the Man of the Match award.
So he goes to 96 from 66 deliveries.
Full toss on leg stump, half volley. Shepherd just taps it down to deep backward square. It's a single on offer, but more importantly, Shufin Rutherford comes on strike. He's on 96, just 1 hit away from that elusive first list 100.
What a moment this would be for him. It's been around for a long while.
And it's great that we're seeing that level of maturity from him. As Ari Joseph continues to toil. Well, I could tell you Colin Murray would be a very happy man. Azari Joseph predicting at the start of the game that this pitch was going to deteriorate, crumble, but it has stand the test of time.
And he's going to pick up another one, so that was going to inch him closer. One more, 1 by 1 as they say. Fill the basket. He goes to 97 now. It's 240 for 6 at the moment. So far, he's struck 5 4s and 8 6s. So
it's been some huge 6s that he's hit. But I'm sure Romario Shepherd would just want to play this delivery out and allow the likes of Shufin Rutherford to get to that elusive 100 in the next over.
And he's just playing it down in front of him. Normally he would really just crash that delivery to some part of the oval. Instead he just tapped it and happy to register a dot ball. So it's the end of the over. 240 for 6 now at the end of it. Shufin Rutherford though is 3 away from a maiden list 100. 5 runs required. Overs or balls not relevant. They have 18 balls to get those 5 runs. But more importantly, can Sheffield Rutherford get the 3 runs required to get him to... Oh. Well, now if you look at his scoring options here now, as Graves is back into the attack, he could try to go down to third man, down to fine leg. As there he goes, and that is it. That is going to bring up his maiden first-class 100 here as far as regional cricket is concerned. And what a moment for this young man. Brilliant indeed. That would be his 6th 4. And, of course, he saw 8 sixes to go along with it. So what a performance by him. 101 now for Sheffield Rutherford.
But what's most impressive about that innings, Ruskin, is the fact that he was striking at 147. That's his strike rate. So very impressive indeed, his ball striking during the course of this, his first list day 100. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles just 1 run away from crossing the line here at the Queen's Park Oval. And what a wonderful run chase it has been. Indeed, a measured performance from the Guyana Harpy Eagles batters, but take nothing away from Sheffield Rutherford, the star of the show.
And he's trying to end it now. They just need a single, but really a splendid performance indeed. And you have to be happy for him. Remember, this is the same man who wanted to walk off the field earlier in the game.
Well, he did.
Well, he did, and they had to call him back. Yeah, and they had to call him back. Basically, the umpires didn't agree that he wasn't injured or anything of the sort, and he forced him, and that. And look at where he is today. And that is it. 4 runs as he drives this one down to deep extra cover for a boundary to end it all, and more importantly, he remains not out on 105. A splendid performance from him, and it just completes an outstanding victory for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. After that defeat to Trinidad and Tobago, this will do their confidence a world of good.
Yeah, coming back strongly after suffering at the hands of the TNT Red Force team. The Guyana Harpy Eagles coming to the Queen's Park Oval and really taking it on, and turning it on when it matters most during their batting in their chase in pursuit of that score of 245. So many congratulations indeed for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but congratulations as well to Sheffield Rutherford, scoring an unbeaten 105 from 71 deliveries, 8 sixes and 6 boundaries in there with a strike rate of 147.89.
So
at the bowling crease, he had 3 overs to 26 runs and no wicket.
So a victory by 4 wickets for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and so they certainly did it in some style in the end. 47.3 overs they used up to get to the line, so it meant that they had a good 2 overs and 3 balls to work
they
with.
basically walked themselves over the line there, considering that Romario Shepherd had some deliveries. Normally he would have banged it to any part of the field, but he was just allowing his mate to get to that elusive first list day 100.
So 47.3 overs, so it meant they had 15 balls to spare in the end to win this match by 4 wickets. So congratulations again to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. There was a time they didn't look like they were going to get there, but they eventually did, thanks in the main to this splendid unbeaten 105 from Sheffield Rutherford. Romario Shepherd remained unbeaten on 18. And of course, prior to that, we got 26 from Savory, 32 from Imlak, and 32 also from Kevin Anderson, who played well. He added, 67 with Rutherford for that sixth wicket. And
Hello, just Ruskin, just to cut you across, I just want to apologize. It's 250 US for the man of the match and not 500 US as I thought it was.
Well, because you were putting in the next 250 one time, no problem. So congratulations all around to. So that is the situation here. No doubt who the man of the match would be here. That would be Shafane Rutherford with his splendid knock. And I don't think anybody saw this coming when he walked out to bat with Guyana in a bit of strife. But now you could showcase the big check with his name on it. And the congratulations are in order. So again, Alzari Joseph, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 48 runs, 1 wicket. Kofi James, 10 overs, no maidens, 30 runs, 3 wickets. They were the principal wicket takers, but it wasn't enough on the day. So at the end of it all, the Guyana Happy Eagles will celebrate another victory. They've won another well-constructed innings here from Rutherford. And in fact, through their whole batting, they never really looked like they were going to win the game at one stage, but then they found this gem of an innings and a good partnership here between himself and Anderson, and that put them on course. Romario Shepherd came and he saw them through to the end with good sensible batting, and at the end of it the Guyana Happy Eagles could celebrate. So on behalf of Anil and Colin, I'm Ruskin Mark, thanking you so much for being with us. Of course, our technical man Ian Weiss and our 2 cameramen, thanking them so much for making it possible. So stay with us here at the Cricket West Indies and on the 360 TV. We'll have more cricket action for you as the CG United Super 50 tournament continues here in Trinidad and Tobago. So as we leave you from the Oval one last time, the latest Guyana Happy Eagles are celebrating victory by 4 wickets over the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, thanks in the main to man of the match, Shafane Rutherford's maiden first-class 100, 105 not out against the Leeward Islands.